more depth. I thought the guys that came in changed the game for us. And then not to mention, I just thought we played much more comfortable game. Looked more like us. And you take, from that game, you just want to build off it. Like we said, I thought, like I said, in Game 4, we got beat. We saw some things that were better. Game 5, those things got even better. So you just have to build on stuff as you go through a series. It's not about the elimination game, it's just about us getting better day by day.
I think one thing's on the line tonight, and one thing in particular. It's just whether it's going to be embarrassing or not. That's what it is. You lose this first round series, and you do it in a year in which you thought perhaps we have the best team that we've ever had on paper. This game means everything for Minnesota. If they don't win, you are going to be putting them in a position of, I think, don't want to say impossibility, but I'll say high improbability. To not have a superstar, to not have your starting backcourt, and to come back on the road in a Game 7 where you've lost 2 straight to win that Game 7 is going to be incredibly difficult for Minnesota. I think they're going to put everything on the line tonight. Everything. This is going to be a full sellout of, if we don't win, we're going home. And despite the fact that we have another game to play, it certainly feels that way. The Nuggets are in a position to where if they do lose this, there's going to be so many questions that need to be answered in the offseason. And the most they stand to gain is just not being incredibly embarrassed by it. Because you get to this point, there is no excuse to lose here. You have put yourself in a position where you have no room for error, but you were given this opportunity because basketball just tends to work this way. You got a team that had you dead to rights, and they suffered major injuries that led to an opportunity for you in which I think most people would agree, despite the fact that you're down 3-1, if you don't come back and win the series now, it is going to feel like you failed. These are the playoffs. You've been there before. You have by far the 2 best players in this series. And with a healthy Aaron Gordon, I think you can battle for, who's next with Julius Randle and him. Now, I don't think AG is going to play tonight. And I don't think I would play him. I think there is too much that he is trying to deal with at the moment that when he's on the floor, I don't think the sole focus is the task at hand. I think some focus, is bending toward what happens if I make this move? What happens if I jump off this leg? I think that there's just a lot of that's going through his head right now. That does not lead to, I think, his high-level production that we've become accustomed to. Now, I've always said for the AG part of this, I respect the guy who's willing to go out there and battle and put his body on the line. And make no mistake, that is what Aaron Gordon is doing. Especially when you just see Dante DiVincenzo, that shotgun blast to the calf. Calf injuries are Achilles risks. And in the case of Aaron Gordon, he's dealing with a calf injury that is really bothering him. So I give him full credit for giving it the effort of being out there on the floor and risking his body for his guys. But there's a second part to this, which is Are you going out there and playing, or are you going out there and getting through the game? If you're just trying to get through the game, which means I need to play whatever minutes I need to play and get through here healthy, that's not playing. Playing is being, I don't want to say like you're 0% in thought of like how your body feels, but you're pretty close to it. That's how it's got to be. And so I don't think AG is going to go, so it's going to create more of an emphasis on the others, because you will need them tonight. You will need Cam Johnson to play well. You will need Spencer Jones to play well. You will need Christian Brown to play well. You will need the bench to show up. You're going to need a whole bunch of stuff. But as long as you play, and this is what should happen, if you play a B game tonight against the roster that the T-Wolves now have, that should be enough. Should be. And I think more than anything else, it's staying disciplined. It's not turning the ball over. You look what happened in Game 5. It was, I think, Minnesota, if I remember correctly, had 9 turnovers in the first quarter. 9. And they finished with 25 overall. It's because your two guys that handle the basketball a ton aren't taking the ball up the floor for you anymore. And so they're running a lot through Julius Randle, and they're running a lot through Jaden McDaniels. And Kyle Anderson had 4 turnovers in 15 minutes. You know, Bones is now elevated into a bigger role. He turned the ball over 3 times. You are going to be able to take advantage of mistakes because they're, to a certain extent, Minnesota is trying to figure this one out on the fly. This is a team trying to find chemistry with a new lineup that they probably haven't played with, not at least extended minutes like this. To me, there's no excuse. Nuggets go out. They need to win this game. They need to win Game 7. And then whatever happens against San Antonio happens. But you heard it from David Adelman. There's a real sort of revelation that I hope he came to in Game 5. And it was something I was begging for all series. You can't invest your entire offseason into improving depth on this team and moving core pieces of this franchise that got you a championship, whether it's the front office, the head coach, or Michael Porter Jr. You did all of that in an effort to improve depth. You changed GMs because you didn't like the GM strategy towards how to build depth. So you went out, you got the Tenzer Wallace group. You bring in veterans who are ready-made to play. I think that's the smart move. Okay, cool. They also trade away Michael Porter Jr. in order to do that. But let's be honest. The guys that were acquired in the offseason, obviously Cam Johnson because it's part of the Michael Porter Jr. trade, but what that opened you up to do was sign another big type of player. Well, guess what? The vet minimum contracts of Tim Hardaway Jr. and Bruce Brown were 2 things that you could have done anyway without the trade. Jonas Valanciunas was the difference. And a refusal to play him early in this series, I think, was a mistake. But now that I think they've seen, you play a guy like him, he brings some toughness, size, physicality in the middle. When you're losing guys like Peyton Watson and you're losing guys like Aaron Gordon, you need to have size that is not Jokic. And so he had a rough couple of minutes to start, but once he broke through that, was a huge piece for him. But the depth is, I think, the most important thing. It's now what you have in spades against a team like Minnesota. Minnesota still went 10 deep in game 5. But it felt almost like it was grasping at straws a bit. You need to go 4 or 5 deep to keep your guys in the starting rotation fresh. Because you can't have Jokic playing 44 minutes a night anymore. You can't have Murray playing 44 a night. You know, these games are a little bit different. I think I'd be a lot more understanding if you're in these win or go home games. You treat those a little bit differently than you do early in the series, but it's still got to happen. And a texter says if they lose tonight, Cam will be the scapegoat. It'll be Cam, it'll be Adelman, it'll be a bunch of people. It'll be Christian Brown. I mean, it's going to be a lot. Cam's the easiest one because he was the one-to-one-ish trade for Michael Porter Jr. Adelman will be one because the last time the Nuggets lost in the first round was, 2022? Was that the Golden State series?
Yep, 2022.
And there's going to be a huge reevaluation of this team. You're already starting to get some of those whispers coming in about off-season discussions and who might be available, who might go somewhere. Like, I have a hard time believing a guy like Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to stay on a minimum contract again.
It's the NBA.
I would hope he would, but it certainly doesn't feel that way. You got a story from Mark Stein. The Lakers, Bulls, and Nets are all potential suitors for Peyton Watson in the offseason. Like, that's a big question mark about what happens there. So, yeah, the goal should be push those discussions off as far as you can. Win this series. Hope that a guy like AG gets a little bit healthier. Hope Peyton Watson's closer to getting back on the floor. And then give yourself a shot against the San Antonio team that you've played really well against. But tonight should absolutely be a game that you win, along with Game 7. Anything else beyond that is either unknown to unlikely to me. But there's nothing, and I know a team can play well for a game, but this is about you. This isn't about Minnesota. This is about you playing a tough, physical, disciplined brand of playoff basketball that will not allow a team lesser than you to snatch this away from you. Like, I don't think this is, I heard the last couple of days Sanford and Raj talking about this being some sort of legacy play, that if they lose this, then that affects Jokic's perception from a national perspective. Like, I don't know about that. I think that Jokic is pretty well set with how people feel about him. Another title would certainly change the discussion. I don't know if he falls down. And I kind of want to talk about that for a second when we return. Because there is an attitude that we take to this that we do not take with others. And I'm just like, I don't put my eggs in the basket or evaluate players based off one series. I don't think of Steph Curry any differently that he's been in the play-in 4 straight years. No, he's got multiple titles to his name, understood. But I don't think that changes much. So we'll get to that in just a second. 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Have a whole bunch to get to today. I do want to circle back to Bo Nix because a lot of discussion about how Bo Nix's ankle could become an issue. I still don't think so, but we can get back to that a little bit as well, along with it's not just a big game in Minnesota for the T-Wolves and the Nuggets. It's a big game in Minnesota because the Wild have a chance to close out the Stars tonight. Do you want it to happen? We'll get to all that next. The Altitude Sports Radio playoff viewing party tour continues tonight at Whiskey Row. It's going to be an epic viewing party with Andy Lindahl hosting as we root on the Nuggets to bring Game 7 back to Denver. Grab a Surfside for $1 off and enjoy 100 calories and no bubbles. It's sunshine in a can. Plus, prizes all night, including an autographed Jamal Murray jersey. We'll see you at Whiskey Row tonight for Game 6.
I can't read.
Thank you, Andy. Raj and Sanford been talking a lot, and this is what we do in the NBA. Every year is some sort of legacy play for a player. It moves them up in the all-time rankings. It moves them down in the first-time rankings. I don't get it. I just don't get the way that we evaluate these things. And it does feel like the more recent generation of players get a lot harder rap for this than the older generation. You know, I've mentioned before with MJ, it's always like Michael Jordan, what made him so great? That he never lost. I go, well, except for like all those years before his first title where he lost a lot. Now, you can ignore those or say that those are less important to winning 6 straight and all that and never a Game 7, and I would agree with you.
Never lost.
But to just say that, like, I wonder how different the tenor would have been surrounding Michael Jordan had those losses come now as opposed in the late 80s and early 90s. Like, we don't do it that way. And now, every year, it's like LeBron. If LeBron loses this series, right? Because they just lost last night. They won't. But they were up 3-0 in this series against Houston. If they allow Houston to come back and win, it's like, see, Michael Jordan would never have done that. So this means that LeBron James, we take him down a peg. And then I'd go, well, he's 41 years old. You know? I don't know how many guys in basketball history are going to be able to say that they're doing these things at 41 years old. And all I'm telling you is when it comes to Jokic, I think already has a very intensely defined place in the history of this sport. He is already, with 3 MVPs and a title, a top 20 player of all time. If they were to lose this series, would it be, as I called it before, embarrassing? Yes. Does it change the way that we would perceive Jokic? I think it's insane. And if it does, then you're just some NBA dum-dum who has no sort of perspective when it comes to what's happened leading up to this. It's always the most recent thing is the most important thing. You know, again, Steph Curry, who is seen as an all-time player and is an all-time player, does not get knocked for losing a play-in game. I don't knock him down a peg or two because of it. So this whole thing about Jokic, it's like, would it suck? Yeah, it would suck. Would it be a bad look? Sure. But sometimes this stuff happens, even to some of the greatest players who have ever lived. Like, the only thing I think that happens for Jokic is that he can climb. There is no going backwards from here. Giannis is still an all-time great, despite the fact that the Bucks have had super embarrassing playoff appearances. Giannis has lost in the first round as a 1 seed. So that part I just don't get. Don't understand it. Here's the other thing. We're keeping eyes out tonight on 2 Minnesota games. Yes, of course, the one that your team is directly involved in. But also, what's going on in Minnesota with the Dallas series, as Minnesota has a chance to close that out on home ice tonight. And to be honest with you, I think they will. I think that Minnesota has their number. Dallas does not. They are not playing 5-on-5 hockey at a good enough level, I think, to win this series. And you could say if they win this game, it's the same thing as what we're talking about with the Nuggets. Well, they take Game 7 back on their home ice. Well, they've lost 2 of 3 on their home ice to start this series. If Minnesota stays disciplined enough to stay out of the box, I don't think this is going to be a problem. And I still think it's probably your ideal matchup. Now, it's not that Minnesota and Dallas are that far off in power play percentages. I think they were number 2 and number 3 in the league, but Dallas eats people alive. They crush them. And I just don't want a part of that. I asked Bednar yesterday, it's nice to be in a position in which you win a playoff series and a sweep, and you can still pick some nits at what went wrong. And I think if there's one thing that just wasn't right for the Nuggets, yes, the power play was not right, but more than that, if there was something new that I was concerned about, it was the amount of penalties that they were taking in that series, and really the amount of penalties they've taken post-Olympic break. They've been in the box a lot. And against teams like Minnesota and Dallas, it is going to be a massive problem. You have to be able to stay disciplined and not go there. Now, some of those are born from aggressiveness, which I can appreciate. But that's why I want nothing to do with Dallas. And I get that Minnesota's is good too. But I just feel like it's a better matchup. There is something about Dallas that is just, if you can't avoid it, I would. And the difference is the Nuggets, I was kind of resigned to the fact that I didn't know whether they were capable of being a championship contender or not. So with the Nuggets, I almost had no problem facing the toughest teams out of the gate, and let's just, roll the dice. You're either going to win or you aren't, and then we'll kind of know what your team was from a competitive standpoint. The Avalanche, there's no question. The Avalanche should be the Cup favorites because they've been the best team in the league from November 1st to right now today. Without exception, if there was some sort of, they do this for MLB standings or NFL standings. It's week 1 to week 15, and it's all the jumping teams do: first place, second place, third, and they just bounce around. The the Avalanche have been static. It's just been a straight line at the top all the way across for this entire year up to now. And this is where I think for them matchups matter. I want the easier paths for them. I want to play LA every single playoff series. But the toughest one you're going to get is this upcoming one. The texter says, stop being so afraid of Dallas. I don't know if it's a fear of Dallas more than I think it's logical to think this way. One team has been a thorn in your side. One team has been sort of the roadblock between you and multiple cups. And Dallas has stood in your way for a while. And you play them in the regular season. And it's always like a series split. And those games go to a shootout. And it's always up in the air. It's not a fear of Dallas as much as acknowledging that maybe the matchups between them and you are very similar in a way that other teams are not. And I would put Minnesota in that category.
But Brett, remember 2023, the Denver Nuggets make it to the Western Conference Finals for the first time since 2009.
Yeah.
Against the LA Lakers, the team that has plagued them for multiple decades.
I do remember that.
How great did it feel when you not only beat them, but you swept them? And when they swept those Lakers, we knew that Larry O'Brien was coming back to Denver. Didn't matter who they was going to face in the finals. Don't you want that for the Avs? Don't you want them to make Mikko Rantanen cry, Matt Duchene cry, Jamie Benn and his stupid pompadour? Don't you
I don't
want
need
that?
it. I'll just take a win. I'll just take a series win. Like, I understand your point, but here's the difference, Nelly. If you go back to 2023, when I was doing the show with two scaredy cats, and do not let Moser lie to you, he was on the page of Vic Lombardi where he was scared to death of the Lakers that year. And here's what I said, and this is what makes this different. I knew the Lakers were a terrible matchup. In reverse, that you had the upper hand on them in that series. And I'm like, I'm not scared of the Lakers at all. I knew that you matched up better than they did with you. And that's why it led to a sweep. So past histories and stuff, I don't get into the voodoo of what's going on 5-10 years ago. What I'm telling you is, in the here and now, the Dallas Stars play you really tough because I think you guys match up very similarly. And when my team is at its peak, I want, as a texter Chris points out, and this is what I'm getting at, the path of least resistance. I want it to look like what the Broncos had in the playoffs last year. I want a bye week in the first round. Buffalo, tough team, not amazing in the second. And the Patriots in the AFC Championship game. You know what I don't want? I don't want Burrow in the wild card, then Josh Allen in the divisional round, and then Mahomes in the AFC Championship game. Give me nobody. A tough matchup, and Drake May. That's what I want. And then to cap it all off, it could have been Sam Darnold. And I get that Seattle was really good, but still. The path of least resistance is what I want. And Dallas resists. If I was an officer, they would be charged for resisting arrest. Throw them in jail and throw away the key. It is not that I don't believe the Avs could win that series. I think they would. But it would be hard. That's all.
It's okay. You can just say you don't want to have to hear that stupid Pantera goal song.
Well, that too.
It is badass, by the way, though, that the Stars got Pantera to make them a custom goal song. Like, conceptually, that's dope. I am just so sick of that. Dallas Stars. Dallas Stars.
Yeah. Well,
Come
there's a chance that ends tonight, and that's kind of my point. So 303-504-0925. Speaking of, guess what? 5 listeners are scoring a pair of tickets to Game 1 of Round 2 for the Avs during our special Avs Playoff Ticket Friday. It's happening tomorrow. But if you don't want to leave that to chance, lock in your seats right now for Round 2 at coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Tickets are on sale for every possible game, so don't miss the most anticipated series of the year. What else happened yesterday? Well, a very good Cincinnati team who beat you up 7-2 in Game 1 because you couldn't get runners in scoring position. That entirely flipped yesterday. The Rockies dominate 13-2. Sugano with another great start, 5 1/3, 4 hits, no earned runs. But more importantly, the Rockies did what they couldn't do in Game 1 against Cincinnati, which is hit the baseball when guys were on base. 7 of 14 last night with runners in scoring position. A whole bunch of guys got out there and did some really good stuff. Another couple of home runs from Hunter Goodman. That takes him to 9 on the year in 14 RBIs. Mickey Moniak with another RBI yesterday. He's at 16, which I believe leads the Rockies. And even guys like Brett Sullivan getting in on the action. I kind of like these days when Hunter Goodman goes to DH and Sullivan comes in, because Sullivan, he takes a very professional approach to the plate. Now, Sullivan is never going to be somebody who hits dingers. He's got, I think, 2 his entire career. Now, he hasn't played all that much in the MLB, but he's swinging a good stick right now. I mean, multi-hit nights from Doyle, from Rumfield, from Goodman, from Castro, from Sullivan. Everybody got on the board with a hit except for Jordan Beck, which is, he's been really struggling to start the year. So you hope that turns around. He's a 25-year-old guy. He's going to have time to go out and figure this out. But Jordan Beck is like pretty much feast or famine. Anytime that he gets a hit in a game, he's probably going to get multiple hits, but he's got a lot of zeros thrown up there. He has had 1 hit in a pinch hit appearance since the Dodgers series. So that's got to get figured out. But still, Rocks go out. They win. It's now 1-1 in this set against the Reds, which is a 3-game series. Is it rubber match today? It is. And that game is going to start at 10:40 this morning. So a chance to win another series. We'll see. And then they come back home for a 6-game homestand against the Braves in the Mets again, who they just swept recently. So hopefully they can get another win as they sit here currently at 14-17 on the year. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. I don't know what years we're talking about here. Is it like 2005-ish, Nelly? Is that around the time?
Probably earlier than that.
Like right at the
2001 or 2000, I think.
big Michelle Branch guy. Liked her a lot. Michelle Branch. JoJo was a big JoJo guy. Not big on Avril Lavigne, but I get it. Who else was in that era? Who are these pop punk chicks that were like early 2000s that were trying to steal my heart?
I guess
As a I can't say that word. Prepubescent. Why can't I say the word? Prepubescent? There we go.
I don't know.
Boy.
I don't know if you were on the goth side of things, but Amy Lee from Evanescence, was she your
Sure,
style?
It was a little too emo for me.
A little too out there?
Yeah,
Okay.
a little too like eyeshadow smoking cigarettes during class breaks for me. Again, not against it. I like the guys who have that video of them. They have that little wee-wah instrument. That wah, 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 that thing.
Oh, a
And they-
theremin?
I think so, and they do it to that Evanescence song, that really popular one. It's really funny to me. But big JoJo and Michelle Branch guy. Liked them a lot. A texture says Michelle Branch was also in a country duo. Really? Had no idea. Got a text coming through here. It's this. Somebody's mad at me. And I don't know why you're so upset. And some people are like this. Like, some people are very much into the iron sharpens iron thing. And in sports, I just think it's silly. The iron sharpening iron phase is the regular season. That's what that's for. That's where you play against your tough teams. You hone your sword. And then when the playoffs start, I want it to be easy. Like, you know who doesn't have a problem at all with the Nuggets winning a title? And on their way there, they faced 4 teams that didn't win 50 games in the regular season? Me. Would you rather earn $1 million or would you rather win it in the lottery? Lottery. Seems easy to me. All right, everybody's saying JoJo and Michelle Branch, pop punk. Do you know music? I don't know music. Go to Nelly for that. I don't know. All I know is I liked it. But this whole thing is like, you know how stupid these people are? You ever seen these on social media before? Where it's this? Nelly, would you rather me give you $500,000 now or you have lunch with Mark Cuban? If you don't say lunch with Mark Cuban and learn the ways that... How about you give me the 500 G's and let's see what I can do with it then? Okay? I'll buy somebody who can tell me what to do with the money. So when I tell you, hey, Dallas is a very, very difficult matchup. It's something I would not prefer. And this dude says it's the NHL playoffs. It's supposed to be bleeping hard. I'm tired of listening to you in your ignorance. I don't know how me saying I think the easier path to win is to play this team is ignorance. I think that's objective truth. Say what you want about Dallas. They've made a bunch of changes as a team. I'm looking at this year right in the here and now. Go back to the matchups that you played against them. Tell me if you felt comfortable at all in those games. Because I didn't. I saw a whole bunch of games that went into overtimes and shootouts, and you were begging to get points out of it. I saw Dallas furiously creeping back in the standings and pushing you as you were all alone on the mountaintop for that number 1 overall seed. And I remember, as I'm sure you guys do, those final couple of games against Dallas with the implications on the line where you split with them, God, those were hard. Hard to stomach. Now, Dallas fell apart towards the end of the year, and then you ran away with it again, but I'm just telling you. when it comes to playoff sports, win or go home sports, I do not want the path of most resistance. If the Nuggets could play a playoff series, how about this? I know these things are already kind of set a little bit. If you're telling me if the Nuggets come back, win this series in 7 games against the T-Wolves, and in the next round, they don't play San Antonio, in the next round, they don't have the alien looking at them, and by the way, it's a team that you played well against this year, but you play Portland instead, I would take that. And then in the conference finals, you don't need to play the Oklahoma City Thunder. You play the Lakers? Yes, please. Like, I don't think that's crazy.
Soft.
I don't need to sit here and flex and be like, well, guess what? My team is so good that I want the hardest possible path, and that'll prove how great our championship was. Yeah, you know what? 20 years from now, you aren't going to care about the path. You're going to care about the trophy. But this happens a lot, where it's like, I think it's this fake sort of macho bravado in which, hey, man, you know what? The best thing you can do for your team is suffer. Not really. I totally disagree with you. Again, would you like to earn $1 million or win $1 million? And if I asked everybody right now, hey, in 15 years, you'll be a millionaire, or I could make you one today, what do you choose? Texture says, what about Dirk's finals run? Dirk's finals run was incredible. It will be remembered for being incredibly difficult. If you ask Dirk, I'm sure he would have preferred it to be easier than that. As every team does. When Jokic says the NBA and the playoffs is all about matchups, he's talking about, are you getting matched up with really good teams or just good teams? That's what it was. $1 million or dinner with Jay-Z. Pass. Him and Beyonce can have a wonderful dinner by themselves. Money, please. Me, money, money, me, money now.
Well, would you rather have $5 million or I give you $100 and teach you about the stock market, Brett?
Yeah.
What kind of man are you?
I'll give you $5 million now that just sits in a bank account, doesn't do nothing, or I'll give you $1,000 and I'll show you how to play the stocks.
Have you seen there's the video of that guy who's talking about his mindset, and he's on he's got to be on military strength cocaine. He is just buzzing, and he's like, I divide all of my days into 4 days. So for every one of your days, I have 4 days.
Yes.
So 1 week for me is actually 1 month. So I'm kicking your butt.
Nelly, let me tell you something right now. I've watched the video you've talked about a disgusting amount of times because I can't believe that not only these kind of people exist, but people take them seriously. I have 3. Your 1 day is my 3 days. My first day is 6 a.m. to noon. And then it's noon to 6 p.m. Boom, that's 2 days. And then 6 p.m. to midnight. Bam, that's 3. I got 3 days now. I'm going to kick your butt. It's like, really? So do you just sleep an entire one of your days? Is 1 day for you just sleeping?
Stack that up over months, I'm kicking your butt.
Stack that up over a year, you got no chance. And he actually said, because I've watched this at least 200 times, I'm not crazy. This is a quote. I'm not crazy. You're crazy for thinking there's only 24 hours in a day like some caveman back in the day. I'm like, nope. I'm pretty sure Albert Einstein, who is the opposite of caveman, if he were still alive, would tell me there are, in fact, 24 hours in a day. But I got to tell you, guys, every day you listen to me right now, guess what? We're in day 1. And when I get off this show and I go home and I got to look after baby Bo Val, day 2. So I haven't seen man, this is sad to think about, Nelly. I do not see my daughter, my precious 5-month-old daughter, for days at a time in this guy's world. She goes days without seeing Papa, seeing Daddy.
Miss you, Pop.
303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. Also on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Guess what? My day 2 starts now with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. cannot lose tonight. They can't. There's no way. There's no way. Minnesota doesn't have a backcourt. They don't. You have 2 stars on your team that are miles better than anybody else. Can't happen. Not saying it's going to be easy, but I will still say it'll be utterly embarrassing if you lose tonight. I will be embarrassed.
It will be the loudest, most chaotic, most savage arena the Nuggets will ever play in.
Yep.
Ever.
Yeah.
In the history of the Nuggets organization, ever since this team was born, there will never be an environment that crazy. I guarantee it.
Can you shut them up early? Can you go up 15 in the first and really just take the air out of that place?
That's still not going to make me feel any better.
The Nuggets were up 19 at one point in this series.
Yeah.
But I'm saying if you want to, if true, now I think no Anthony Edwards and Dante DiVincenzo and then being up 15 probably is a little bit different, but it would take the air out of the building.
I understand, Brett. Is this team the kind of team that makes you feel at ease when it has a big lead?
Yeah, Brett.
No, but I think this circumstance is different. Because what's going to happen? Is it going to be Julius Randle goes crazy and brings him back in the game? Desunmu? Jaden?
If you could try to think of all the things that are tight in this world.
Got a few things in mind there,
Okay.
Moj.
Everything puckered. Like the most puckered thing you can think of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you get up double digits on them early, the pucker factor for Minnesota is going to be significant.
Well, see, that's why Game 5 was more dangerous at times than Game 6, because in Game 5,
by the way, Brett,
clearly,
my mom's dead, so stop it. Sorry, Vic.
What?
Oh, I had to
Don't worry about it.
It's a preemptive strike.
Yep.
Game-
It's a good one.
Game 5 was dangerous because it felt like Minnesota still had room for error. And they have room for error tonight as well. However, they know if it comes back here, it's over. They know this is it.
They know the winner of Game 6 is going to win this series.
Finally. Or 7.
Let me go
Finally.
back to the 2001 Stanley Cup Final. The New Jersey Devils had a 3-2 lead going home. Jersey, Game 6 in Jersey. Avs no Peter Forsberg, spleen gone, can't play, so on. And the Avs go in there and they just stick it right to them. Stick it to them to force a Game 7 in Denver. And Bobby Holik, remember this like it was yesterday. Bobby Holik is crying in his locker. Crying.
He knew.
You know why? Because he knew. All you're doing is wasting gas and time flying back to Denver. You're not going to win the Stanley Cup in that place.
What about
You're not going to beat Bork
Okay.
and company in that place.
What about the history that Minnesota has done it before? Has come here and won before in that game.
Not like this. Not without Anthony Edwards. Not without 2 really good players being out of the lineup. Like, I really think everything that we can take in the past is null and void considering that. I mean, it would be like, hey, the Nuggets have done this and this and this, and we're talking about that with Jokic out of the lineup.
Intriguing to hear, by the way, that Aaron Gordon has been upgraded to questionable again.
I don't like this back and forth. I don't. Look, I'm all for all hands on deck and all of that, but I've told you. Aaron's got to be healthy. Not kind of healthy, not partially healthy. He's got to be healthy. But I guess as a coach, if a player comes up to you and says, I want to play, what do? Do you really just say no?
Yeah.
Or what?
The problem with those kind of injuries, though, is it just takes one play, one move, one, and you're right back to square one. And now you got to start the rehab process all over again.
Yeah. And I've said it before, I give him full credit for being somebody that's trying to put his teammates in front of his own personal health, especially after watching. I mean, he's got a calf injury. What happened 2 games ago? You watch somebody just rip off a shotgun blast in his calf, and now he's got an Achilles tear.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that that's a risk for you, and you're like, I don't care. I want to be there for my guys. Admirable thing to do. but you need to be able to play at a certain standard.
You have to be effective.
Yeah.
You can't just go on out there and waste minutes, dude. Not in this game.
And I know that's not his intention, Moj, and he is a very important piece of this team, and we know that.
I admire his tenacity. I admire his will as a professional. I admire that to the nth degree.
Yeah.
But sometimes you've got to save the player from himself and save the team from that player and say, look, man, if you can't be we've got a guy who went for 20, right? We're going to have to switch things up a little bit, but this guy went for 20 last game, and maybe it won't be him tonight, but it's got to be somebody. You don't want him to hurt you because he can't be a hundo.
Maybe you bring him off the bench.
Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe you bring him off the bench. Spencer gets first crack at it because he really came up big, but if you need something more, then AG comes off the bench. I will say this, and I know this number by heart. 13 and 285. 13-285. That is the record. Teams being down 3-1 in a best of 7 to come back and win that best of 7.
Yeah, well, 2 of the 13 of the Nuggets.
The last 2 have been the Denver Nuggets. If they could pull it off again, they will represent the last 3 to do it. Now, the 2 times they did it in the bubble where there were no fans.
True.
The fans will matter. The fans will matter tonight. It's going to be insanity.
I can't help but think of a famous scene. At the risk of really upsetting Vic. You ever see the movie Glengarry Glen Ross?
Yes.
Yep.
It's a scene where Alex Baldwin comes in when they're all sitting around the sales office, right? And he does his routine, right? From Rich and Murray. Rips him a new one. And he says, the win is out there waiting for you. The T-Wolves they're giving you a win with all their injuries and everything else, right?
Feels that way.
And are you going to take it? Are you man enough to take the win away from Minnesota because they've got 2 of their best players out of the lineup?
And if the Nuggets can't win...
You're a favorite. Vic, you're a favorite in the game. You're a favorite in the series.
Yeah. And if the Nuggets can't win, frankly, there are no excuses.
No.
I completely agree. Yeah,
Aaron
you're
Gordon
AG,
hurt,
P.
Peyton
Watt,
Watson hurt, doesn't matter. Like, it is not remotely equivalent to what the T-Wolves are dealing with. And we know how important AG is. We've talked about it at length. Like, his health is directly correlated to their shot of winning a title or not. And he wasn't healthy in this series.
Yeah.
It's not Anthony Edwards being missing. It's not that.
How do you see this game playing out tonight? And let's just start right here. This is the first segment of the show. I don't care. Who do you think wins?
The Nuggets, I think they win.
How do you see it playing out?
I think it's going to be a battle in the middle of the game, and they pull away.
I think it's going to come down to the last shot.
I don't think so. I just don't think Minnesota's good enough. I don't think they're good enough anymore.
I don't think so either, Vic.
And it's through no fault of their own. Mm-hmm. Like, the T-Wolves had you dead to rights. You were done. Okay? That series, when they had all the momentum in Game 4, they were going to win. They had you. But then it's as bad as the DiVincenzo one was, I think that was survivable for them. It's when Ant went out and you saw his knee bend backwards. You're like, okay, well, now what are you going to do?
If it's not torn, it's certainly that thing that Joker had where the bone bruises.
It's the
and
exact
all that.
same thing.
Exactly.
It's the exact same thing. And you knew he wasn't coming back. So it's just, I don't know. I do see this thing being like, I think the Nuggets do win pretty comfortably, and they should. I know the atmosphere is going to be crazy, but when I just talk to you, this isn't a regular season game against Memphis with, 3 weeks left to go in the regular season. It's the playoffs with your lives on the line. And I know somehow this is sort of shifted into Minnesota, despite the fact that if they lose tonight, they get another game, they're going to be the most desperate team. It shouldn't feel that way. Like, if I'm David Adelman, I'm still preaching, I don't care what's going on with the other team. You guys lose, we're done.
I don't like this either. I know there will come a time to talk about it. Today is not that time. We're going to talk about the game. But all of a sudden, I had stories start to show up on my timeline regarding Peyton Watson as an RFA.
Yeah. You knew those were coming.
I don't like that at all right now. I don't like the whole damn thing doesn't sit well with me. So I've got that stirring in the back of my head as I talk about this series. There will come a time. There will come a time to talk about it. There will come a time to see what the Nuggets can do. Can they match? Do they have to trade? Whatever it may be. That's if they even want that. I don't know. This bothers me.
He restrained his hamstring
How long ago?
a month ago.
You mean like in rehab? When he's rehabbing it?
Well, he originally pulled it. What was it, back in February? He originally pulled it. Came back, pulled it again. Was rehabbing, pulled it again.
Okay. So just, going back through what his sort of timeline has been.
Yeah.
So he was...
3 pulls. Most 3 pulls. How many pulls are allowed?
He pulled his hamstring...
That's Nelly.
Shoot. Hang on. On February 4th. So it was pre-All-Star break. He came back on March 22nd. Played in 5 games then.
Yes.
And then re-pulled it against Utah on April 1st.
Yeah. 5 games in 3 months. 3 pulls, 5 games. Almost as many pulls as games.
Wow. A lot of pulls. By the way, hey, Brett, in the NHL, if you sign somebody's RFA away and they stay with you, you send them a qualifying offer, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you elect not to match that, you get compensation. Did you know that?
I did know that.
Yeah.
That's why they're restricted.
What do you get in the NBA if somebody signs your RFA?
Is it just a
Nothing.
chance to match?
You get nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
No draft picks, no players, no money, no nothing.
You get a pat on the back and say, good try, good effort.
All you get is the ability to match.
The
you
reason why
don't get any compensation
Okay.
whatsoever.
NFL, you get compensation too.
The reason why the Peyton Watson RFA story is a big story in the NBA, big story, is because the NBA realizes the Nuggets are up against it and trying to match whatever other teams offer. And if there's a bidding war, that offer is going to be insane. According to that latest story, there are 3 teams involved.
Right.
If you get bidding wars involved, it's going to spike that RFA value to a point where if the Nuggets try to match, they're going to have to do some adjoining moves to make it happen.
Yeah.
And the rest of the league knows there is not much room for that on this roster.
What's crazy about him is I don't know how many guys this has happened for. But let's be honest. Peyton Watson has been a decent role player here over the last few years. Come in, play some tough defense, maybe knock down a shot or 2. He is going to get paid like some serious cash off of a month of basketball.
Yeah. That's how it works sometimes.
Like he over the full breadth of his career and what he's accomplished, people are going to look at about 30 days and say, this is why I think he's worth $30 million or something.
He's only 23 years old.
Can I give you a prime comp? It was right here in Denver.
Let me think. What sport?
NBA.
An NBA comp. Somebody who shined short term and made it Jeremy Grant?
There's one. Well, he shined longer
He's been
than
a
that.
good player for a long time.
But hang on a second.
Yeah.
When the Nuggets signed Michael Porter Jr. to $30 million per year, people are like, oh, my God, 30 per. And what did we always say? Hey, man, if you don't do it, what?
Somebody else will.
Not somebody. You probably have 3 or 4 or 5 teams willing to pay him 30 per. And so you had to do it. It's the same kind of story with P. Watt. It doesn't matter if it's a small sample size. It doesn't matter if he shined for 30 days. If somebody's going to pay him $30 million, he'll have more than one suitor at that price.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though.
And you're already paying CB that bread.
The Porter stuff was less about, is he talented enough for the money? It was more about, is he healthy enough
But
for
I'm
the
just
money?
talking about if you don't do it, somebody else will.
303-504-0925. Keep this in mind, everybody. Tune in for the only local play-by-play broadcast of the Nuggets T-Wolves game 6 tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Berto has pregame, powered by Ramos Lot 7. Then Kaz and Scotty bring you the action with tip-off at 7:42, only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So a lot more to talk about leading up to this game. There's also another game in Minnesota that we will be keeping an eye on tonight. Can the Wild close out the Stars? Get to it next.
You've heard me talk about it for some time, but I'm here to tell you, because it happened to me, that low testosterone can cause a host of problems. These include low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. A lot of guys just attribute these symptoms to aging. They don't consider there are medical treatments that can give them their vigor and vibrancy back. So if you're feeling like this, maybe it's time you treat that low T. Change your life. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They've successfully treated men for low T, and men have seen the amazing difference that those treatments can make in their life. And right now, they've also got the advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. You treat the hormonal things, and then you shed pounds. You got more energy, enhanced body composition, improved sleep. Everything comes with it, and that can be you. All you've got to do is go online and check out what they do at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz if you want to. Super simple. 10 questions, yes, no answers, takes 2 minutes. Schedule an appointment, just $99. They're going to do all the testing, going to do everything for you, and they're going to figure out what's going on with you, and you can get back to feeling like you did before. 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins, all the way down to Colorado Springs, so there's one conveniently near you. Call them today. Here's the number, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, this is Brett Kane, and I do love myself a good Surfside because they have, first of all, so many flavors, but second of all, it's one of the easiest drinks you're going to have. No carbonation, easy to sip and enjoy. I was just on the golf course yesterday. It was cold, it was rainy, but I still had one raspberry tea vodka, which was amazingly good, and one of those iced tea lemonade vodkas. Surfside's the absolute best, easy to drink, and perfect really any situation, especially as the weather's starting to get a little bit warmer. So get yourself a Surfside, as they are 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. Official partner of the Denver Nuggets and Colorado Avalanche. They're sold in Ball Arena as well as bars, restaurants, and stores near you. It's Surfside, must be 21 and older. Please drink responsibly. Get locked in with Altitude Sports and Altitude Plus tonight as Vic and the crew set the stage for Game 6. Nuggets Live pregame starts at 6:30. Then after the final buzzer, tune back in to Altitude for a full wall-to-wall breakdown of the game with Nuggets postgame live. Subscribe now at altitudeplus.com.
Back to back video co-host. Back to back.
Minnesota and Dallas are also in a Game 6, and this is a chance for Minnesota on home ice to close out the series and move on to a matchup with the Avs in round 2.
That's correct. Did you watch, before we get there, and I want to get in depth on that, did you watch anything last night?
I did.
Watch any?
I did.
Well, I'm an idiot. Let me tell you why I'm dumb. The Canadiens and Lightning played a hell of a game. Montreal wins 3-2. They're going home with a 3-2 series lead over John Cooper and company. How crazy is that?
Pretty crazy.
I couldn't stay awake for the overtimes for the Mammoth and the Golden Knights.
I did not do that either. Yeah.
I'm basically falling asleep, and I tell my lovely wife, I don't have the time to watch these knuckleheads go to OT.
Right.
I can't do this. And not only that, they went to double OT. Vic, the Mammoth, are you ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
The Mammoth had a 4-3 lead. And they gave up the game-tying goal with 52.7 seconds left.
Ouch.
And then they go to double OT and lose on a shorthanded goal. It just blows your doors off.
Ouch.
I elected to watch the Penguins and the Flyers like a total moron because that series is very interesting to me. I mean, Philly's got a chance to advance on for the first time in 15 years or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty big stuff.
Did you watch Philly chuck their sticks into the crowd after they won in overtime?
So, but Vic, and I'm texting with my hockey boys, not you guys. The other side.
You have two sets.
And I'm watching this game, and I'm going.
Well, Moser said he can get any boy he wants, so there you go.
True.
Yeah, true.
You were code switching last night?
What?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah.
So I'm watching this stupid
Nailed it.
game. And it compared to like what we've seen out of the Avs and even other series, it's like everybody's going like it's 70%. Both teams are playing to not lose. And I finally said to the guys, I'm like, I get that. But is anybody playing to try to win the friggin' game? Does anybody want to win, or do you just not want to lose?
Just being very cautious.
I mean, it was painful, Vic. I'm like, look, I like good shutdown hockey as much as anybody. Low-scoring games or whatever, but at least try to win, which is why when I talk about Minnesota, when we get to overtime, what do I say? The Wild don't even try to win. All they try to do is play keep away to get to the shootout.
Sure.
That's what, try to win the damn game, morons. Anyway.
See, but I have a problem because
What?
I was talking about Minnesota and Dallas in the appetizer. And I
Right.
had some guy yelling at me because I didn't want Dallas. And he goes, why are you so scared of Dallas? Stop being so scared. If the Avs got matched up with Dallas in this upcoming round, I think the Avs would win. But I'm telling you right now that over the last couple of years, there's been one team that every time they play against each other, that game goes into overtime or a shootout, and you split the series, and you do this and you do that, and it's always back and forth, and it's always close, and it's never comfortable, and that's Dallas. And I just would prefer not to do that again. And this guy was in some of these hardos out there.
Who's this guy?
I don't know. He said he wasn't listening to me anymore, that he was turning the channel.
Oh,
I said,
he
adios.
booked out.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Soft.
it's one of these iron sharpens iron guys that I'll just never understand in sports. I'll never get it. I'm like, that's what the regular season's for. That's when you hone your sword. When the postseason comes along, you don't think that the ideal path for the Broncos last year in the playoffs was not play anybody for a week, play against a tough team in Buffalo, and then face Drake May in the AFC Championship game? Would you rather have that or go through Burrow in the wild card, Josh Allen in the divisional, and Patrick Mahomes in the AFC Championship game?
Hold on. You're the guy claiming here that it was good that the Nuggets play Minnesota in the first round.
Very different. I'll explain why. I didn't know what the Nuggets were, and I kind of wanted to find out.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I know what they are to this day.
No, but this
You
is
see those goalposts? They're going.
nope, because you aren't letting me finish the point. I don't know and didn't think the Nuggets were good enough for a championship anyway. So I'm like, play a tough team and let's just see. The Avs, I'm 1,000% sure that they're a championship team. So give me the least path of resistance for them, because I know what that team's capable of. There's no question about it. And that's the difference. And it just feels like Nelly reminded me, I don't know if you guys have seen this. It just reminds me of those guys that are like, would you rather have $500,000 right now or go to dinner with Jay-Z? And you're like, are you stupid? You can just give me the cash. I don't need to have dinner with Jay-Z because I'm not going to be a rap star, okay? But this guy, it reminded me of this guy. I don't know if you've seen this podcast with this maroon.
My day is 6 a.m. to noon, and I'm not crazy. You're crazy for thinking it takes 24 hours, just like some dude in a cave did 300 years ago. My second day starts at noon and goes till 6 p.m. That's day 2. And then the next day is 6 p.m. to midnight. What I've done now is I have changed and manipulated time. I now get 21 days a week. Stack that up over a month, I'm going to kick your butt. Stack it up over a year, you're toast. Stack it up over 5 years, my entire life is different than it would have been otherwise.
The guys who want the hardest path to a championship is that guy. My first day is 6 a.m. to noon, and I don't know.
When does he pee?
Well, that's what I said. One of his days he's just sleeping. That seems like a bad day.
When does he eat?
But here's the thing.
When does he get down?
No, but here's my favorite part. Listen again to this beginning.
My day is 6 a.m. to noon, and I'm not crazy. You're crazy for thinking it takes 24 hours, just like some dude in a cave did 300 years ago.
You know all those cavemen that existed 300 years ago? You know, in the 1700s, those cavemen that were out there?
Cave dudes, yep.
They're reading
toast.
self-help books.
It was just like, you know, the cavemen were there, and then the American Revolution happened.
That's correct.
All I'm saying is
Bypass all that Egyptian stuff.
I don't care what Dallas has looked like in this series because I know what it's looked like against the Avs, and I don't want it. I just don't. And it's not that if they faced off against them, I wouldn't be confident in the Avs. It would be unpreferable.
It would be one of those situations where you've got this guy who plays for the Dallas Stars. He wears, what's the number he wears?
I think 96. His name's Mikko Rantanen.
That guy, yeah. Anywho, that guy's
Some people call him the Moose.
Well,
that scores a game winner in Game 7 against you and ends your hopes and dreams, that sort of thing?
That dude's got one goal in this series. One. He ain't doing nothing.
Yeah, remember when Mikko had no goals in like 3 games and then had like 3 of them?
That's
crazy.
For some reason, these guys, well, I know the reason, they get all studded up. You know what I mean? And then they just have Herculean efforts.
Yeah, they're confident against you.
Then they throw pucks off guys' skates and they ricochet in. And, oh, look at me with a hat trick. I threw a puck off his skate and then I got an empty netter.
You know the worst part. The worst part about you, you're such an excuse maker. You really are. It's sick to hear your excuses.
No.
The guy came up big in a key series, came up huge.
He beat you.
Yeah, he beat you. And all you do, and that's what's so off-putting about you, you just make excuses.
Yeah, you should be off-putting, by the way.
I just don't celebrate.
Nobody's celebrating.
I don't celebrate it like you guys do. I don't feel the need to continue to
Brett,
bring
are
it
we
up.
celebrating?
It's acknowledging a reality.
Acknowledging the guy beat you. It's okay. Sometimes you lose, but for you to all of a sudden put it off as he just got so fortunate. No, he did it, and he did it at the most critical time.
He did it. You're right, Vic. He did it at the most critical time against my team, and he's a total stud. And yep, you know what? I'm with Brett. I don't want that. I don't even want to entertain the thought of that. So
I mean, just like you have to be honest with Jaden McDaniels. He talked the talk, and then he came out and dunked on you.
Yep. And then it's up to you to respond to it. You know what I mean? Like that. Now it becomes about you.
I completely agree. But what I don't disagree with you also on, trying to get my agrees and disagrees lined up. I want the path of least resistance to the Stanley Cup Final.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Problem is that path.
Whatever that looks like. Whatever it looks like.
Trouble is that path always looks easier, and then there's always something there lurking that you're not aware of, right? Mm-hmm. It always looks easier than it could be. But you got to, I mean, like, for example, you don't know what Vegas might pose if they meet Vegas in the conference finals.
100%.
You don't, I mean, do they have more energy now? That you have no idea what Minnesota, I mean, Minnesota scares me as much as Dallas. Minnesota's got players, man.
Dude, you don't have to tell me. I saw your Boldy tweet from the other day. I saw that. I agree with you. Matt Boldy's a hell of a player. Kirill Kaprizov may not be the best player in the league, but he's the highest paid player in the league, and that's because he's damn good. They've got Quinn Hughes. They've got this young goalie who's playing with house money. He doesn't know what he doesn't know, and he's awesome.
Well, and
scary.
And somebody brings up the idea that, past histories and how that can infect your brain on how you perceive the current year's series and how they're going to go. This isn't like, what the Lakers had back in 2023, where it wasn't about what happened over the last couple of years. It's about 30 years of just like bad things happening in series against them. I always take like the more recent history. And in the recent history, you playing Dallas has been a wild ride of emotional highs to a depression at the very end of it. Mm-hmm. That's what it is. And the same thing happened in the regular season. If you played, Moj, during the regular season in these matchups, was it hard to tell which team was better in some of those games? It's back and forth. Overtime, shootouts, shootout win, shootout loss. It's what happens. And I would rather not. That's all. I'd rather not. And it's not to say that Minnesota's easy. They aren't. Minnesota's really good.
Yeah. Vic, I listen to a lot of hockey talk. A lot of hockey talk.
Honky tonk? Yeah. Tell me about your honky tonk.
Children, are you done?
Oh, you're right. Because we're the ones who go off on these stupid tangents 3 times a segment. You're right. My apologies.
Don't tell my heart, my achy, breaky heart.
I got long hair and I'm a dork. No, what I'm saying.
Have you seen Billy Ray, by the way?
Yeah.
Dude, you got to let whatever visions of your youth, you got to let that go, bro. You're an old man now, just being old man.
Do you know who he's dating?
Yes, who is it? Tell me.
Elizabeth Hurley.
Why? Elizabeth Hurley?
Yes.
She's beautiful. What's she doing?
Wait, is this Hannah Montana's dad?
Correct.
Yes. Do you know who Elizabeth Hurley is?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, bro. My point is, let me get back to my hockey talk. I listen to a lot of hockey.
Honky tonk.
I listen to a lot of
crazy.
honky tonk.
You're crazy.
Everybody just thinks like, oh God, the LA Kings were the crappiest team to ever make the playoffs, man. They stink. And in some ways, they were. Because they obviously couldn't score, right? The Avs played great defensively, so don't get me wrong. But Logan O'Connor came out yesterday in the media availability after practice, and he said this, and I'm not, Nelly, it's buried in about 6 minutes of stuff. He says, quote, I don't think people give LA enough credit, 4 games, people are like, oh, the Avs swept them, it was easy. It was very, very challenging to get to the net front, create offensive. It was. The Kings, Jared Bednar, do you think Jared Bednar knows friggin' hockey?
Not as much as me.
Day, does Jared friggin' Bednar know friggin' hockey? I know he knows honky tonks. Does he know hockey talk? The answer is yes. He came out the other day before Game 4, and he goes, look, man, he goes, if we're fortunate enough to advance, and you always got to preface it. I like that. He said, this may be the most difficult defensive team we see the entire postseason. And he may be right about that. So while I look at Minnesota, and they're going to present challenges to talk about my Boldies and these Hugheses and the Folignos and Zuccarello's back, and he's playing his butt off, and whatever, any guy you want to throw out for Minnie, that may be the case. They've got very good players, and Dallas too, or Mikko. I guarantee you, these teams ain't good. They may play as good. Maybe. They ain't going to play better defense than the LA Kings did. So screw everybody who says otherwise.
I don't disagree with you. Is Zuccarello from the Svizzera?
I think he's Switzerland. Yeah, I think he's Swiss. Yeah.
Svizzera.
No, Zuccarello is he's from Oslo. He's Norwegian born.
Oh, he's Norway.
He is Norwegian and Sicilian.
Do that, Vic.
Wait. Hold on. There's some of these guys like Sven Andrighetto. Sounds straight up like maybe Italian. Hey, Andrighetto.
Is he from
hey.
Svizzera?
We already know you can't do accents, so stop with that
Yeah, I don't know
crap.
what that is.
Switzerland. Svizzera.
Svizzera.
It sounds like,
Twatchla.
yeah, I know. It sounds like you're saying Twatchla.
Yeah. So
Twatchla.
the point is that you've got some of these guys who are from Switzerland, but they got these names because the Swiss, man. Look, the Swiss get it on with Germans, get it on with the French. Italy's right there. Like the Swiss, Austria, the Swiss are all over the place. That's my heritage, by the way. My Moser's Swiss. So I would know about that kind of stuff.
Sounds like you don't.
Sounds like you're confused.
Anyway, the point is Zuccarello's he's back. He's an aged player now. I mean, he's been around a while.
That's the point.
The guy's still really fast, and he's scoring big goals for them right now, man.
Hey, is Josh Manson going to play in this series?
When I say I don't know, you're going to throw a fit and say, well,
darn
other
right I
guys
am.
would know.
Ask me a question.
We asked Jared Bednar yesterday. He didn't know, bro. How would I know today if he's going to play?
Do you think he's going to play?
Am I losing my mind here?
You say that like it's in the process.
Do you ever know anything?
Yeah, what do you know?
I know you're an a-hole. Excuse my language.
Regarding the Avs, though, do you ever have any know, or you just not know?
Vic, I know a lot. I just don't. I'm not at liberty to tell you a lot.
Well, then say it that way. Don't say it the other way.
Don't say I don't know.
Yeah.
Why can't you just drop hints like a good boy?
No. I agree with him. He should not, because that's not his role. I admire you, Moj.
Mm-hmm.
Be firm.
Mm-hmm.
Say Switzerland again.
Zwitzer.
It sounds like you're saying schnitzel. That's what it sounds like you're trying to say. And that's
Zwitzer.
Yeah, that's German. You sound German.
My dad spent some time working at the railroad in Zwitzer.
Did he?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's why my dad spoke at one point fluent German.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know how to tell you this. There's a lot of mountains in Switzerland.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Why did you not know how to tell me that?
Because I could just imagine Easy humping it up and down the mountain all day. It stinks.
Okay.
Easy's a badass. He's tough.
303-504-0925. I don't know how to tell you this, but we got to go to a break here soon. And so when we do that, we'll come back with more Avs and Nuggets next. Oh, I love that sound because that is the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero. It's the favorite lottery app of many. Play all your favorite games, Mega Millions, Powerball, Lucky for Life. Today is a drawing for Millionaire for Life. That means $1 million forever. So if you want a piece of that, download the Tulatero app and use my code MAGIC. You get a free credit to play in your first lottery game. And again, $1 million a year for life. Download Tulatero, Tulotero. Use my code MAGIC and try your luck. It's Tulatero, your lottery app.
Arrivederci. 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 Arrivederci.
Oh, I love that movie, by the way. Love that film. Inglourious Bastards, you ever see it?
Arrivederci.
Yeah, you guys have only talked about it about 150 times on
but
the
Brad
show.
Pitt was so good at it. Hey, Dan Care Bear has a good idea on the old Twitch feed. How about from now on, we do like a former NFL reporter. I'm not going to get into it. And I'm going to come up with playlists to sort of drop hints to you guys. How about if I just come up with like playlists?
Here's the thing. I don't even know if I'm going to get them, though, because they're all going to be 80s bands.
No, I'm going to drop a Spotify playlist for you. Maybe certain song titles that tell a tale.
You know what I love, by the way? I saw this on Twitter yesterday.
Would that help? I mean, would that be beneficial?
I'd take it.
Okay.
Listen to this. I think this is, look, I don't know who this person is, but this is a fabulous tweet. It's from Bizarro? I don't know. That's her name. So Wedgwood can't win the Vezina because he plays behind McCarr, who can't win the Norris because he plays with McKinnon, who can't win the Hart because he plays with McCarr and Natchez, who are coached by Bednar, who can't win the Jack Adams because he coaches McCarr and McKinnon.
I know, I saw that. So
everybody
yeah.
has a good year, but their good years are negated by the other guys having good years because they're only having good years because the other guys are having good years.
You're just too great. You're all around too good. And so because you're so good at every position, at every turn, you're going to lose out on all these postseason awards.
Yeah, it'd be like, well, Mahomes can't win MVP because he's coached by the best coach in the league, Andy Reid, right? And then Chris Jones can't win Defensive Player of the Year because the offense puts him in such a good position all the time.
Brett,
and
you know what this reminds me
it's
of?
It's just a bunch of crap. The
Brett.
voting in the NHL is ridiculous sometimes.
Brett, you know what this reminds me of? Do you remember when you and I said, hey, Cale Makar is going to win the Norris? And then we told Moser about it, said, are you going to go to the proceedings, the ceremony? And he and the rest of the crew decided to go sailing that day.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yep. I do.
Sailing takes me away to where
He was so certain that he would not win.
I
Then they went sailing.
believe he told us it would be a waste of time, bro.
That's what he said exactly.
Did I throw?
I think that's the quote. I think you threw a bro at the end.
I threw a bro at the end.
It's a waste of time, bro.
Well, because I honestly did not count on the voters to do the right thing. I don't have faith. Do you see why I have lack of faith sometimes in NHL voting?
Who are the NHL voters?
Well, it depends on what it's for. I mean, for the Vezina, it's NHL GMs, I believe.
But you have a vote.
I have
in
a
the
vote
Jack
for the
Adams,
Jack Adams, correct.
Which I honestly, if Bednar doesn't win, and I know he's not gonna.
He's not.
But if he doesn't win the Jack Adams, a year that he had his team number 1 from November 1st to now, I don't get, what are we doing? What's the vote? Anyway, that is insane.
So here's a breakdown of who votes for these awards. You ready?
Hang on 1 second. 1 second.
Yeah.
Let's go back in our time machine and listen to that interaction about Cale Makar. Go ahead.
Okay.
First of all, I'm going to get in a boat today. I'm going to get out on the water. Number 2.
How'd you find this?
No, you go to here's what you go to. You go to that awards party that the NHL's holding. Hosted by, who's hosting it? Keenan Thompson? Why wouldn't you go to that? Because isn't Cale up for the Norris?
He's not going to win it. Roman Yossi's going to win it. It's a regular season award.
How'd that work out?
Well, I was wrong. I was happily wrong.
Play it again. Why don't you go to the awards ceremony? And he drops a why.
Why wouldn't you go to that? Because isn't Cale up for the Norris?
He's not going to win it. Roman Yossi's going to win it. It's a regular season award.
No, it's more towards the beginning, Nelly. It's right when he mentions, why don't you go to the awards show tonight instead
Number
of going
2.
No, you go to here's what you go to. You go to that awards party that the NHL's holding. Hosted by, who's hosting it? Keenan Thompson?
Well, that was very dismissive of me, wasn't it? That was
incredibly dismissive.
I'm sorry, that was very dismissive.
And
of me.
also,
I take full responsibility.
So that was 2022. And by the way, this proves to me nothing ever changes. Just listen to the very beginning of this clip.
First of all, I'm going to get in a boat today. I'm going to get out on the water.
Moser's talking about some BS, and Vic says, I don't care.
Yeah, see, the difference is when I go on these road trips, I work. You guys just go on
Oh,
boat
my
rides.
tailpipe. Dude, and this is 4 years later, man. It's 4 years. It's 4 years. Can you believe that? That was 4 years ago. almost. That's
Yeah.
crazy. So here's who votes, Vic. You want to know who votes?
Yeah.
So the Professional Hockey Writers Association, the PHWA, they vote on the Hart, the Norris, the Calder, the Selke, the Lady Byng, and the Masterson. Okay?
Yeah.
NHL GMs vote on the Vezina. And I can't believe, if I was an NHL GM, can I defend Scott Wedgwood here for a second? If I was an NHL GM, I would love the story of Scott Wedgwood, who at the age of 33 is playing by far the best hockey of his life.
A renaissance.
Yeah. I don't give a rat's rip that he didn't have 62 starts this year or whatever the case may be. The guy was the best goalie in the damn league.
Yeah.
I would love that story. I would at least throw him a freaking bone here with sharks with the lasers on their heads. How does he do that?
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Okay. I just throw him a freaking bone. I mean, at least nominate him for. I mean, you don't win, but it's just a total joke. So the Players Association votes on the Ted Lindsay. Obviously, McKinnon got screwed on that. The broadcasters, nerds like me and Connor and Riker, we vote on the Jack Adams, and then the Messier Leadership Award. That's the NHL does that, and then you have your automatic awards like the Art Ross. That's and the Richard. This is just.
Yeah.
Most accumulation.
Yeah. So I thought writers, by the way, I want to apologize publicly to writers. Not all writers are arrogant. I went on the PhD show yesterday and just went off on writers.
Why?
But a lot of writers are.
Why?
Not all of them.
I don't know, man. I think Hemingway was kind of arrogant.
No, I'm talking about sports writers.
Oh, okay.
But what's the start of this? What do you?
Hey, Brett, that F. Scott Fitzgerald, real jerk.
He was.
No, I mean, I called into their show because they were wondering why we were getting so much flack from somebody some writer wrote something about the radio station and called us sophomoric and stupid. And I called in and I said, don't these people in media understand how this works, how different mediums work? Don't they get it? And writers, sports writers, and I'm not trying to offend all of you. I'm friends with many of you listening, and you know how much I admire your work. But there are a lot of sports writers out there who are so condescending and arrogant toward everybody else in this medium. You know it.
I don't think that they quite understand that calling it, I don't know if it's our show, our station, whatever, but if it was our show, if you called it sophomoric and what was it? Stupid? Thank you.
Yeah.
That's kind of my goal here.
Yeah.
That's what I'm striving for.
You are literally too stupid to insult.
Yeah.
I mean, we do, sprinkle in some serious stuff, but I got into sports because I didn't want to be serious about everything in life. I got into sports because it's not all, oh my God, this is the most important thing in the world. And that is my criticism on a lot of you sports writers. Not all of you, a lot of you. You think what you do really changes the world. I don't change a damn thing.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
There is a way too serious tone with some writers sometimes. Way too serious. It's like this is real life. It's like not really. If the Nuggets don't win this series,
I'll be mad.
It would suck. My life's kind of the same afterwards, though. I got to be honest. I don't think a lot of it changes. I should get more sleep. That'd be weird. All right. Well, why did you say that to me?
It's true.
303-504-0925.
You know what I mean.
Speaking of the Nuggets, I do want to get back to this. And I mean, really, what's the biggest fear for tonight? Because it doesn't feel like any individual on the T-Wolves. It doesn't feel like things will go wrong if Jaden McDaniels scores 40. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the fear. The fear seems to be an environment more than anything else.
You're right about that. And, Vic, I've got a theory that I want to test out on you. All right? Will you be the guinea pig, please?
By the way, we were the guinea pig yesterday on Family Feud, and as I made my way around town, people that listened to that segment, they defended us, Moj. They thought a lot of those topics and a lot of those answers we had were perfectly reasonable, and we got screwed by the voters.
You know, last night,
probably sports writers.
I helped my wife make dinner, because that's what I like to do. She says, you can be the sticker stacker guy. We made kebabs last night. So I had to peel and chop into chunks 2 zucchinis.
Did you eat it all in one bite?
I did not.
But that thing down?
But the topic of the feud, she's like, oh, because she didn't listen. You know what her number one answer was? What's a vegetable that you can't eat in one bite? What's the number one answer?
Carrot.
That's what she said. I said, well, I said zucchini because to me that's very logical.
It's because you're stupid. 303-504-0925.
That's why I get my butt kicked and scrambled by my wife.
Back after this.
Okay.
Hey, this is Brett Kane. You ever wonder why Fanatics is America's fastest online growing sports book? Well, here's why. Other sports books, their rewards just the same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack that Fan Cash. You get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, whether you win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend that Fan Cash on official team gear across every team in league. Collectibles, exclusive experiences, it's all on Fanatics.com. So Fan Cash unlocks the value you can't get with other sports books. Convert that into profit boost. You can even bet with it. With Fan Cash, you're getting access to the world of sports every time you bet with the Fanatics Sportsbook. So switch to a sportsbook that always will give you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatics Sportsbook app.
And I understand that people want me to crush our guys after losses, but I'm not going to do that when I know the temperament of the team. Playing poorly is not being uncomfortable. I think it's just self-confidence in knowing that who we are was Game 5. That's who we can be consistently. That's what I believe, and I think the guys will be there tomorrow.
Since David Adelman yesterday at practice, can I ask a question about that comment there? And let's see if I'm off on this. I don't think people were asking David Adelman to crush his guys just for the sake of doing it. I think that people were asking him to acknowledge a reality, that you were getting pushed around and there wasn't a lot of response. And I don't know if that's crushing the guys as much as watching the game and evaluating kind of how the flow of the game was.
I think that's a fair discussion. I really do. And, nobody wants a coach hammering every player. Did you guys hear what David Finch, what's his name?
Chris Finch.
Did you hear what Chris Finch had to say?
David Fincher's a great producer, by the way.
Is that who that is?
David Fincher. Oh, yeah. He's made like 7. He's made a whole bunch of great stuff.
So Finch is not afraid to jump on his players. And he's got a young player who got some time the other night, rookie, Shannon. And after the game, yesterday at practice, he was asked if Shannon's going to get some more playing time. And he said he's got to get better. He's got to be better defense. He's got to make his assignments. And he went off on him. And some people thought that was a little too overcritical for a coach to do that during a playoff run when you really need his help.
I like that. Can you say that now? Can you say do that?
Do that. They thought it was too much. I disagree. The coach is trying to coach up the player.
Yeah.
The coach is trying to help the player. The coach is trying to help the player help the team. So why can't you coach anymore? Why are people saying that a coach can't be critical of a player even in the playoffs? What's the point of a coach then? Why are we doing this? Why is a coach there? Why should a coach even work? If you can't be critical of one of your own players, why are we here?
Well, and on top of that, he's probably getting after Shannon because he's probably somebody that wasn't going to play all that much, and now he's forced to play because of the injuries, and he's like, guess what, youngin'? We can't make mistakes like that or we're going to lose the series.
Sure.
And if a player can't handle criticism, then what can he – how are you – if you can't handle the coach being critical of your play, how are you going to handle the pressure of Game 6, Game 7? How?
Correct. You see that in the NHL from time to time, too. Young guys, young Thundercats, think they know it all, right? And then they get a little bit of a reality check.
Yeah.
They don't like it.
Well, I'll tell you this much,
it happens, but that's, hey, look, man, this is playing for keeps. This is not just, have some fun, make some money. This is you're playing for it all now.
Going back to what David Adelman said there, I don't think anybody's looking for you to crush your players. I don't think anybody's saying that. I mean, hell, the media can handle that part of it. You're exactly right. The acknowledgement after, for example, Game 3, we were called out by one of their players, and I don't think we did enough to react to that.
Yeah. I think that's all people were looking for.
Is that fair?
Is
that fair?
Look, man, when they lost Game 3, yes, we were upset that they lost, but it was more upset that they didn't show fight after being called out like that, and that's confusing to me.
Correct.
Because that's an individual pride thing that you would think every athlete has inside of them. I'll say this about Chris Finch. I'm not a huge fan of the way he goes about business sometimes. I do think that he's pretty good at doing he'll call out a player if necessary thing. What I don't like about him is now that they've lost 2 games in this series, post-game in both of those games has been about refs and non-calls or whatever.
Yeah, that's his campaign.
That's his MO.
Did you hear it after Game 5, though, Moj, where he said, there are a ton of illegal screens happening.
I know. There's a bunch going down. Yeah.
Were they happening in Games 3 or 4? Were they happening then?
Hey,
that's his game.
Vic, real quick, from the 0023, I got a 2-parter for Vittorio. Giuseppe Rocco. Why does the coach need to criticize his players publicly, Vic? Maybe he's doing it, in a more private setting. I'm sure that he probably is.
Sometimes a player needs a little more. Sometimes a player needs motivation from the outside.
Yeah.
That's why.
I agree.
Otherwise, why would any coach do it? Listen, I know for a fact, for those of you who wonder if David Edelman just rolls over to his players. He doesn't. He lights them up. I know for a fact, inside the room, he does. He's not afraid to call them out. He does. But sometimes there's more to be done. And you know what? Some of the great coaches, they can talk to their players through the media.
Sure.
Utilizing the media.
Sure.
Which is equally, if not more effective.
I'm not even saying you got to call out somebody individually by name. Just say our response as a team was not up to standard or something. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
But people who get turned off, Stacey King, who used to play for the Bulls, he went on Twitter and criticized Chris Finch for Finch's criticism of Terrence Shannon, saying he's a young player, you just ruined him. And I'm thinking, Stacey, he's the coach. Do you think he knows his locker room? Do you think he knows what buttons to push on every specific player? He knows more than you do. Where did all this coddling come from? What is so wrong with saying a guy just didn't get his defensive assignments down? He's got to fix it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, Vic. I think that, and you may be right, but I think in some instances you want to use kid gloves on different guys. Every personality is different. How are they going to respond to it? What's their future going to look like? So on and so forth. Vic, my question to you, this is my theory, and I want to ask you specifically because you've been doing this a long time. How often in the past have you said, you know what, this team just doesn't, they just don't have it, or I just don't feel like they could make a run or whatever, and then they somehow surprise you and absolutely overperform way more than you thought?
Sure. Happens a lot. That's the beauty of sports.
Because I'm hoping that's what I'm feeling right now about the Denver Nuggets. As I look at this team, Brett, you made the point in the last hour. Said, I wanted to get Minnesota because I wanted to find out who the Nuggets are. Well, I'm sitting here before Game 6 tonight in Minnesota, and I'm here to tell you, I still don't think I know who they are as a team.
They could come back and win this series, and I still wouldn't know yet.
That's my point.
Well,
so
I think
because,
a lot of
but Vic, because of that, I'm thinking to myself, can this team, I mean, could they get by Wemby and company if they win this? Yeah, I guess they could. There's so much doubt that's filtering through my body right now and my brain that I'm hoping it's the situation where they just blow away my expectations.
Here's my ultimate hope. I painted this picture in my brain. Here's what I hope. Here's the ultimate. Is that this first round series was just the wake-up call that a team that's, rolled into the playoffs on a 12-game win streak and all of a sudden got hit in the mouth. They got hit really hard to the point where they almost got knocked out, right? And you're on the mat and you're like, oh my God, what's going on? Oh, okay, let's wake up. And I'm hoping it was just the wake-up call they needed and they get healthy. See, health is part of the equation here. Yeah, I'm not making this an excuse. We all said at the beginning it's not an excuse, but it's part of the equation. To beat OKC, to beat San Antonio, I think we'll all agree AG's got to play. Hell, Peyton Watson's probably got to play, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
We all agree there,
but
right?
Vic, I'm not counting on either one of those.
Okay, but I'm just saying.
maybe one will play, but he ain't going to be 100%. And the other one, I haven't even seen him for months.
To fulfill expectations that you might have, health is part of the factor. I'm hoping upon hope that they can rally, win this series. They woke up. They're like, oh, we cannot play. Like, we have to be physical. We have to turn up the physicality notch more than we ever thought. And I hope that's what they get from this series.
Yeah, I think they can. There's something else that it's not just the players. I think David Edelman probably needed a couple of things to go differently and look at things through a different lens. And it sounds like he has. How do you win Game 5? Here's his answer.
More depth. I thought the guys that came in changed the game for us. And then not to mention, I just thought we played a much more comfortable game. Looked more like us. And you take, from that game, you just want to build off it. Like we said, I thought, like I said, in Game 4, we got beat. We saw some things that were better. Game 5, those things got even better. So you just have to build on stuff as you go through a series. It's not about the elimination game, it's just about us getting better day by day.
You know what's interesting about those comments by Coach Edelman is that they have fewer players to choose from with Aaron Gordon out and Peyton Watson, and yet they expanded their bench.
I know.
So they not only eliminated players from the rotation who are normal players, but they added 2 players. Nobody thought Tyus Jones was going to play in this series.
But I still think the willingness to do it, and it's something that was missing early. Like
In a must-win game.
Yeah, but it's like when you get towards the end of games and we said, wow, they looked tired. I'm like, well, why do they look tired? And I get it. When you have these win-or-go-home type of games, you're going to play guys more minutes. You're going to play them whatever minute it takes for you to get the dub. But you have to be willing to stick with your bench, even if for a minute or two it doesn't look great. And that's why I'm happy he did that in Game 5 with a guy like Valanciunas. Valanciunas was awful for about 120 seconds, and then he was great after that. It's like live through it and make sure your depth, it can be something that helps you, especially now. I look at a guy like Big Val.
Mm-hmm.
Who the hell has size on this team other than Joker? Think about it.
Yeah.
Who's your big man other than Joker? I'm not starting 5 or bench.
That's all they got.
It's just him.
Yeah, that's why the loss of AG is the biggest loss a team can have. I mean, I'll ask you, who do you think would be more effective in this series? And I'm trying to be respectful about this, but I'm just asking. Who would be more effective, 100% healthy Aaron Gordon or 100% healthy Jamal Murray?
I think
AG in this series.
I think AG in this series.
I think probably still Jamal.
Yeah, I think
it's right down the middle. I think it's
you're struggling to score though.
I know,
Jamal scores.
But Aaron Gordon can score when he's healthy,
dude. He how good is his 3-ball now?
But it's because of the way Minnesota's assembled with so much size that one void
length.
Yeah, and they need that, and they don't currently have that.
Vic,
look
how
who's
about
guarding? Who's guarding Julius Randle? It's Spencer Jones.
Yeah, but that's my question to you. Here's where the mind games come in and the tic-tac, all that kind of thing. Spencer Jones had a terrific Game 5.
Tic-tacs?
Tic-tac?
The fresh baker?
Spencer Jones had a terrific Game 5, 20 points. Filled it up, scored at ease. Great stuff. Couple
He
threes.
might score 2 tonight.
That's my point.
Yeah.
So do you want to mix it up at all, or do you want to run it back the same way you did in Game 5 because Minnesota thinks you're going to mix it up? Mm-hmm. What mind game can we play here, Vic, to get on the good side?
Well, I wouldn't touch the lineup that you trotted out there last night, even if AG's currently listed as questionable. Let's say he can play. Do you start him? Do you bring him off the bench?
Bench.
I think so too, actually. It sounds better than, I don't know, just doing this yo-yo of in the starting lineup, out of the starting lineup, in the starting lineup. I almost think you need to have some consistency there until he is, a full go.
Yeah. By the way, Bones is questionable tonight. He injured his knee. He's got a sore knee. It happened late in that Game 5, but I'm sure he'll play. These questionables are always just funny to hear. Anthony Edwards was listed as questionable every time, and
did he get stepped on too?
Yeah,
what happened?
Everybody got stepped on.
Yeah, a lot of stepping.
I sent the video to our text chat. It looks like he actually stepped on Christian Brown's foot and then kind of tripped weird.
Okay.
7:30 tonight, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is Game 6, Nuggets and T-Wolves. Back after this. The Altitude Sports Radio playoff viewing party tour continues tonight at Whiskey Row. It's going to be an epic viewing party with Andy Lindahl hosting as we root on our Nuggets to bring back Game 7 to Denver. Grab a Surfside for $1 off and enjoy 100 calories and no bubbles. It's sunshine in a can, plus prizes all night, including a autographed Jamal Murray jersey. See you at Whiskey Row tonight for Game 6.
Did we have a promo?
I can't read.
Thanks, Andy.
Did we have a promo? Was it Kreckman? Nelly, you know better. Say, come do body shots off of Andy Lindahl?
Yeah, Kreckman
Yes.
said that.
Was that Kreckman?
It was, and then Andy said, "Yeah, and my stomach's a little flatter these days." So there you go.
Saying
Man,
come do body shots off of Andy Lindahl is really funny.
Here's how low do you have to be in your life? How far must you have sunk as a human being and as your life to agree to do a body shot off of Andy Lindahl?
Okay, hang on a second.
I
While
mean,
we're
I
here-
can't.
Stop.
I can't.
Stop.
What?
Let's judge your character for a second. You ready? Moj, $20.
To do a body shot off Andy Lindahl?
$20?
No.
Can you guys help me out? What does a body shot entail?
You pretty much pour a shot in the belly button of the person and then...
That's the most disgusting, vile act I've ever heard of.
Vic, shut up for a second. I'm conducting business with Moser. Sorry. $20?
No.
$100.
Nope.
$300.
But remember,
$300 to slurp a shot off of Andy Lindahl's belly button. $300.
I want you to remember this, okay? I have to live with myself for the rest of my life.
$300.
There's going to come a point.
Far worse.
And stop talking and answer my question.
No.
$300.
No.
$1,000.
$1,000. 1G, straight up cash.
A K.
Now we're getting closer.
$100 bills.
But there's going to be some lint that has to.
Okay. No. And some hair, like tummy hair.
Exactly right.
That's disgusting, man.
And you have to pretend you like it.
I'm not sure, dude. That would take an Academy. That would take like Shawshank Redemption type of acting. That's funny. But who wrote that? Was that Markey that did that promo?
Hey, let's hear it again. Here,
6 at Whiskey Row in Lodo. Don't just watch the game. Watch Andy Lindahl watch the game.
Andy Lindahl is going to be partying with Nuggets Nation.
Andy has your shot at an autographed Jamal Murray jersey.
If you guys want to do body shots off of Andy Lindahl,
I've got a flatter stomach to do
The
it.
party starts with Bruno's pre.
Hey, that's good.
Hey, Kreckman, that's funny, buddy. Krecker, that was good. I like it.
All right. Texters.
Straw
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
Power rank who you'd most and least want to do a body shot
Oh
off
my
of at
God.
the station.
Okay. All right. This is not what I intended, but okay.
Hey, you know what, guys? Listen. Did you guys happen to see the Rockies demolish the Reds yesterday?
I did. Yep, I sure did.
And Sugano with another good start, 5 1/3, no runs, 4 hits. Here's the biggest thing, though. I said this after game 1 when your daughter, incorrectly because she doesn't know ball, texted that the Rockies suck.
Agreed.
I said their big problem was they're leaving guys in scoring position like crazy. You know what they hit last night with runners in scoring position? 7 for 14 from the plate.
So I sent a tweet out. I'm watching the beginning of the game yesterday, okay? And I sent a tweet out along the lines of, and Kreckman quote tweeted me. I said, hey, man, bases clearing, triple in the top of the first. That's good. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Amazing.
Well, that's what Kreckman said. Whoa, easy on the takes there, guy.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Whoa,
but
amazing take you had.
But they have bases loaded in the first, and Sullivan tags one to right field and clears the bases. I'm like, I can get behind this. This is something I can embrace. Yes.
Well, this is a weird thing to say.
What didn't Goodman go like 3 for 4 or something crazy?
Yeah, he went
last
yard
night?
twice last night.
He's
He's
yard
got
working it right now.
9 home runs on the year.
Second dick shot.
Here's the weird thing to say. The pitching staff is great. It's a matter of can they get timely hits now, which is such a weird opposite world that we're living in. But if I told you that the Rockies 31 games in to be 14-17, we'd all take that immediately, right?
Yeah, 100%. You kidding me? Hovering around 500?
Yeah.
That's a major win.
Texture says Shugano is insanely underrated. Bros had one bad start on a day that it was 35 degrees on first pitch. He's right. There's one thing about Shugano, and Nelly, can you pull up a picture? Just find a picture of him pitching.
Sugar.
And I got to say, I know you're an older man. I say that as somebody, I think he's my age. The pants are getting a little too high. Okay, a little too high. We need, throw those down closer to the hips.
What do you mean, they're up around his chest?
They're like belly button level
You're
high.
kidding.
He looks like, when I say an old man, he looks like an old man.
Wow. You know the most humbling day of my life recently? We had like a little Easter dinner, and my daughter says, Dad, no. I go, what? She comes with, Dad, your pants, please bring them down. I go,
Wait. Is she talking length like on the bot? I mean, look at, they're around his belly button.
They're way up in there.
Yeah, we need to pull those suckers down, Shigano.
Yeah, they're way up in there. I don't know what the proper level is.
Tomoyuki Shigano.
He's been great. I mean, he's been awesome.
So I wore my pants, and she says, that's a major party fail. You got way too high over your hips. And so then I said, okay, I'm going to play your game then. And so I exaggerated down low. What do they call that? When you go down low, way low.
Sagging.
Yeah. So I said, okay, I want to play your game. Let me tell you something. Is there any more uncomfortable feeling in the world than sagging pants?
It just feels like they're always going to fall off.
It bothers me.
Look, if I had to choose one or the other, look, when
I'd rather have get it up
pants,
in there, get it way up in there, nice and tight.
When you say
I don't know that
sagging,
you
I'm
need to
not
go
saying
way tight.
I'm not saying underneath the cheeks. I would rather have a little bit of a sag than too much of it being over the top.
I've turned to the other side.
How about this?
I've reached the other side. I openly admit, I like it high and tight.
I would rather look like TJ Ford than I would look like Larry Bird.
Okay, I can get behind
Make
that.
sense?
Yeah, I can get behind that. Yeah, I agree. Hey, Vic, one thing, let's talk about Shigano real quick and the Rockies staff. I started looking, Brett, but I want to go to Japan. Vic's been to Japan. I want to go to Japan.
Awesome.
Yeah, I want to go. I want to go tour around. I think Japan's really interesting.
I actually went to Kabuki Theater out there.
Oh, you did? How was it?
It was the most boring experience of my life, but I went.
All of our listeners in Japan, buenos dias.
Konnichiwa. How about that?
Buenos dias.
But Japan's not a gigantic country. So I'm looking, I looked where Shigano's from. He's from Kanagawa, which is basically the Arvada of Tokyo. You know what I mean?
How the hell do you know that?
Well, because
you
I looked
don't
it
know
up.
a damn thing.
I looked it up. I mean, it's a suburb of Tokyo. It's like right in the south side. It's like, it'd be like the Parker of Tokyo or the Lone Tree, something like that.
Okay.
And then I'm looking at your boy from the White Sox. What's his name? Murakami.
Murakami.
Looking at Murakami. Now, he's from Kumamoto, which is way, way on one of the far islands.
What's the point to all this?
Well, watching these Japanese ball players deal and hit bombs makes me want to go there even more.
Dude, I told you, when I spent that week with my buddy as a member of the Gaijin, the foreigners, went to Tokyo Dome for a game.
Okay.
The coolest thing I saw, and you guys would appreciate it more than I did, the concessions, the way they came out and delivered your food and drink, they had girls up on the stands wearing pony kegs.
Yeah.
Pony kegs on their back.
Wait,
just
what?
pouring beer. Yeah, that's how they do. They don't give you a beer. They have pony keg carriers. Like the Pony Express.
That's awesome.
So, you know, with how clean everything is in Japan and how efficient everything is, I don't know if I'd be able to come back.
And get this. It freaked me out. We're watching this game. I can't remember who was playing. Everybody leaves. Every fan picks up around themselves. They pick up their trash. Nobody leaves any, like hot dog wrappers or popcorn. No. Everyone in the stands pick up their trash on their way out the gate.
What do they do with peanut shells?
I don't think they eat them. Or they dispose of them in. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Some sort of receptacle.
I have a buddy of mine. He told me, I really want to go to Japan. And I go, really? Why? And he goes, the vending machines. That's what he told me. Vending machines.
No, bro.
Because they have everything in these vending machines.
No. What separates Japan from the U.S. or any other country, for that matter, what separates them is the cleanliness of their public restrooms. It is unreal. You know how I am. I'm very particular. I don't even like using those things at our studio. I don't like using them, especially that one. I don't do it. I don't go in there. I don't venture in there. I'll hold it. I will hold it. I don't care. You go to Japan, bro, and you go to an airport, you go to the Tokyo Airport, it's like, are you kidding me? It's cleaner than my own home. This is the nicest bathroom I've ever seen. It's like Buc-ee's.
I think for the first time in the history of mankind, somebody has said and used these two things in the same sentence. Japan is like Buc-ee's.
Well, anybody who's been to both will understand what I'm talking about. Buc-ee's restrooms are beautiful.
Okay,
Japan, their restrooms, next level.
So the bottom line is Shigano was dealing, and the Rockies pasted the Reds big time.
Dude, I'm telling you, they got a chance
Pasted
today.
the Reds.
The game's going to start at 10:40 this morning, okay? It's the getaway game. They could win a series against another really good team in the National League.
The Reds came into this series 18-10.
Yeah.
On top of their division.
And then they're going to come home for a 6-game homestand. Who do they play? It's
Braves and Mets.
So Braves, and then the team they just swept in the Mets again.
And they beat them, and the Mets are leaking oil hard.
Boys, we're fifth-ish of the way through the season. It's a competitive baseball team we got here.
Yeah, it is.
We wondered, would they be better with the changes they've made? The executive changes, everybody included, would they be better? A resounding yes, they're better already. I've seen enough. They're better.
And it's look, I'm glad this came to fruition, but I thought with some of these moves in the offseason that the new regime made, Paul DePodesta, that I was like, this feels like smart, low-risk, potential higher, not high, but higher reward for a team that's probably not going to be any good. And you looked at, well, he goes out and gets Shigano. How's that worked out?
Pretty good.
Quintana, how's that worked out?
Pretty good.
Even Lorenzen, he's had like 2 bad starts, but he's been good this year.
And he's getting the go this morning. He's getting the go.
You look at T.J. Rumfield, the trade that they made, pretty good.
The Donald Rumsfeld trade was outstanding.
Troy Johnston has been a monster in the lineup for you. Like, these are all really positive check marks for little moves under the radar stuff that he did in the offseason.
And you were hoping for Zach Veen to hit bombs. He can't even crack this lineup.
He still might.
He can't even crack it.
I'm telling you, if Jordan Beck continues to hit 153, he might.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Somebody on the text line asks, when will we talk about Bo's ankle? We talked about it yesterday. Bo Nix, the ankle issue.
I don't know. I saw a picture of it. Did you see the picture of it?
Oh.
I know. I'm saying, what am I supposed to do with this? What am I? I don't know what I don't know about his leg.
I mean,
I don't know.
You could go into the weeds medically. I watched our boy Hank Henry Chisholm from DNVR interviewing a doctor, an ankle specialist about it. And there's so much unknown. I mean, HIPAA, sucker. We don't have all the X-rays. We're not in there. I didn't open him up. I don't know how bad it is. I don't know if it's chronic. I don't know if it involves the actual ankle or the bone attached to the. I don't know any of that. We don't know.
Get your feet away from me immediately.
If you had to look at my ankle right now.
Did he put his feet near you?
He's got his little flippy floppies on.
Oh, no.
He's got his foot fully extended by my
you're
hip.
lucky I'm not in there.
I know. Well, thank goodness you're not, because you'd be touching it right now. But that's a pretty good ankle, right?
What does that mean, a good ankle? I wouldn't trust your ankles for anything.
I saw the picture of Nix's. It looked all swollen.
Well, he might have just had a procedure, too.
Yeah, where did you see this photo?
I don't know, online someplace.
It was that Dov Kleiman, that aggregator guy, whatever.
How do they get a photo of his ankle? I mean,
I just
an
think
ankle
somebody
obviously
blew it up. It's a picture of him. I don't know, Vic.
Well, when you break your ankle, clearly it's going to swell.
Look, man, either he's healthy or he's not. I'm not going to be looking at guys' body parts, okay? It's not my thing.
You know what happened when I've broken my ankles twice, and I want to know if you got the same I wonder if Bo got the same reaction. Remember the second time I broke my ankle? I come home limping. Actually, somebody dropped me off because I couldn't walk on it. My mom looked at my ankle. It was swollen bigger than my head, and she slapped me across the head and then took me to the doctor. That was her. What's that?
Was it just spread out the pain?
It's just how
No,
Italian
but she
mothers
would,
react.
no, but she would
got
assume
mad that I got injured.
She would assume that he did something stupid to
Yeah,
break
so
his
she
ankle.
smacked me immediately.
I don't blame
across
her.
the head.
That would be my first reaction to him too. See, but take a look at this, people. Hold on a sec. Ready?
And nobody wants to see your
Nobody
foot.
wants
Don't
to
show
see
your
your
foot.
ankle.
I can't show your foot on camera.
Turn them off. That's disgusting,
yeah.
dude. I mean, I don't understand why people do this. It drives me crazy. Do you go on an airplane like that? Do you go on an airplane like that?
No, not at all.
Oh, you
no.
totally would.
Absolutely not what I wear flips on an airplane. Not a chance.
So what
Gross.
makes you think it's okay to just throw your foot in front of my man's face there?
Yeah.
Because it's Brett.
It's disgusting.
I didn't throw it in front of his face, by the way. I put it down here kind of by his leg.
Don't do that. That's disgusting. Don't do that to people.
You don't do that to a man.
The hell do you think you are?
In regards to his ankle, though, again, I'm just going to bring something up. I understand that this has been a lot of surgeries on that ankle. But I want the people who are concerned to tell me how many games has that guy missed since his freshman year of college? Because the answer is
a couple.
minimal.
Yeah,
It's like
couple.
6.
Yeah.
Like, he plays, okay? He might have some issues like this, but he plays.
The only worry I have about Bo's ankle is this. If you lose the ability, if it becomes chronically tight and
That's
you
it.
can't
That's-
run
that's
and you
it.
can't move.
If you're not as if you're not as effective scrambling as you are right now, yes.
If it makes him slower, because one strength that he has, bro, we've all talked about this. He is faster than he looks.
He's hella fast.
When he gets on the field and
Yep.
people are like, whoa, that guy can go. And if you lose the ability to go because that ankle's tight, that could be a problem.
Sure. And I think we're all on the same page. And he did it towards the end of last year, I think out of necessity because they didn't have a run game. He should run more, to be honest with you. That doesn't mean take hits, but you find open grass, take the open grass and slide.
Hey, why don't you show Moser your armpit?
Because I'm not
A savage?
Savage.
Yeah.
It's an ankle, bro. I'm not showing.
Every single person on the text line says that is disgusting. Get it off the screen.
Get that
You don't
hoof
do
off
that.
the screen.
I don't know how you were raised.
By the way,
how were you raised?
Were you expecting people to compliment the size and shape of your ankles?
No, I'm just saying that as far as ankles go, it's pretty good.
Nobody cares about your stupid feet and your ankles. Quit showing them. Freak.
Well, I've got 2. You want to see the other one? That was the bad one. That's the what do you call it? Reconstructed Achilles ankle.
I got 2 of something too. You want those?
I have 2 middle fingers.
You want to see the bunion on my foot?
Dude,
no,
I've
get your gross.
I've seen your bunions, bro.
Your inbred
Those
bunion
are-
thumbs
those are
and
rough.
feet.
Those are
Out
rough.
of here.
You think I would ever pull that sucker out in public?
Well, that would be a crime against humanity if you did. I mean, I've seen those, and that's. I mean, you
look like a different species.
You make
Let's
Jesse.
just be honest.
You make Jesse Trujillo blush.
Maybe that's why I hate when people do that. I have a deep insecurity with my own feet. And since other people roll around in theirs, it freaks me out.
You're funny.
303-504-0925. Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. Oh, by the way, next. Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of. How about this one? I saw this on Twitter yesterday. So the penultimate episode of Breaking Bad. Think back, Vic. Walt is in the wilderness by himself. He decides, I'm going to go down to that little bar and make a phone call to my son. In that little dive bar in the middle of nowhere, there's a game happening in the background.
Oh, I remember this.
It's a DU game.
Yep.
And in the DU game, it says by Graham Mellinson off Rycroft. Mark Rycroft is mentioned in that episode of Breaking Bad. How about that? Who'd have thunk it?
How's that possible?
I think he knows that.
Right here.
Melanson.
How's that possible, by the way?
How's what possible?
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
That game, like when they filmed, Rycroft wasn't playing
So
back then.
No, but it's set, the timing is set, what, the late 90s?
Yes.
Oh,
Correct.
I got you.
So here's what's funny. There's an entire, it's actually really cool. There's this guy, I don't know what his name is, but I've seen his videos before. He's dedicated his entire social media page to, in movies, when there's games going on TVs in the background, he tries to find which game it is.
Gotcha.
And he's really good at it. And I think that's how they found this. But yeah.
Do you think he knows I think he probably knows he's on Breaking Bad, right?
I have no idea.
Nelly, call him. Find out.
He's a star. I got to know, by the way.
Go ahead.
It's happening. The reports, everybody's talking about it. They're going to announce it soon. Saudi Arabia is going to remove all funds from the Live Tour. They're done.
Right.
They're out. So for the Live Tour to survive, they're going to have to find new investors. And already, according to reports, many of the Live Tour golfers, a lot of the guys that used to be on the PGA Tour, are having conversations, reaching out to the PGA about coming back. My buddy Eric Christensen over at Channel 4 made a great call. You know what they should make them do if they do return to the PGA? All of you guys who took the money and fled, you have to earn your way back onto the PGA Tour via the Corn Ferry Tour.
That would be awesome.
That's the way to do it.
What?
You want to.
Wouldn't that punish the people in the Corn Ferry trying to earn their cards? Like, if you're going against DeChambeau every week? It's not fair to them.
Well, I mean, give me another means for you to get your card back.
You have to work your way up through.
You have to work your way up the ladder.
You have to earn your card back.
Like Brooks Koepka got it off. He got off pretty easy. He had to pay a fee and all that, and he's back on the tour. But no, there's too many of these guys. You want your way back on PGA, you got to go to the bottom.
Hold on a second. Which players? By the way, Brett, it's not just that guys went and took the money. Some guys sued the PGA Tour. Phil Mickelson, DeChambeau, Taylor Gooch, Hudson Swafford, Matt Jones, Ian Poulter, Pat Perez, they sued the PGA Tour. Not only that, when you went to live, you had to renounce your PGA membership as a PGA professional.
Yeah,
like this is a big deal.
No, you guys agree with me. There's no way they should be allowed to just return to the tour.
Not
right?
a chance. And by the way, I saw Vic a thing where somebody said Phil Mickelson is so dead to the PGA Tour and the Champions Tour and everything that Phil Mickelson is essentially persona non grata in golf now, that he does not exist as a human.
I still love my idea more. How about this?
What?
They play Ryder Cup style against the PGA's best, and if they win, they get their cards back. Tell me that wouldn't be the most electric weekend of golf television you've watched.
And if they don't, then what?
Then they have to do it again next year. I don't know. Whatever.
Russ writes in, I love how the narrative is that the PGA Tour is so clean. Nobody's making that claim or that assumption that the PGA Tour is clean. But these guys chose to leave the PGA Tour, take the big money, take the guaranteed money, and now you want to come back with your hands open? No. Nope. Sorry. You're going to have to earn it back. Guess what the difference is between the PGA Tour and the Live Tour right now? The Live Tour is dying. That's the difference.
Well, can I be honest? I never thought, and I can't imagine there's anybody out there who ever thought that Live would be successful. Who thought that it would work?
No one.
It wasn't about working. Their intent all along was to combine. That's what they wanted. And Kevin says, you guys are always wrong about the live topic. What
am I wrong about?
Kevin,
what are we wrong about, Kevin? I would love to hear your explanation as to what we're wrong about.
I just think, look, if somebody offered you $250 guaranteed $1 million to go play golf, it's hard for me to judge people who went and took it.
I'd take it, but you have to understand the ramifications down the road if it doesn't work. That's all. Hey, listen, I've always said from the get-go, if somebody offered me that, I'd go. But then, if you take it, understand coming back is not going to be easy.
I do look, that's fine, and I don't disagree with you. I would also say that the tour would be better with a lot of these guys back in it.
Okay, John Rahm may have nowhere to play next year.
Like if you're DeChambeau,
legitimately
Rahm,
have.
DJ,
I mean, you have to
all
go.
these
I guess
different guys.
Is the
Brett,
DP
there's like three or
going to
four
let him in?
guys.
I mean, seriously,
there's 3 or 4 guys that matter. Nobody cares about the rest of them. That's it.
Hey,
True or false, though? Would you watch every second of my Live Tour, PGA Tour, Ryder Cup play for your cards
100%.
back?
Absolutely, I would. But it doesn't mean I think that's the right way back. Vic, do you have an Australian accent?
Dude, I can't do my own accent. I couldn't even do my own voice.
I want Vic Lombardi as Cam Smith calling the PGA Tour to ask to come back.
Good.
Hello?
That's perfect. Nope, you're denied. Moj, the Penguins get eliminated last night.
Unbelievable.
20 years of 3 dudes playing on the same team.
I know. It's crazy.
And that's done?
I don't know that it's done. I don't know how you run it back without running it all the way back with Letang and Malkin along with Crosby. Obviously, Crosby's not going anywhere. Malkin can still play. He's not the guy he was, but he can still play. And so can Letang. These guys can still play. The question is, what direction do the Penguins want to go in? Honestly, I didn't even think they'd make the playoffs this year. The fact that they did, to me, is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. I don't know.
Has there ever been a trio of teammates that have played 20 years together?
Those old Montreal Canadiens, Larry Robinson and Guy Lafleur and all them dudes, I'm sure did.
It's nuts.
The Sedin twins played together for a long time.
Well,
Since
yeah, because
birth.
they're joined at the hip, dude. Not literally, but figuratively.
What do you guys think of this, by the way?
I've never seen, honestly, from now on, identical twins should not be allowed to play with each other. Brett, when I'm telling you, calling those games over all those years.
Yeah, it's
How
difficult.
did you tell them apart?
Well,
Numbers.
one was 22 and one was 33. I guess that's the way you did it. And one always found the other. But these guys, Brett, they thought out of the same brain. It really was, at times you're like, there's no way that he knew he was going to be there. There's no way.
Just quickly here, the Vikings released a statement that they've announcing their search for a new GM is officially underway. How did they not have a GM while they were in the draft? What is that strategy? They're searching now for a GM, but the draft and free agency just happened.
I don't know.
Seems like a pretty bad strategy. Nelly, go ahead. You got one?
Oh, by the way, we've been debating whether or not you would rather see the Avalanche face the Wild or the Stars in the second round. Well, Moj, here's a reason you should be rooting for Dallas to pull it off in 7. Here's some footage of EJ on the ESPN broadcast before, I believe this was game 1, and I lost my mouse. Where are we going here? Here we are. Okay, he's walking down the hallway of the American Airlines Center, double fisting cowboy boot margaritas. Look at that. Just sip from one cowboy boot, sip from the other cowboy boot, double margs. So, Moser, are you a double marg cowboy boot guy like EJ? Would you do this to take the edge off of this series?
100%.
I mean, I hate to give any compliments to Dallas. Looks like a good marg, though.
No, here's a better question, Steven. Wait a second, Steven. Who wouldn't be a fan of that?
Maybe some commies listen to our show. I don't know. That seems pretty dope.
Would you be a fan of double cowboy boot margaritas?
Yeah, look, he's got a lime on each one. I think this is the way to go. I'm just saying, there might be some marg haters out there. I didn't know if you were one of them.
Over under $50 total for those two drinks.
Oh, that's
Over.
not cheap.
Probably over.
Yeah,
Just
it's
the
gotta
glass
be.
alone, which I'm sure you get to keep, right?
Well,
Wait,
look,
it's gotta be
not
plastic.
glass.
It's gotta be
Yeah,
plastic.
it's plastic.
Well, you
but-
still get to keep it.
Right.
Well, yeah, I don't think you're going to take that to your seat and then go, hey, I got to take this back to the busboy
Well,
over there.
let me say this, Vic. You probably wouldn't because it might hurt your tummy. Okay, I don't anything but
That doesn't
vino.
have bubbles, though.
I
I
know.
like a good margarita.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. So if somebody says, "Hey, here's a free cowboy boot margarita,"
Hang on. Top 3 Vic Lombardi non-wine alcoholic drinks.
Non-wine alcoholic drinks.
Top 3.
I like a good screwdriver.
Okay.
Just a well-made screwdriver.
agreed.
Good with
Yeah.
that.
Can't go wrong with that.
Bloody
I like
Mary
a
guy?
margarita.
Bloody Marys?
Yeah, Bloody Marys on occasion if I feel like eating salad.
I
'cause
love
that's my
martinis?
version of
I
salad.
love a good Greyhound from time to time.
I'm a sucker for an
I
espresso
remember
martini. I love espresso
Oh, those
martinis.
are so good. Yeah.
The big thing on golf courses was the transfusion.
Yeah.
I had one of those and I couldn't even see after I was blind.
Well, Vic,
I went blind.
I don't know there's a person alive that I know who knows more about transfusions than this guy right here. Brett, why don't you tell him?
Ooh, I love myself a good transfusion.
Vic, because at the same time you were going blind, I think your partner over here was doing the same thing.
I was in an effort to make myself blind. Go ahead, Mush.
So we had these transfusions where they were full of ice and slush, and you had to drink on the first tee as fast as you could.
well, that's a
Well,
drinking
then,
challenge.
then you're asking.
That's different.
Yeah, then you're
You're
asking,
asking
to
to be
collapse.
blind.
Yeah.
I blinded myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mush.
Oh, by the way, brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, and Electrical, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. That's ROCK heating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Jeff Legwald next.
I'm so happy right now. You just don't understand my level of happiness seeing moisture falling from the sky, knowing that a week ago I had my beautiful lawn aerated by Mile High Services. Yeah, They came out, got those deep plugs with the heavy machines, heaviest machines in town, which is why they get the deepest plugs and the best aeration in town. And now my beautiful green, lush lawn is benefiting from the moisture. If you want to benefit, get it done right. Aerate your lawn correctly. 303-778-1000 is the phone number. 303-778-1000. Get Mile High out to your place. Work on that lawn. MileHighServices.com.
Head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com joins us as always on Thursdays. Hi, Jeff.
Morning, fellas.
Hey,
Good
Jeff,
morning.
on a scale of 1 to deeply offended, how offended were you upon knowledge I yesterday ripped sports writers for being holier than thou in a lot of different forms and a lot of different reasons? Were you offended by my comments?
I was at a 0 on the offensive scale.
Because you know what I'm talking
Because you
about,
shouldn't
right?
be offended, Jeff, because you're not one of them.
I was unbothered because Vic and I have had that conversation face to face. I mean, Vic tells me when I'm boring, and so I'm always ready.
Oh, it's not about being boring. I don't mind boring.
No, I
mean, I mean talking down to, which I'm guilty of all the time. But you know, the sports writers do it better than anybody. Not all of them. Not all of them. Some of them.
That was before we all had to go on TV to survive. You know, back in the day, you could be sanctimonious about it all. But
Jeff, when did that start?
changed.
Was that all the big sports writers of the 40s and 50s who got all the stories? And you know, if you didn't read, you know, Jim Smith in the New York Times, you know, you didn't get the story. When did all of this? And no offense to writers, because some are really, really great. But some, man, they think that they are like the gatekeepers to all the world. And it just, I don't know, whatever.
You know, I think if you're on a beat, which, look, I tell students this when I speak to students or if I'm teaching a seminar or something. I've always just been a beat writer. You know, I've always covered one team in one place my whole career. You know, this will be my 41st season as a beat writer. I've never been a national guy or whatever. So my vantage point is back in the day, you know, even when I first started, the beat writer, there weren't many people out there. You know, as the internet arrived and the outlets increased, then that changed the dynamic. But back in the day, it was you know, when I covered the Steelers, for example, my newspaper chose not to, but the media could be on the charter with the Steelers. You know, that isn't done anymore, you know, for decades. But, you know, it was a different, you know, and even when teams traveled, you know, in the Eastern time zone by train, a lot of them, the beat writers, no matter the sport, were with them, you know, so it's just a different time. And when you cover a beat, you do feel a little bit sort of, you know, you want to make sure you're right. You want to make sure you're sourced and all those things. And I think sometimes people get protective of it, you know, along the way, because, you know, it's just part of your life in a big way. So I think I don't think it's the same, because again, like when the newspapers started all closing and everybody decided that multimedia was the way to go, that the line between TV and print was no longer
you know, the cool irony in this, Jeff, I don't think there's anybody more loyal to reading newspapers than me. I subscribe to 3 of them. I read the actual paper. I love writing. I love reading it. It's the pompous nature of some who do offer that prose that bother me. Talking down to that bothers me. Don't tell me you're better than me.
I guess I thank my parents. So, you know, I come from talking down to, you know, my mom didn't graduate high school. She had a lot of jobs people wouldn't want to work. My dad worked a job for 40 years. Most people wouldn't last 10 minutes doing.
Yeah.
They got talked down to a lot by people, you know, along the way. They didn't like it much, so they sort of taught us not to do it.
Jeff Legwald, all conversations with Leggy brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Tell me about this draft class. You are the draft expert. What do you think the Broncos acquired? How'd they do?
You know, they got good value. I know people aren't like gassed up because they didn't take like 5 receivers. But you know, I had the tight end they got in the 5th round in the top 100. Jonah Coleman, the running back, I had very close to the top 100. So I think and the linebacker, Mr. Irrelevant's going to be pretty relevant, I think, in his career if it progresses like I think. I had a 5th round grade on him and could have been easily, and I know teams that had a day 2 grade on him. So
why'd he drop?
It's just one of those weird things, Vic. If the teams that have the high grades on you, if the board falls a certain way, they don't get a swing at you. So you just sort of fall through because in day 3 now, in the NIL era, day 3 has suddenly become everybody going for their needs and selecting players they would have signed as undrafted before because it gives you more control. It gives you 4 years of contractual control over a player, whereas if you sign them as an undrafted, you might only get 1 year of contractual, so day 3 has become a lot of selecting for needs. So guys like him are gonna fall now a little more, but I think they did okay. And the defensive tackle, I know everybody wanted some kind of offensive guy there, but he has, I think he will challenge for some of the snaps that were vacated by John Franklin Myers.
Well, I hope he makes it just because I like the name. I'm Red Murdoch. I played for the Buffalo Bulls. I mean, I just, to me, that's real. Little things, Jeff, little things get me excited.
Yeah. No,
and if he can play, hell yeah.
Well, nobody's ever seen 17 forced fumbles in a career because nobody else has ever done it.
Right.
So I watched like 4 full games of his work, and it seemed like every time I looked up, they were scooping up the ball after he had finished just cratering some guy. So I think he's got a real shot to push for, prime special teams and even on defense early.
How many of these picks, if any, is expected to start? Is anybody?
Yeah. I mean, I've always said, Vic, it's snaps. You got to look where the snaps are available to start. And I think, Dre Greenlaw's snaps are available, like for Jonah Ellis or, for the new guy. I think John Franklin Myers' snaps are available. Is it going to be a Wazirike or is it going to be the 3rd round draft pick? I think that's where the rookies can find some of those snaps. And I think Jolie, the tight end, can push for getting on the field because he's ready as a receiver. It's just a matter of if Sean Payton's going to say, well, he's got to be proficient at multiple things before I put him out there, or if they just will be willing to let him do some work as a receiver as he learns the rest along the way.
One of the names you didn't come up with, and it feels to me like this guy is going to play, is Jonah Coleman, and it's because he's one of those guys, if there's one thing we know about Sean Payton and his running backs, they need to earn the trust of pass protection with him, and Jonah Coleman seems to be pretty proficient at that.
Not to be a beat writer, but I did say Jonah Coleman early in the answer. No, that was a good
said
value
it about
pick.
10 minutes ago.
I think what I like about Jonah Coleman, and it was a stat I was frankly pretty stunned at because it was a high number, but of his rushing yards last season, 71.2% were after contact, which is a phenomenal number. So that guy doesn't go down after the first hit very often. And I think they were looking for if something happens to Dobbins, and, JK doesn't like discussing it, but he played the most games of his career as a rookie, and that's still the case. So I think the Broncos were trying to be in a position where if something happens to Dobbins, they don't have the same thing happen to their offense as happened last year. And Jonah Coleman was the closest thing to J.K. Dobbins on this draft board. And I think that's why he can play. He was also one of my 3 best running backs in pass protection, which every single NFL running back coach I know will say, you're not playing on third down until I think you can pass protect. And the running back coaches are the guys who are the gatekeepers for the playing time. And I think that those two things give him a great chance to get a lot of snaps too. And I think those would be the 4 rookies I think can push right away for some kind of action on a 14-win team. There's just not much room for new people coming in to find a place.
By the way, I'm offended by the way you talk down to me.
I tried very hard to do. It's hard for me at my height to talk down to anybody.
Hey, Jeff, we'll get to the Bo Nix ankle thing here momentarily, but I'd like to talk about the elephant in the room. The problem is you can't fit the elephant in the tight end room because there are now 7 tight ends in that room. Is the idea, hey, man, let's just bring them all in, let God sort it out? Is that must be the idea because they took 2 in the draft and they already had 5. I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah, they also took 1 last year. They spent all year on the practice squad.
Well,
so
you got a project already. You have a project already simmering there.
And they re-signed Troutman to pretty big money. Ingram's got a year left on it. I mean, they have made it a crowd, and they're all not going to make it. But I think they're not going to admit it publicly, but they're admitting it in their own way that they need to find some impact. They got to find a combination that gives you some impact. Because frankly, the rest of the league has joined the Mike Shanahan thought. What I tell people all the time, you want to crush nickel defenses. You want to crush 3-4 defenses with edge pressure that have good edge pressure on you. You got to have a tight end attacking, and you got to have a tight end attacking the middle of the field and in the red zone, because that's where you win the matchups all the time in today's NFL. Inside linebackers are 230 now. They're not 245. They're not 250. And that's why you see the Rams, one of the best offenses in the league, going 3 tight ends a lot of the time. It's why you see the Lions attacking the passing game to backs and tight ends. People have figured it out. The Broncos are late to the party. They have not been able to do this for a while, and they know they have to.
All right. In your finest sanctimonious tone, Jeff Legwald, how should we feel about this cleanup procedure for Bo Nix, the ankle moving forward? Personally, I'm not worried about the procedure. I'm worried about how it's going to affect his speed and mobility going forward. How about you?
Vic, I'm always my stance on injury recovery is when I see it with my eyes. When the player's full speed, then I'll say it's not a problem. Gotcha. It's not a potential issue. So it's a potential issue. But I think in the big picture, this is multiple surgeries on his ankles since high school. I've since talked to two team medical people from other teams.
Is that fact, by the way, or are we just? A lot of it.
No, it's
fact.
The number varies depending on who you talk to, but it's multiple. He's had at least 3 since he's been with the Broncos.
Gotcha.
So
3. Wow.
He had a cleanup after his rookie year on one of his ankles, and now he's had 2 on the right ankle since he fractured it. So that's just since he's been with the Broncos, 2 years, 3 ankle surgeries. So I think moving forward, that's kind of just the information you have. It obviously has not affected his playing time. He has not missed a regular season game. So it's not an issue there. But I think moving forward, is this something where, he's played 2 NFL seasons and had ankle surgeries after both. It is, if you're a player, you don't want it to be an annual thing, but I think moving forward, it will just bear watching, and it will be something I think the Broncos are not going to want to talk about. Sean Payton's not going to want to talk about it. Bo Nix is not going to want to talk about it. So I think it's going to be one of those hot button issues until it's not. And the only way it's not is if he does not have any more for a while. But I think, the Broncos speak publicly about it as if it will be no problem. And I keep being told he's ready to go for training camp. So, until I see that, I'll take them at their word. But we may not really know what the Broncos think of all this until it's time to engage the fifth-year option, until it's time to negotiate a long-term contract with him.
One follow-up to that. Because his rehab is taking longer than we may have expected, is that a reason why Sean Payton has pushed the mini camps later?
No, it was not. He genuinely did this because, unlike most coaches, the off-season program in the collective bargaining agreement is divided into 3 phases, they call it. And each phase has its own level of activity that's allowed. Phase 3 is the 11-on-11, OTAs and mini camp. Phase 1 is conditioning only, conditioning and weightlifting. Sean Payton, unlike most coaches, keeps the guys in phase 1 for a month. He's always done it this way. He believes in it. He thinks it cuts down on injuries. They don't do phase 2 here. They go right from phase 1 to phase 3. So because they, went to the AFC Championship game, he didn't want them to feel like there was no off season. So he started phase 1 essentially 2 weeks later. They start Monday in phase 1, and they'll be in phase 1 for a month. And then they'll do the OTAs the first 2 weeks of June, and then mini camp the 3rd week of June. And they'll roughly finish up only a few days after they finished up last year.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com, joins us every Thursday. Always appreciate it, Leggy. Thank you.
I will try not to speak down to you ever again. I'm sorry.
Still offended.
You know how much I love you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Bye, Jeff.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. All guests join us on the Ramos Law Hotline.
That was weird.
It was really weird.
What was?
Why were you whispering to him?
Because I love Jeff.
Why are you whispering sweet nothings to Jeff?
Well, what'd you want me to do? Show him my feet?
Well, actually, yeah.
Nope.
I'm always comping hard.
303-504-0925. Back after this. This is Brett Kane. You ever wonder why Fanatic Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Well, it's simple. Their rewards are just not the same old like other sports books. But Fan Cash, that's the ultimate sports currency. And betting with Fanatics lets you stack that Fan Cash. And at the Fanatic Sportsbook, you get up to 10% of that Fan Cash on your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend that on official team gear across every team and league, some collectibles, exclusive experiences, all that can be found on Fanatics.com. But Fan Cash unlocks value you just can't get at other sports books. You can even convert that to profit boosts and bet with it if you want to. With Fan Cash, you're getting the access to the world of sports every time you bet with the Fanatic Sportsbook. So switch to a sportsbook that always gives you more to play with. It's the Fanatic Sportsbook. Download it today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. Your home for all things Nuggets playoffs online is nuggets.com/playoffs. All the info you need about Base Camp 5280, playoffs gear, tickets, and more right there. Check out nuggets.com/playoffs. The Nuggets tonight.
I don't know how to feel about this. I'm nervous.
Tonight.
I'm nervous, Vic. I'm a little scared. I feel pretty confident.
Let's do this.
Give me the keys.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
A more reasonable start time. 7:30 tonight, Nuggets T-Wolves, Game 6. Everything on the line right here on 92.5, Vic.
Some strategery going on right now. Aaron Gordon is listed as questionable. We'll see. Minnesota, meanwhile, is countered. Bones Highland questionable with a sore knee. And now, just popping up on their injury list, Ayo Desumnu, questionable, sore calf.
Wow.
I don't know how much of this is gamesmanship. I have no idea. I didn't see any evidence that he was slowed down in Game 5, but he's on the list. As far as keys to the game tonight, it is going to be nerve-wracking. It should be nerve-wracking. The Nuggets, in terms of elimination games during the Joker Jamal era, they've not won one of these type of games on the road. They did it in the bubble, but those weren't road games. There was nobody there. So this is a game, a new frontier for them, that they're going to have to keep this series moving, keep this series going, keep this series alive. And the only way to do that is to win in a very loud arena. And my key is simple. Be physical, but don't cross the line. The last thing you need is early foul trouble or an ejection that can unravel everything. Stay physical, stay energetic, stay intense, but be careful of that line. They will try to goad you into crossing it tonight.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
What Vic is saying is let's get full-on Olivia Newton-John.
Again, Nelly, we've talked about feeding into this. We've talked about your role in why this happens and why the show spirals.
This is not spiraling, bro. This is propelling to the stratosphere, bro. Olivia, give it to me.
You know what I want? Olivia, give it to me. You know what I want? I want what Valanciunas said after Game 5. I want this.
We played our game, and we dictated the rules from the start. We took over, and we were playing good. Making shots. Everybody stepped up. That's how we need to play.
Set the tone. Don't be reactionary. Be proactive.
But don't you think they're waiting for that, guys? I mean, don't you, Vic, if it worked in Game 5, and it worked, I mean, those early hard screens, those hard picks early, even though some were, quote, illegal, whatever, it worked. Minnesota knows it worked. It worked on them. Mm-hmm. Aren't they expecting it?
You can expect it, but again, human nature dictates doing what the Nuggets did in front of their home crowd, doing it on the road in front of that crowd. Everything that you saw, the serenading of Jaden McDaniels. Who do you think, by the way, if I asked you, who is Minnesota? Who are the fans they're going to serenade from the Nuggets side tonight?
I mean, probably Joker, but I would also say CB.
Yeah, they'll get their handful. I mean, they'll spread it around. It's going to be intense. I know a couple people that told me that games 3 and 4 there was the loudest ever in that arena. And if those were the loudest games ever, I can't imagine what it's going to be like tonight. This is it, guys. I mean, they know it's at stake. They hold serve tonight. They live to play another game. If they lose tonight and have to travel back to Denver, feels like sayonara for the Wolves.
Well, who is the guy in the Denver Nuggets that embraces that animosity the most? Who's the guy?
We played our game, and we dictated the rules from the
him.
I think it's Big Val. I think it's Valanciunas, man. Let him get in there. You know what I saw in Game 5? I know this is just me thinking it, but I saw him on the profile, and I thought to myself, his beard looks angry. his beard even looked angry. The only time his beard was not angry is when he thought that it was a Minnesota Timberwolf trying to yank the ball out of his hands when it was really the official. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And he gave the ball up to the official. But other than that, his beard was following his mentality. He was out there to wreck some fools.
So let me ask you guys.
Wreck.
If AG is indeed available to play, he's listed as questionable. If he can play, what do you do with your rotation?
I pull him off the bench.
Okay, so who sits then?
What do you mean?
In your rotation.
Well,
not everybody
who doesn't come off the bench,
yeah,
you mean?
You had a 10-man rotation last game.
Tyus?
But who's going to run second unit point?
Look, this is just my thought on this. I think having the, quote, backup point guard is overrated. You just need somebody to get it past the timeline.
How about Brucey B?
Yeah, just get somebody to get it past the timeline.
Anybody get past
That's
the timeline and get into your offense, Vic.
After that, they run a pretty positionless offense.
Pretty much.
Joker's your point guard. Aaron Gordon now shoots threes. Everybody kind of does everything.
You know what I loved about his attitude in Game 5, talking about the big fella, not Joker, is that he goes, look, I got fouls to give. And even though he messed up for the first 120 seconds, something like that, he gave more fouls too. He got in there, Vic. He got in there and got all up in there.
Can I ask you guys something?
I want to see that, but it just, what's Minnesota going to do to counter it?
The T-Wolves fans hate the Nuggets and us. The Wild fans hate the Stars. Who do you think Minnesota fans are more geared up for? A chance to close out the Stars in 6 at home, or a chance to close out the Nuggets in 6 at home?
If you're going to be a reasonable person, Minnesota doesn't have devastating injuries. The Wild, they don't have devastating injuries. If the Wolves beat the Nuggets, which they could, they're still dealing with their backcourt that's injured. They're not exactly going anywhere.
Yeah. Who you texting, Moj?
Fallness.
Yeah.
Who?
Kevin Fallness.
Okay. He's asking him that question?
I'm asking him who's Minnesota geeked up.
And he's wild play-by-play, right?
Hey, no, Moser, get him on the air.
Nelly, here, I'll share it.
Get him on the air.
All right. By the way, he's keeping all these receipts, he says.
Where does he work?
He works for the Minnesota Wild.
He works for the team?
He's their Mark Bertinoli. He used to work here back in the day.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Let me share. How do I share this stupid contact?
But I wonder because, look, as much as they seem to hate us right now, they hate the Stars. They hate the Stars. And they got their own beef going on with Dallas fans because of, what was it, Moj? Was it a celebration Wallstedt had or something like that got people bent out of shape or something?
Jamie Ben's cross-check on Hartman in the neck.
I mean, that
last
too.
Game, they are fuming.
Yeah.
Fuming.
That was pretty blatant.
Actually, I'm sure he's at morning skate right now, so he probably won't jump on with us. I got to be at skate.
Wow. Did you make fun of your own thing?
Well, when I'm at skate, it's important.
Oh, of course. Fellas, Adelman needs to play CB and Bruce, or no. Tyus has to play. CB and Bruce can't handle that pressure they're providing. Even the 8-minute break he gave Jamal really helped keep them all fresh. Fine. Just get it past the timeline.
Yeah.
That's all you need to do.
You know whose minutes were extremely limited last game was Tim Hardaway's minutes. He only played 12. Did you notice that?
Yeah, is that one of those like?
I think that's the way the game is going type of feel thing. I don't think it's we got to keep this guy off the floor.
Yeah, I wonder why that is.
I mean, he hasn't exactly lit it up in this series. I could use it tonight. Could use, if you gave me one player, all right, let's go. Let's go back to who you are. If Tim Hardaway came off the bench and did his thing, give me, 5 of 8 threes.
Yeah.
Vic, I like that. I think when you look at the overall 3-point shooting this series, the Nuggets have been really good all year long. Aren't they the number 1 3-point shooting team?
High percentage, yeah.
Accuracy-wise, yes.
If ever there was a night to get physical and then to kick it out and fill it up from the outside, tonight's the night. Tonight is the night.
Well, this is what I'm kind of talking about here is in Game 5, they shot better. Yes. I think that shooting the basketball better was a correlation of playing the game more physically, which bred confidence, which helped you shoot better.
They shot better because they got higher percentage shots because they forced a lot of turnovers. They got into the fast break. They dunked the ball. How many of those shots were at the rim because they were on the move?
But even
That's why they shot better.
From three, they shot better.
They didn't start shooting threes better. In fact, it was the inverse. If you remember that game, the only reason Minnesota stayed in the game is because they were hitting threes.
One of the big reasons you won that game, too, as you said, Vic, you forced so many turnovers. You cannot expect. I mean, every game is its own living, breathing thing. You cannot expect the T-Wolves to have 25 turnovers tonight.
No, that was
you can't. That was
Minnesota.
an aberration.
Well, they had 9 in the first in Game 5, didn't they?
They were sloppy.
Well, I mean, you say it's not to be expected. Their entire starting backcourt is out. That probably has something to do with it.
Maybe.
And you know what? The Nuggets had active hands. I mean, Spencer Jones, active. Cam Johnson, I'll give him a ton of credit, dude. He was really good on both ends. You may not see 18 points. If you give me that Cam Johnson game tonight, I will take it.
Vic, the mental game. The mental game right now.
Why does Cam do that to me, by the way?
What?
Good game, bad game, bad game, good game, bad, good, bad, good, good, bad.
His role's different. Vic, the brain game. Is there doubt inside the Minnesota Timberwolves right now?
Well, there has to be some lingering doubt.
Okay. And the Nuggets, is there any doubt in their mind now? Or do they just feel good? Just, hey, look, we got nothing to lose except the damn series, but let's go
I don't
play.
think there's anything wrong with it, with having some doubt. I think it can be motivational, and you got to have it. You can't be too confident. I wonder, what do you think? How do you think Jaden McDaniels will react tonight after playing the heel in Denver and not having a good game? He's going to get the love tonight. His offense has not been good in this series.
He's going to love his love.
I think he's going to be the same guy. He doesn't seem like anything bothers him. I think he's just the same dude every single night. Now, I'll break down this game a little bit more along with the fact checker when we return next.
Do you realize how much time I've spent in my sauna during this playoff series? It's where I go to think. It's where I go to unwind. It's where I go to sweat. And I want to thank Flatirons Fire and Design for coming out. They've got a full-service approach. Not only installed it, serviced it, everything, their entire team, and it makes it so easy. You go to their showroom, you pick what you want, and it's more than just saunas. They've got grills, fire pits, outdoor kitchens, pizza ovens, whatever you want to upgrade your patio. Summer approaches. It's about time you get summer ready. Flatirons Fire is there for you. Beautiful showroom off of 53rd and Bannock, or you can check it out online today, flatironsfire.com.
Get locked in with Altitude Sports and Altitude Plus tonight as Vic and the crew set the stage for Game 6. Nuggets Live pregame starts at 6:30. Then after the final buzzer, tune back into Altitude for full wall-to-wall breakdowns of the game with Nuggets postgame live. Subscribe, done that twice now at altitudeplus.com.
Vic, is Bob Nikolai in Minneapolis?
I don't know. I think I'm not sure.
Well, I'm going to need to hear from some people today on your pregame show because I'll be watching. I always do. Now, if this game goes to like overtime, I'm going to be watching. But I may not watch your entire postgame show tonight, depending on how late it gets. That being said, I need to learn some stuff tonight during the pregame show that I don't already know.
I just learned some stuff reading Dan Hyatt's notes. I didn't know about this. Did you know, first of all, no one in the NBA, no duo, Joker Jamal, that era, nobody's played more elimination games over the last 7 years than these two have. This will be their 18th playoff elimination game as a duo.
That's crazy.
18th. Of the 17 they've played so far, they're 11-6 in these elimination games. 11-6.
Both teams are just the Nuggets? What do you mean?
The Nuggets are.
Okay.
That's pretty good. I mean, that bodes well for tonight.
But they haven't done one on the road with a packed house. They've done them on the road, the bubble, which is far different. We know that. So how they handle the crowd's going to be a factor. It just is. Well, I didn't know this either.
Can't they feed off that crowd? Go feed off it, man. Num, 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 num.
I agree, but we'll see. That I'm not worried about the guys that are used to it. I'm worried about other players. How will Spencer Jones react to that?
I don't think that Mr. LinkedIn, I don't think anything bothers him.
How will Cam Johnson react to it?
Well, that's a different story.
His scoring totals, he's in double digits in Denver, single digits in Minnesota.
That's a different story.
Okay, so those are questions to be answered tonight. I didn't know this. Jamal Murray in the playoffs is the fourth leading scorer in the playoffs?
It's not been very efficient.
I know.
But yeah.
But you know why that is, Vic? It's because more often than not in this series, Brett, you laid it out perfectly. It's a lot of dribbling around and then hoist it up.
Yeah.
It's a lot of dribbling around and then here, big fella, you take. I mean, a lot of guys have deferred to those two the entire series, Vic.
I know that it's going to be hard to watch at times tonight. You're going to get nervous and anxious. It's so important not to let things unravel, just to stay in that striking distance. Remember how watching Game 7 in Oklahoma City, how restless you got when they built that double, and then they just took off, and then the game was over, right? Mm-hmm. It was over, and there's no coming back from it. You can't allow that.
But in that scenario, it felt like Minnesota would be what the Nuggets were. They're the team that's hobbled and don't have their team right, and the things could get away from them in a hurry.
Correct. I hope it does. I hope that there's doubt. See, this is what we can't quantify and we can't know. How much doubt without Ant, and that's huge. Just Ant alone would be one thing, but also without DiVincenzo, how much doubt is planted in the minds of those Minnesota Timberwolves?
And now,
serious, and I'm that's not hoping that there's doubt. There is doubt in there. It's just how much.
And today, it just popped up on the injury list. Ayo Dosunmu is on the injury list, questionable with a sore calf.
If he doesn't go, I will be floored.
He'll go.
I'm not buying that.
He'll go. I mean, I see that more as gamesmanship. The Nuggets have AG as questionable. They just want to keep them thinking, right?
Sure. Whether or not he goes is a different story. Hey, Brett, before we're out of here.
Yeah.
I guess, again, we'll find out tonight. What did the Rockies do yesterday?
They won 13-2.
Yeah. Brooke Kay is watching the show right now. You want to say something to her? Go ahead.
Yeah, you don't know ball. You said yesterday the Rockies suck. You're wrong. They don't suck. They had a bad game, Brookie.
All right, my question to Brooke is, if you're watching, how grossed out do you get when your dad shows people his feet?
Yeah, he did that on the air today.
Yeah,
randomly. Embarrassed of your father.
You should be thoroughly embarrassed for your dad.
Yeah, he stuck his hoof into the camera.
Pretty good hoof. Be honest about it. If it was a bad hoof, I wouldn't do it, but it's a good hoof.
You have really weird things that you're proud of about yourself.
If that's the case, you shouldn't show your face.
Like,
Yeah, it's good. Come on.
It's good. I like it.
It's good. It's good. Come on. Give it to me. It's good.
No, I told you. It's good.
Yeah.
What? His feet are gross, tell Vic. Yeah. Yeah, Moj, do you know what he says to me? Like, I'm telling you, Vic, God bless you being able to do the show from home.
One of the reasons I do the show from home is I can't tolerate some of his shenanigans.
You know what he said to me after that, though?
And I want my own bathroom.
He goes, it's a good ankle. Like ankles are something that people are attracted by. Like, this is a physical thing that you should be. Yeah, you're right. It's not.
Hey.
Yeah, it's not that. It's not a cankle.
Listen, if we're talking about ankles and cankles,
Oh, boy.
I'm an absolute professional. I know all about them.
You're weird.
You want a final score tonight? I had a vision about it.
Sure, yeah.
I had a vision. 120. I had a dream. I'm not even kidding you. 124 to 115 Nuggets.
Well, if the Nuggets score over 114, it's proven they're going to win. If they
124 to 115 Nuggets.
So it's going to be close then.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be like last game, though, when they won 125 to 113. I had 124 to 115. That's the final.
What's your score, Brett?
I don't know.
I disagree with Moj. I think it's going to be a slugfest. I think final score will be.
Have you seen some of these games in the East, though, Vic? Like
I know.
92 to 88?
I know.
What the hell?
Even like Rockets-Lakers. Rockets won in L.A. last night, and it was a slugfest. I think it's going to be a similar type game. I think tonight nerves will play a factor. They will. And I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think it's 104-99, something like that. And it's going to be tight.
If you hold the T-Pups under 100 points, you win this game going away. Going away.
Tight, yeah.
I just think you have such a massive advantage. And it's that all the guys that we're talking about here on the Minnesota Timberwolves, they've played in crucial games. I'm not denying that. They all have. Jaden has, Rudy has, Naz Reid has, all the guys that were mentioned, Mike Conley, you name it. The difference here is those guys were not asked to be the dudes to carry their team in moments like that. It was always Ant. Always. The Nuggets have been in a lot of these games as well. The guys that they've relied on to be the dudes in those games are here and healthy. And that's Joker and Murray.
You have the best player on the planet and an all-star. Go win a game.
You know what's crazy?
Go win. What we do? Go win a game.
Even if they do win, still got to win another game.
They'll win that game. If they, Vic, say it. The winner of Game 6
will win this series.
You're damn right.
Such a bummer that if they do win tonight and they do have a Game 7, well, no, we will have time. Vic can give us one more. The winner of Game 7 will win this series.
I don't know about that one.
That one, I'm not so sure.
Let me do the math on that. By the way, also Keith says he's got a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich waiting for you in the fridge.
I'm telling you, Keith, it's one of the most disgusting things. If you guys, for those who didn't hear it, Moser's father, Keith, once shared with us the disgusting things he would feed you as a child. And I can't even.
A lot.
Tuna fish in peanut butter sandwich was so disgusting. I forgot the first thing that you said he gave you.
It explains a whole
peanut butter
lot.
and mayonnaise.
Peanut butter and mayonnaise. And I was like, that's gross.
Were you pregnant? Twitch asks.
Not that I know of.
Peanut butter and tuna fish.
Yeah, the old man's crazy.
0090 writes in, this is based on Moser force-feeding his feet to the world. Susie here, I'd love to know if any of you get pedicures. Real men get petties. Let me tell you something, Susie. Let me tell you something. Look, listen closely. There is no way in God's green earth I would ever put one of my feet in front of one of those poor ladies at a pedicure shop.
Well, she'd see your bunion and flee.
I would never, ever force them to look at those things.
Hang on. I've had about 5.
My wife took me about a month and a half, 2 months ago.
Wonderful.
It was awesome. My first
They're
one ever.
Amazing.
My wife took me for a pedicure about a month and a half ago, and it was awesome.
I'm telling you, it's the hot stones on the calves, the warm towels.
I would not subject those poor ladies to what they're about. I mean, it would
Well, then
nightmare fuel.
You're bailing out the workers, and that's fine, Vic. I'm telling for the people who are listening who think like I'm not getting a petty, guys. Do it. I would never do it regularly, but like once a year, my wife's like, "Do you want to get one with me?" And I'm like, "You know what? Sure. Let's do it."
I giggled through the whole thing though. I couldn't help but because it tickled.
The scrape on the bottom of the foot gets me.
Big on people touching me. I'll be honest with you. Even massages. I'm not a big. I don't know why.
I don't know,
gross.
man. I laughed the whole time. I laughed. She tickled my feet and I laughed.
But I'm just a PSA to dudes out there. Every once in a while, if your wife, your girlfriend goes, I'm going to get a petty, be like, let me do it with you. Because first of all, you get bonus points for like, oh, I'm taking an interest in your
100%.
thing. And the other thing is, it's really nice.
100%.
Anyway, fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
We have the rare appetizer hour fact checker today. Brett, you got this out of the way early. A person who is maybe in their preteens and is on the edge of going through puberty. How would you describe that person?
Who else was in that era? Who are these pop punk chicks that were like early 2000s that were trying to steal my heart?
I guess
as a prepubescent. I can't say that word. Prepubescent. Why can't I say the word? Prepubescent? There you go.
My goodness.
There's some trouble. Some trouble with that one.
You got the B. You got the B in the front there. Pubescent.
You know what? You guys try and say prepubescent at 6:05 in the morning. See how you do.
I don't blame you. Hey,
it's
PhD.
Like Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
PhD's going to have Paul Allen, the great Paul Allen from Minnesota, is going to be on their show.
Awesome.
Wait, are they beefing with each other?
No. See, Paul's a radio guy. He gets it. He understands it. He understands where we're coming from. And one thing I want to finish with, by the way, guys, when we're talking about media, and I want to make this very well known, a lot of these bloggers and podcasters, they're smarter than all of us. They know what they're doing, trust me. I listen to all of them, and they're very good. You will never hear me offend that line of work because a lot of them are former beat writers and former broadcasters, and this is the new medium. They're very good. It's the aggregators. All they do is take everybody's work and put it out on a website.
For all of the beef we have with Minnesota, I will say one thing. I love Paul Allen, and I love the way he calls the game.
We all do.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane's where you can find the podcast. Have a wonderful Thursday. Go Nuggets. Hopefully we're talking about Game 7
124
tomorrow.
to 115. Let's go.
Love you. See you.
I guess
as a prepubescent. I can't say that word. Prepubescent. Why can't I say the word? Prepubescent? There we go.
Beat who's in front of you, and that is tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Game 6 of the first round of the Western Conference. Your Denver Nuggets on the road at the Minnesota Timberwolves. A 7:30 tip on ESPN, a 7 p.m. pregame show right here on 92.5. And our playoff viewing party tour continues tonight at Whiskey Row. We'll give you guys details on that in just a little bit as we welcome you into the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi, the coach, Mike Sanford, decked head to toe in 5280 gear today. KJ Granderson is behind the glass, and you guys at 303-504-0925. It is just the third elimination game on the road that the Nuggets have played in the Jokic era in front of fans. They are 0-2. Ahead of that, one of those was Game 5 on the road against Golden State when Jamal Murray wasn't playing in the last one.
Well, it ended last year.
Last year.
Yeah. How you feeling, Raj?
I feel good. I feel ready for tonight.
Yeah.
I think you're going to get a great basketball game. I'm nervous that this comes down to the last, 3 possessions. Now, if it does, advantage Nuggets.
Yeah, I mean, where's the offense going to come from in a clutch situation from Minnesota?
Where's the clutch gene? He's unfortunately, for the Timberwolves, injured. And that is Anthony Edwards.
And not just clutch gene, but also creator. Even if it's middle of the first quarter, who's the guy that's generating offensive looks with consistency? Well, that's the difference, in my opinion, when you watched Game 5, was that there was an inability to truly begin the process of getting into any type of offensive set. Now, one thing that we have learned about Chris Finch, he's a good coach, a really good coach. And I would say that he's won the coaching matchup battle. Exactly how many times the Timberwolves have won this in this series?
Sure, yeah, without a doubt.
Because the adjustments that Chris Finch made and the motivational tactics that went into allowing his players to have that oxygen to do what they did to create this nasty rivalry, Chris Finch has done a really good job. So I would give advantage Chris Finch based off what I've seen. Prove us wrong, DA, because I think DA had a great set of adjustments in Game 5. I loved what he did in Game 5. Empty the bench. Tyus Jones, bring the ball up. Gave you a lot more juice from Jamal Murray late in the game because he's not laboring to get even to the midcourt space against Jaden.
And taking your finger off the nuclear option when Jonas Valanciunas is in the game, right? And the nuclear option is the first 3 minutes in Game 5 were a disaster.
But they were a fun, beautiful disaster.
Sure, they were fun, but I don't want fun right now. I want wins. That's the only thing that matters. But I can be miserable this evening, not have fun, and if they win, I'm okay with the result.
What were the first 3 minutes disastrous for, though? It was the 3 fouls, right?
No, there were also 2 turnovers.
Well, 2 of those were offensive fouls.
Oh, yeah.
They were but my point was, what were those offensive fouls? They were hard-ass freaking screens, and that's what you needed. That's what Vic Lombardi's been begging for, and why the state of Minnesota despises everybody on our radio station. I have some really good friends in Minnesota, man. They hate me now. And I don't know, man. I woke up insecure today, man. I'm just kidding. I could care less. Screw you, Minnesota. It's time to go, baby.
Oh, yeah.
What happened to our show being the olive branch to the entire state?
Enough anger.
They took that olive branch and broke it.
7 minutes into the show, he's already got a screw you in there.
Alex, you know exactly what happened, man. They took the olive branch, the twig that you offered, and they
threw
said,
it in the fire. They snapped it right in half.
And they did the old Clark W. Griswold when he's talking to his 2 yuppie neighbors. He said, "Why don't you bend over and I'll show you?" It's exactly what they did up there in the Bull North with the olive branch that you extended. Yeah, that was a good era.
Great. She's never had a bad era.
No,
Let's be
still's got a sinker. Pretty good. I like her slider. Good slider. Great changeup. And her fastball's still hitting.
People talk about Anne Hathaway being a vampire, and she is. Has never had a bad day in her life. Julia Louis-Dreyfus is right there.
She's got to be 62.
She's got to be close to it.
I mean, think about it. She wasn't exactly 18 years old when Christmas Vacation was released 40 years ago or whatever the hell it was. It wasn't yesterday.
She is 65.
Okay. You know who's kind of lost her fastball a little bit? Olivia Wilde. You see that circulating around yesterday? Holy smokes. Man,
What were we talking about?
We were talking about hatred.
We were talking about basketball?
We were talking about hatred of Minnesota. And then we got into bend over and I'll show
by
you.
my Seinfeld love.
Yeah, and Christmas Vacation love. Great film. I feel good, Raj. I feel good because I think at the end of the day, man, it's what you said. This is not just it's not a must-win game. It's a should-win game. It's not a must-win series for David Adelman, Nikola Jokic's top 10 NBA legacy that, frankly, it's always hanging in the balance. When you're in the middle of your career, your legacy is always hanging on the balance. And if anybody can't realize that, they're idiots. Nikola Jokic is the best Denver Nugget of all time, but games like tonight and hopefully subsequently games like either Saturday or Sunday for Game 7, if you get to that point, those are legacy-defining moments in the postseason for any player, just like in the National Football League. An AFC championship is a legacy-defining moment for a guy like Bo Nix. Unfortunately, his ankles didn't allow him to be a part of AFC championship game. Therefore, obviously, just 2 years into his career, there's a big fat question mark next to legacy. And that's going to be for everybody at 2 years into their career. The postseason is where your story is written. Tonight is a day and a night that the Nuggets story is written. David Adelman, I'm looking at you, kid, and I know he's about the same age as me. I'm looking at you as out-coach Chris Finch in 2 consecutive games. Make the right adjustments because you know that Chris Finch is going to have an adjustment for the adjustments that you made in Game 5.
You've been talking about the in-game adjustments for Chris Finch, where he, in my opinion, has won this series thus far. It's his post-game adjustments, man.
Yep.
After every single game that the Nuggets are successful, he is out there complaining louder than anyone in the league. And credit to him.
Did he do it again? I didn't even see it.
Did it again after Game 5.
I didn't notice
Talking
it.
about the illegal screens that are happening and a couple of missed over and backs that probably or could have been called on the Nuggets. Immediately after Game 5, he's complaining about those things. So watch out for early fouls, particularly on moving screens.
They called a lot of them, though.
Like
there were a ton of offensive fouls in that Game 5.
A master of I lose game, I then criticize referees, and the calls will come my way the other side.
You know why he has to do it?
He's been great.
But you think about why he has to do it, and DA does not have to do it, at least in this series.
Why is that?
Because the Denver Nuggets, led by Nikola Jokic, they on the floor play the dark arts of working the officials.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how the Timberwolves are wired.
No, you got to set the seed early.
Yeah, you
got to plant that a day before.
Because the Timberwolves,
let that thing germinate.
They're almost like, it's almost, I hate to say it, it's kind of meathead basketball. They're just going to go out and it's what I respect about a guy like Jaden McDaniels. It's what I respect about, heck, even, Naz Reid. I certainly respect it about the big fella. I'm drawing a blank on.
Rudy Gobert?
No, the thick, Julius Randle. Those guys just put their head down.
I was going to say, like the entire Timberwolves roster is big.
I know. But they just put their head down and go and play physical basketball and play with a chip on their shoulder, play with an edge. And you better believe that if you think that you're going to turn the game on tonight and it's going to be an exact repeat performance of Game 5 in terms of how the Timberwolves come out energy-wise, how they come out, just getting hit in the mouth early, I think you got something else coming. This is going to be a dogfight, man, because they know that this is it.
Complete dogfight. I don't think this is a 126 to 123 game. I think it's a race to like 110, if that.
It's a war.
If that.
Tonight is a war. I'm excited. I might go down there and just hang out with Andy Lindahl and just engage in all the
What you know
anger.
about Dierks Bentley's Whiskey Row?
I've been to the one in Nashville. Never been to the one
here in
Denver.
The one in Nashville is that's a party. If you really want to get your...
Where are you going, man?
I was about...
Where are we going?
If you want to get your party on, I was about to say something different.
Jeez.
Go to the one in Scottsdale.
Oh,
the one in Scottsdale is nuts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have really good decor.
Talk about vampires.
Yeah.
Talk about painting the edges black with 98 and a little bit of movement.
Little downward bite.
Directly in the middle of your prime. We're not talking about someone win the Cy Young at 38. We're talking about Paul Skeens dating Livy Dunn, trying to make $500 million on his next deal. Joker, in his last road elimination game, first, with fans. This is the 2022 game, Game 5, against Golden State. 32 minutes, 30 points, 19 rebounds, 8 assists. You know the players surrounding him were that game?
What year is this?
This is 22. Jamal Murray is out and injured. This was the year that we all thought Denver was going to win a title because they had traded for Aaron Gordon.
MPJ's playing, isn't he?
MPJ is not on that team.
What his first year was 23?
He was, I believe he was
probably
injured.
Right?
This was the first full season, I'm almost positive. But no, he was not on that team.
Is that when his leg actually dropped? His foot dropped?
No, this was you draft
Drop
Michael
foot.
Porter Jr. and you just allow his back to be like okay until he gets into the NBA.
Yeah.
So no, MPJ not on that team. Jamal Murray injured. They had just traded for Aaron Gordon, Monte Morris, Will Barton, Jeff Green.
Okay.
You had 18 minutes of Bones Highland, who went 0 from the field.
I'm sure he was playing terrific defense.
DeMarcus Cousins played 15 minutes. He had
like
19
DeMarcus.
points off the bench. Really good game for DeMarcus Cousins.
I'll tell you what, I could take me some DeMarcus Cousins in his prime right now.
Bryn Forbes played 11 minutes in that game. Jamichael Green played 10 minutes in that game. Austin Rivers played 4.5 minutes. And mentioned on the show yesterday by Vic Lombardi, Facu Campazzo played 3 minutes and 9 seconds in that game.
Yeah, but the way Vic talked about Facu Campazzo is that he played average 32 minutes when Nikola Jokic was carrying the team on his back.
They only lost that game by 4 points.
Who did lose to again?
Golden State.
That was pretty good.
En route to a championship. Yeah, on the other side of that is Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, Jordan Poole. And the bench minutes were Kayvon Looney, Otto Porter, and Gary Payton, who was playing really well at that time.
Yeah.
You were going to lose that game. We're trying to sift through the roster of, who's going to have a big game, or is it going to be another 20-point game from Spencer Jones? No. Dude, it comes down to whether or not Nikola Jokic is sensational. And if he is sensational once again, like he was in Game 5 back in 2022, you're going to have a puncher's chance. Because it's not Will Barton. It's not Monte Morris. It's not Jeff Green. It's going to be Jamal Murray right next to him. It's going to be questionable now. Aaron Gordon might give you some minutes off the bench.
Please don't.
We'll get into that next, actually. Aaron Gordon, will he or will he not play tonight? And if he does, is that a good thing for the Nuggets? That's Coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude.
I'm told it's a pretty bad calf strain that Aaron Gordon is dealing with. And then he tried to play on it in Game 4. He really labored, and the Nuggets sat him out of Game 5. I'm told they're preparing to be without him for Game 6. And a lot of it is protecting him from himself. Remember last year against Oklahoma City, Game 7, he plays through a grade 2 hamstring strain. Well, this isn't a do-or-die game situation right now. This is in the middle of a series, dead heat of competition. Guys are playing at a high level of energy right now, and so Aaron Gordon, I think the preparation is for him to be out.
That's Shams on AG's availability this series for the Nuggets. He is questionable this evening, as is Ayo Dosunmu, as is Bones Highland. Both of those players have been downgraded to questionable as of this morning. It feels like it's a little bit of gamesmanship.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Ayo Dosunmu's playing. Bones Highland, to be fair, how impactful has he really been in this series? How much trust does Chris Finch have defensively with Bones Highland and even with the turnover game?
I mean, at some point, though, you have to replace 40 points a game.
You do.
And he's a
Bones
guy
is a
that
scorer.
can right.
He can score.
He's averaging 8.5 in this series on 45% from the floor and 38% from three.
You have the turnover numbers there? It probably wouldn't have that, does it? On this?
His turnovers 1.2 per game.
Okay. Which isn't, I mean, that's not crazy. What his minutes, is he playing about 15 to 17?
He's playing about 15.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, at some point, Finch and the Timberwolves have to find a way to make up the 40-point gap that you lose with DiVincenzo and Edwards.
Yesterday, I really liked the way that Chris Dempsey broke down the void that is created in so many different facets of the basketball game with no Aaron Gordon on the court. And he was talking about like some of the physicality and defense was absorbed on the floor by Spencer Jones, some of the length in the closeout, some of the post presence was replaced by Jonas Valanciunas. Some of the ability to take the burden off of Jamal Murray bringing up the basketball, well, that was essentially replaced by Tyus Jones. Raj, I stand by the fact that I would take that version of replace the various things with healthy players rather than roll out another Aaron Gordon at 60 to 75%. I have not liked the way that has played out because I think everybody looks to Aaron Gordon and you think you have that ability to play extremely aggressive post defense and close out as a 3-point, defender at the line, at the 3-point line. The offense has looked really, really poor when Aaron Gordon's not healthy. But it's almost as if when he's out on the floor, you almost I think the team kind of thinks that you still have that. You don't. When he's not at his best, and that's any athlete in any sport, unless you're just a knockdown, cold-blooded killer behind the 3-point line.
So you're saying you're not going to change anything from Game 5? You change nothing?
I mean, I think there might be some schematic changes, but in terms of some of the bodies that were rotating through there.
Right, in terms of your deployment of your bench, if you have the ability to play Aaron Gordon for 12 minutes tonight, you're not doing it.
I don't think it gives you anything, especially, I know that none of us are medical experts, but even talking to Chris Dempsey yesterday, I said, I don't want a 75% Aaron Gordon to play. He said, Coach, I don't think he's anywhere near 75%.
Chris said he's closer to 30.
Which is, do you remember Game 7 against the Oklahoma City Thunder? How laborious that looked? How it's a problem. It hurts your basketball team. And when Aaron Gordon's health took another downturn in this series, man, I think it coincided with the drop off in game 2. And then it continued. I think Aaron Gordon was shut down in Game 3. Resurrected for Game 4.
Correct. He played in Game 1, Game 2, Game 4. He played 29 minutes in Game number 1. He had 17 points on 50% from the floor, 1 of 5 from 3.
And I thought he looked okay in Game 1, health-wise. Okay.
Compared to what we've seen this year.
Game 2 is when I really noticed the downturn.
Game 2, 37 minutes. He goes 3 of 9 from the floor, 1 of 4 from beyond the arc. 8 points. He was a -1. Game 4, he played 23 minutes, 4 of 11 from the floor, 36%, 1 of 5 from 3. He was -7. in plus minus. I don't need 25 minutes out of him. I could see 12. Give me 12. Those weird non-Jokic minutes in the second or the third. You can't use him for 6 minutes each stretch.
What if he can't run? Then he's alive.
Take him out.
Then why even play him?
Because you have to turn over that rock.
What does he give you?
It's not that you have nothing to lose here. You have so much to lose.
What does he give you, Raj, right now, based off what you saw in game 2 and game 4? What does that version of Aaron Gordon give you?
I don't know. He's averaging 12 points.
So just shooting.
Yeah.
Because he's not scoring by way of penetrating and taking the ball to the rim.
Yeah, he's one of the reasons why you were the most efficient and accurate three-point shooting team in the league this year.
How many games did he play in the regular season?
AG played...
Got to be in the 60s. Less than that.
36 games.
I mean...
Yeah, he hasn't been healthy all season. He hasn't been healthy in 2 years.
I just think it's a mirage. Aaron Gordon out on the floor not being 100% or anywhere near it. It's a mirage. It's the same thing that I don't want to see another exit from the postseason and Aaron Gordon showing that he's the toughest guy on planet Earth by laboring up and down the basketball court.
Great question here from Josh. Great question. 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us in the Shop Mazda text line. What's a more favorable outcome? Gordon plays and injures himself further, and you move on. You win this game and you win Game 7 on Saturday. But AG plays, and he's one of the reasons why you move on in this series. But he gets more injured, and he is just as available, if not a little bit less, in round 2. Or he doesn't play and you lose the series. What's the more favorable outcome? Josh was a little bit more violent with his outcome. He said AG plays and he tears something.
My favorable outcome based off the data that we have right now, the best outcome is AG does not play.
And they still move on.
And you move on. Because I think that's your best path forward to move on. I think we saw something, Raj, the revelations that were Jonas Valanciunas' physicality and grit and tenacity, and I'm healthy and I'm fresh and I've been just storing up all this pent-up Eastern European energy to unload on somebody. Tyus Jones' quickness, his foot quicks. That was fun, man. Like, I loved watching him burn Jaden McDaniels either to his right or to his left and bring the basketball up without much problem. And then it opened up so many other opportunities because now Minnesota's got to defend with more frequency as opposed to everything getting bogged down. I don't see a world that exists that Aaron Gordon in his current state is anywhere near a net positive. Unless he's, Raj, the only thing I would take is that he plays 15 minutes and he hits 4 3-pointers.
Yeah, he's just a spot-up three-point shooter.
But I think you have that in Tim Hardaway Jr., who right now is a better pace defender than an unhealthy Aaron Gordon. You're going to have to defend, man. Like, in games like this, you're going to have to defend. If you're not healthy, it's going to be really challenging to be able to defend.
And Hardaway finally, in that last game, felt like he was a little bit more dangerous offensively, and he didn't play as much as he had to in games 1 through 4. Right? It felt like Hardaway was efficient, right? He goes 3 of 5 from the field. He hits that single 3-pointer. I don't know. If we look at the outside, right? I started off the show saying, if you're going to win this game, Nikola Jokic has to be the best player on the planet. And he was in game 5, and I think he will be in game 6. But if we continue to nibble around the edges, is Tim Hardaway your guy that you, with 7 points in game 1, 16 in game 2, 11 and 3, 10 points in game 4, and 8 points in game 5? Is he the guy that you look at and go, if AG's not playing, this dude has to hit 3 threes?
Yeah. I think it's him, and it's also Cam. And I think there was a...
They've both been porpoising to steal something from Moj. Up, down, up, down,
yeah.
up, down.
Yeah.
Into the water, out of the water.
I think the Cam less... I think he's been a little bit less porpoising and more has been underwater, and then finally game 5, you said, okay, there's the aggressive player that you've been hoping would fill the shoes of Michael Porter Jr., and I think you're getting it. I think that there's positive signs from 2 of your 5 starters that have been pretty poor. I like this from the 9-3-0. I want more Julian Strother. I like the energy Julian Strother had, and there's a chance that he gets a hot hand. He can always rip it from behind the arc. I mean, why can't it be some Julian Strother? This tactics and strategy that David Adelman used, right? It felt like, man, I am coaching and fighting for my basketball life right now.
What was the Strother game? Was it game 6 last year?
I thought it was game 7. Was it not the losing effort in game 7?
I thought game 6 he went like nuclear. It was game 6. Yeah,
no, you're right, because then he got shut the hell down.
Yeah, he did nothing in game 7.
Yeah, he was on a milk carton.
Game 6 was the one that you really needed Julian Strother last year. 19 and a half minutes, 50% from the field, 3 of 4 from beyond, and 15 points. Okay. You can convince me Julian Strother's your guy instead of Tim Hardaway.
What the exercise
from an offensive standpoint.
Right, but the exercise that we're having right now, man, we talked about it could be Tim Hardaway Jr., it could be Julian Strother, it could be Cam Johnson. Hell, it could be Christian Brown, because he looked way more confident with the basketball in his hand at the tail end of that game in game 5.
By the way, Christian Brown is going to be public enemy number 1 inside that arena.
That's right.
I don't know if he's public enemy number 1 in Minnesota, because the Wild and Stars played tonight, and Wild fans will boo the ever-loving hell out of Jamie Benn this evening. So he might be public enemy number 2. Again, I think this kind of works in Denver's side this evening, in their favor, as I was searching for that very easy word. There's 2 games being played today. In fact, there's 3 that the Twins have to play. The state of hockey is going to care more about a Minnesota Wild team playing against a hated Dallas Stars opponent, because they believe Minnesota, the Wild, can win a Stanley Cup this year. I also believe they can do that. I think the Wild are just as deserving of winning a cup this season as the Avalanche are.
They're not just as deserving.
They are right there.
They're not as far along.
They are right there.
They're not as far along and don't have that championship pedigree that this team has in the current form.
Just because you haven't doesn't mean you can't.
Okay, cool. I get it. I understand, Raj.
That works in the Nuggets' favor tonight, right? Like, the state of Minnesota, gun to your head, if you had to choose one team to win tonight, I think they're choosing the Wild, because they know that the Timberwolves have no shot without Dante DiVincenzo and without Anthony Edwards.
They can't win the title
to beat Victor Wembanyama next round. And even if they somehow get through Wemby, they ain't beating the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I got news for you, Minnesota.
We were supposed to be the peace bringers.
I got news for you. You know what we have in Colorado? We got a better baseball team than you have. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
14-win Colorado Rockies. Way better than your 13-win Minnesota Twins. Take that.
I suppose that's true. 13 runs last night for the Rockies?
I mean, what are we doing here?
2 homers for Hunter Goodman. He now leads all catchers for home runs. He's hit number 8 and number 9 last night. He is tied for 8th among league leaguers. I'm having a tough time speaking.
Well, the reason that you're having a hard time speaking is because you're considering the size of the bar tab that we're going to run up at the Platte River
I'm in
when I get to 30
man.
wins.
I'm not going to be able to feed my daughter for a week.
30 wins by June 20th. I'm just laughing all the way to. I might get there by May 17th.
I am in a massive amount of trouble. And if you guys don't know what this is, it's our race to 30
It's
wins
the Dirty
bet.
30.
The Dirty
it's
30.
the Colorado Rockies Dirty 30.
Who did we steal this from?
This is Brady Hole-Up in Greeley.
Okay,
KFKA.
so Brady Hole in Greeley is not cutting his hair nor shaving until the Rockies record their 30th win of the season, which last year happened on August the 2nd, I believe, which is an insane
And they had 60
date.
losses, didn't they?
A nutso
More
date.
than that. It was something crazy.
You can find it on Baseball Reference pretty easily. Crazy date to get your 30th victory. And I thought that the Rockies, even though they were going to be very much improved this year, were going to do it on July 5, which would have been a home game against San Francisco. And I thought you were nuts for going June 20th, a home game against the Pirates.
This is crazy. Patrick Saunders just tweeted
trouble.
this out. The Rockies are looking to go 5-1 on their road trip today. The best road trips in franchise history. You had a 6-0 at LA and San Diego in September of 2007, which was Rocktober. And then after that, you haven't had a road trip in line with that. 7-1 in 2011. It was Pittsburgh and the Mets, which we all know the Mets stink. And then 5-1 5 times. So you have a chance to essentially be in the 8 best road trips by getting a W in Cincinnati against a really good Reds team. Good Red Legs team. But I digress. Minnesota, we got a better baseball team than you got. We got the Colorado Rockies. What do you got? The Twinkies? Get out of here with that.
Game number 6 tonight. Tune in for the only local play-by-play broadcast of the Nuggets and the Timberwolves right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Berto's going to have the pregame. It's all powered by Ramos Law. That starts at 7, and then Kaz and Scotty Hastings will bring you the action with tip-off starting at 7:42 p.m. Mountain. It's only right here on your exclusive home for Denver Nuggets playoff basketball. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 5 listeners are scoring a pair of tickets to Game 1 of Round 2 for the Avalanche during our special Avs Playoff Ticket Friday. But if you guys don't want to leave it to chance tomorrow, you can lock in your seats right now for Round 2 at coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Tickets are on sale for every possible game. Don't miss the most anticipated series of the year. We might know as early as this evening, Coach Sanford, as we welcome you guys back into the morning sprint. Raj, Coach, KJ. 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us today. We might know by like 8 p.m. tonight whether or not the Avs are playing the Minnesota Wild. That thing could end this evening. Tyler Myers, the big old 6'8" defenseman who Dallas traded for just to get bigger and slower and rangier on defense, will be a healthy scratch this evening. Michael Bunting looks as though he's going to get back into the lineup, the big pest formerly of the Pittsburgh Penguins and Toronto Maple Leafs, will be in the lineup, expected to play alongside another historic pest in Jamie Benn. That's going to be a bloodbath this evening. But Minnesota, I think the Wild are going to get this thing done tonight. I really do. I do. One of these series will end this evening. There's 2 Game 6s tonight. Dallas on the road at Minnesota, trailing by a game, facing elimination. Edmonton on the road against Anaheim, trailing by a game. One of these series will end this evening.
I think that this thing goes 7. I just think Dallas has just too much. They've been in these spots so many times in the last several years with this core, and it's still a good core. I mean, if Minnesota gets it done tonight, look out. That's going to either way, this is going to be an incredible second-round series for the Avs.
I don't want people to think that because I'm begging for Minnesota, and I have been begging for Minnesota in round 2 for months. I think most Avs fans would probably be on my side of this equation. Because I'm asking for Minnesota doesn't mean I think that it is an easy series by any stretch of the imagination. I simply don't want to deal with all of the crap that goes with playing the Dallas Stars. I don't want to deal with the, Matt Duchene is a vet. Matt Duchene's going to score a big goal against you that costs you a game. Mikko Rantanen, even though he's been a ghost in series number 1, and people in Dallas are pissed off about that. What do we know about Mikko Rantanen here in Colorado? Rantanen doesn't go away for 2 straight postseason series.
Right.
He'll go away for 1. Mm-hmm. He will be the worst player on the ice for his money for a series. And then the next series, he's the best player on planet Earth. So I don't want to deal with Mikko Rantanen becoming an all-world player again because it's going to happen next series.
Mikko has 5 points in this series. Is that right? 5 in 6 games, or is it?
I don't even know if he has that.
I think going into game 5, I thought he had.
He's got 6 points.
6 points. Okay.
6 points.
So he's averaging a point.
He's been a -5. He's taken 5 minor penalties. He's given the puck away 11 times, which last year in the postseason through 18 games, he had 15 giveaways the whole postseason. I know he's got 6 points in 5 games. He's been bad, and people in Dallas have been pissed off about it.
How many power plays have the Stars had in this series?
22, 21.
And they haven't really been that dynamic.
Coach, you've never been more wrong.
So then, how many power play
Dallas
goals
has scored on 40% of their power plays this postseason, which is second best in the league behind Anaheim, who's scored on 50%.
Frankly, that's Dallas's only. To me, that feels like that's their only path forward against really good teams.
Which is why I don't want to see them, because you can, and as Minnesota Wild fans are learning right now, you can outplay Dallas for 90% of the game. Crush them, kill them, have the puck the whole time. And it takes 1 power play to screw up 30 minutes of great hockey. It takes 1 bounce off of a skate. Did you see the goal that they scored the other night to make it a 1-goal game? Jared Spurgeon on his butt in front of the net, hits him in the back and goes in. It takes 1 crappy bounce, 1 power play for Dallas to erase a half of an amazing game. That's why I don't want to see the Stars. Not because I think it's like an eminently easier matchup for the Avs. I don't want to deal with all the crap that comes along with playing them.
Speaking of being dialed in for 30, 60, 90, even in the case of this game, dang near 110 minutes of hockey for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Did you see the Did you see the overtime goal that was scored?
Cam York?
Oh, my gosh. But the save right before it from, how do you spell? Is it Artur's Shelov's. Where he dropped his stick and tried to block with he had his blocker out, stick on the ice. Stick actually stopped the puck. It was like last ditch.
So you can drop your stick. You can't throw your stick at a puck. It would have been a penalty shot.
He dropped it.
Yep.
He dropped it to free up his blocker. And it was a phenomenal save. And then what was it, like 34 seconds later?
It was right off the draw.
Match.
He couldn't see the puck. Cam York goes bar down, his first goal in like 40 games. You see the celebration for Cam York? He two-hand helicoptered his stick into the 21st row.
Great.
And it hit some dude square in the face. And Cam, after the game, was like, I was just really excited, and I wanted to share it with the fans because the energy in the building in Broad Street was nuts. And he goes, I just like don't want to get sued. And the two guys that it hit a young dude in the face, and then it kind of like grazed an older guy who really wanted the stick. The young guys just gave the old guy the stick. Really cool videos from around Flyers Nation there. Both of those people had Twitter accounts, responded to the video that the Flyers put out for Cam York's postgame, and they both went, "We're good, Cam. Don't worry about it.
Keep it rolling."
Like, you hit me in the face. I don't care.
That's good hockey
fandom. You could have taken teeth out.
I got to say about Philly, man. Like, that building is so cool. When
yes.
When the Flyers are buzzing, it's a really, really cool place to be. It's one of, and it's, to me, it's one of the best American hockey cities. You know, just in terms of like,
what do they call that? What do they call that? That promenade there? It's owned by Comcast. You can hit a pitching wedge to every single one of the stadiums.
Oh, it's awesome. It's an awesome
in
venue.
Philly. It's unreal.
Yeah, and like they share parking lots, and Pittsburgh kind of has a similar thing with the Pirates and the Steelers are right across from one another. But that setup in Philly is really cool.
I forget what I'm telling you, you can hit a pitching wedge from Lincoln Financial to Citizens Bank Park to, it used to be like the Wachovia Center. I think it's the Wells Fargo Center now. All four of those stadiums there, you can hit.
They call it, I think they, and then they even have like the MLS team has their own brand new Subaru Park right there too.
It's an awesome, awesome area to watch sports.
And they have great.
I was born in Philly.
Sports talk radio in Philadelphia is so fun. Anytime I recruit, it doesn't matter what time of year it is, how good or bad their teams are. There is so much anger and vitriol by the sports talk radio hosts at either all of the teams or some of the teams. And then the call-ins are just classic. Philly, a great sports town.
Yeah, WIP's and the Fanatic, man. Like, you can't beat it. You really can't.
It's so funny. My dad, he's been around. He moved a lot of different places, lived in the East Coast, lived in California as a coach. Anytime I was recruiting Philly, I actually went out to look at Mike McGlinchey when I was at Notre Dame.
Is he a Philadelphia guy?
Yeah, he's from like, went to high school at a parochial school, like in downtown Philly. And my dad gets off the phone. He's like, "Hey, Mike, just turn on WIP."
Like, "Hey, Mike, never coach here."
And I was obsessed. I'm like, "Dad," I called him back. I was like, "Dad, this is the greatest thing I've ever." Great tip. Really good local knowledge.
That was a great game between Philly and Pittsburgh last night. The Montreal and Tampa Bay series continues to be, for my money, the best series thus far. It's back and forth. They hate each other. There was a big-time push from Tampa Bay late in that game, like 5 different block shots with under 3 minutes to go. Philip Deneau plays a full 3 minutes and 15 seconds straight to end that game. The Canadiens take a 3-2 series lead. They'll head back to the Bell Center tomorrow night looking to finish that one. The Vegas Golden Knights get a double overtime winner last night at home to take a 3-2 series lead. Barrett Howden, a short-handed overtime goal 5 minutes into that second period, just dispossesses and snipes one far side over Vejmelka's glove. I think Vejmelka's a right-handed catching goalie. Great goal from Barrett Howden.
In the NBA and in the NHL, these first round series have been way better than I thought they were going to be. They're like outside of San Antonio, Oklahoma City on the NBA side. I think there's one other team that's gotten through in a 5-game series.
OKC swept. San Antonio 1-5, and
is that it?
Every other series
it's still going on.
Every other series is currently 3-2.
Which is, we're going to get a lot of game
sevens. The first round's been awesome. The Magic have a legit chance of upsetting the Pistons as the 1 seed in the East.
And then in the NHL, it's just the Avs and
the Hurricanes.
two best teams in hockey. So, frankly, let's just call it like it is. The two best regular season teams in the NBA, Spurs.
Oh, sorry, Philadelphia last night too.
Oh, yeah. They got through. Was that
4-2?
4-2. We're on a collision course with a lot of Game 7s this weekend. And I think in hockey, those will go into Monday, Tuesday? Question mark.
In hockey, those will
Because I saw there on Saturday, there's some games. So Saturday right now, Game 6 is Anaheim, Edmonton, Minnesota, Dallas. Sunday.
Saturday would be Minnesota and Dallas Game 7 if it's necessary.
Wait. Oh, if necessary.
If necessary, Minnesota, Dallas Game 7. If necessary, Anaheim, Edmonton Game 7. And then Sunday, there would be 3 possible 7-game finishers, or Game 7 finishers, rather. It would be Boston on the road at Buffalo, Montreal on the road in Tampa Bay, and Utah on the road on the Strip.
And by the way, that Utah and Vegas series is
a great series.
It's been a phenomenal series to watch.
It's been so late. Like, I can't blame anyone for not having watched Mammoth and Vegas Golden Knights because they've been such late puck drops consistently. If you've had the luxury of watching any of those games,
barn burner.
It's awesome.
Physical.
It's physical. There's a billion goals being scored.
The buildings are on fire. I mean, it's a really, really cool series.
You are right. You're spot on with that. The first round in both the NBA and the NHL. You can't ask for much more.
It's awesome. It's like the opposite of what the CFP playoffs was, right? Which it was like every first round game was a bloodbath.
Yes.
Like, what did we do? This is the worst committee ever. What are we doing?
303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us. Your home for all things Nuggets playoffs online is nuggets.com/playoffs. All the info that you need about Base Camp 5280, playoff gear, tickets, and can you say Game 7? We just talked about all of those in the NHL. Could be Saturday evening at Ball Arena, and so much more is right there. That is nuggets.com/playoffs. Get locked in tonight with Altitude Sports and Altitude Plus as Vic and the crew set the stage for game number 6. Your Nuggets live pregame starts at 6:30, and then after the final buzzer, tune back into Altitude for a full wall-to-wall breakdown of the game with Nuggets post-game live with Katie and Vic and Chris Dempsey. Subscribe now at altitudeplus.com. You can also listen to the game right here. It's your only local play-by-play with Jason Kosmiski, our very own Scott Hastings. That pregame starts at 7 p.m., and you guys can go down to Whiskey Row, Dierks Bentley's Whiskey Row in Denver, and hang out with Berto, as well as the frenetic cat himself, Andy Lindahl. I heard a promo that we're running that Kreckman was offering body shots off of Lindahl.
Yeah, and he said that my stomach is a lot flatter than it
I
used
was
to
going
be.
to say.
Which I think is really cool.
You want to do body shots off of Lindahl now, not 2 years ago.
No, yeah.
Andy's looking svelte.
Yeah, he is. He's still angry Andy, but he's svelte Andy as well.
I don't know how much hair is down there with Lindahl. That would be the issue. There's a
I don't
video.
think he's an overtly hairy individual.
He doesn't strike me as one
Yeah,
of those.
he still has a little bit of a baby face, you know?
See, I don't agree with your takes.
Why is it when an Andy Lindahl drop is played by KJ, it sounds like he's really on our airwaves? Like it felt like with that right there, it felt like Andy was on. Like,
just are it, man.
does it not?
He's in the room. Where is
That's
he?
what I'm saying. Like, he is here. He's in our presence.
There's a video that a couple of my teammates, I don't talk to them at all anymore. A couple of my college teammates will text me on my birthday every year. They'll just say, happy birthday, and they send me a video of me. I lost a bet with the fellas, and the losing end of the bet was that I had to do a body shot out of, like, my hairiest teammate's belly button.
Ooh.
You what? And they send
Call that
me
smelly belly.
Oh, it's brutal, dude. I don't talk to these guys at all. I just get a happy birthday text every single year with this grainy, pixelated video of me doing the most disgusting thing I've done in my life.
Was it out of his belly button?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what a body shot is, ain't it?
I've never actually. I don't even, dude,
Coach.
I'm like,
if the Rockies win 30 games before May 20th,
I get to do
June 20th.
a Raj body shot.
No, you don't want that.
Steve Nelson body shot.
Can't subject you to those types of things, man. 24 hours after the Bo Nix news comes out that he has had a procedure done to his surgically repaired ankle, are you still as nervous going into years 3 and 4 and 5 of the Bo Nix experience as you were yesterday?
Raj, I'm more nervous.
Oh, why?
I know that everybody's accusing sports talk radio hosts in Denver, Colorado of instantly transforming into medical experts. That's the accusation, that we know so much more about Bo Nix's ankles than a doctor does. Man, the history on it, have you had a chance to see on social media just the Bo Nix, really not even social media, it's actually websites that take into account surgical history of athletes. This ankle history, both left and right ankle, it starts in 2017. It's 9 years ago. Well, and granted, people have ankle injuries. We're not talking about minor ankle sprains here. We're talking about bone issues. It started in 2017 where Bo Nix missed 4 games. I believe that was I think that was early. No, that was high school. He had 4 games missed with an ankle fracture. Okay, so this is, once again, we're not talking ankle sprains, people. Talking fractures. Now, granted, that was his left ankle. The current issue is not with his left ankle. It is with his right ankle. So we go to November 13th of 2021 at Auburn.
His junior season.
Right ankle fracture. Required surgery. Missed 3 games. Right ankle fracture. We go back to November 15th. That's obviously when he had the injury. 2024. He had 3 transverse process fracture, likely thoracic, played through the final 6 games of his Oregon final season in 2024. Okay. And then we get to January of 25. Underwent arthroscopic surgery on a pre-existing ankle injury that bothered him during rookie season. So, excuse me, the November 24th, 2024, that was the back injury. Ankle injury was he had surgery post rookie season on a right ankle. It bothered him during the rookie season. He missed the Pro Bowl. Remember that? Forgot about that.
Good. I don't want any Broncos actively playing in a Pro Bowl.
Right, but
you can be
but
you can be elected to it. I don't want you playing in that.
But
crap.
the reason, Raj, why did he miss the Pro Bowl? Because he had ankle surgery. That is a little bit different than just electively saying, yeah, we don't need our franchise quarterback playing. He had ankle surgery.
Yeah, but the common thread in all of this is he's played through it. Like, it has never kept him off the field for a long period of time. And honestly, it hasn't really hampered what he's been on the field. So are we just nervous that, like, eventually he's not going to be able to play through it? Because the recent history, even going back to, it was just that 1 year at Auburn, right? Even going back to his college years, is his ankles are injured, he plays, and he plays well. His history in the NFL, his ankle or his back is injured, he plays, and he plays well enough for the Broncos to make the postseason twice and be the number 1 seed last year. So is this just projection of like, oh yeah, eventually it's going to break?
Raj,
but like,
it's the forced surgery on his right ankle.
Yeah, but he's shown that he can still play through it.
Okay.
And he plays well through it.
All right, then pull off the Raj, and Denver Broncos just go forward with giving him a max contract as soon as humanly possible. Put your money where your mouth is.
The other answer to that question is you just pick up the 5th-year option.
Beautiful.
And 2 years from now, you're drafting another quarterback?
No, I think if you pick up the 5th-year option,
well, you're going to.
Then you allow the data to play out. That's what my point was yesterday.
So he just turns into a running back. He just turns into a one-contract guy, and you're back in the same vicious cycle that the Broncos were in 2016 to 2022.
That they would have the ability to pay him on his 5th-year option. Like Lamar Jackson was paid on his 5th year.
And honestly, you know what? You can convince me to go to the Lamar Jackson route, which is
the
you
route.
Pick up the option and you just go franchise tag, franchise tag, franchise tag. And if eventually down the road, it's like, yeah, dude, the ankles are fine and you have a Super Bowl and we've won double-digit games, 4 of 5 years, then you can get into the conversation of like, now you're the highest paid quarterback in football. You can get me on that side. You can do that. My argument of signing Bo Nix to a contract, and again, this was like, this was a fantasy experiment that we did. It's something that you can't do right now. I said if you could sign him to a deal that is, what did I say, $60 million? I don't know if I went that high. Okay, 60. Thank you, KJ. I said if you could sign him to a deal right now that is a $60 million a year deal that kicks in after his 5th year, I think you would be dumb not to do it. Because the cap goes up, quarterbacks are going to continue to be more expensive and more expensive and more expensive. You could convince me to do the Lamar Jackson thing. It would piss Bo Nix off.
The only thing that matters in all this, it's not what I think, it's not what you think, it's what the Broncos think. It's what the Broncos brass thinks. It's what their medical staff thinks. And I think as of right now, there's no way that you can say, as a Broncos fan, the Broncos organization, you can't say that Bo Nix is damaged goods and will not be able to be a long-term solution for the Denver Broncos at quarterback. Because you mentioned it. He's essentially missed one game.
It was an important one, but yeah, he missed one game.
It arguably cost you the ultimate prize in all of sport, which is to play in the Super Bowl. And to do that as a second-year quarterback would have obviously been, you do pay the guy. Like, as soon as humanly possible. But because you were unavailable to play in AFC Championship game that cost you an appearance because of an ankle that required surgery, and now you have another surgery, which I don't know the specifics of it. I'm just guessing and using hypothesis to ascertain that he was on schedule for 4 to 6 weeks, and that 4 to 6 weeks came and went, and he's obviously not on schedule at the 4 to 6 week benchmark that was given out in late January. He's not fully on schedule. Will he be your opening day starter at quarterback? Yes. I have almost zero doubts about that. Will he be your week 18 starter? I don't know.
Okay, let's game that out. If the weeks of 10 to 20, which are obviously second half of the season and going into a Super Bowl week, are the most important, the ones that are the only ones that truly matter at this point, would you sign a veteran quarterback to come in and give Bo a few weeks at the beginning of the season to make sure everything's okay? Make sure that ankle is completely healthy? A starter, if you will, an opener to steal something for Major League Baseball? Would you mess around with that, especially because Patrick Mahomes might not be starting the first couple of weeks for Kansas City? That I don't want to tempt fate, but you can kind of play around a little bit at the beginning if you get a veteran starter that can come in and win some games, knowing that Bo Nix is going to come in week 5.
Raj, you ever heard of the company, the brand Reynolds Wrap?
Yeah.
What do they make?
Like saran wrap.
What else?
Aluminum foil.
Yeah, they make tin foil, don't they? You know what Reynolds Wrap people that wear that, they use Reynolds Wrap to make hats.
Yes.
They make caps.
I do.
You know what they're starting to hypothesize out there on the conspiracy theory radio?
Oh, what's that?
In the event that Bo Nix can't go, Aaron Rodgers.
No way. No way.
Denver Bronco quarterback. The dream of 2022? Nathaniel Hackett. Head coach brings Aaron Rodgers to restore the Denver Broncos back to the promised land.
I'd be lying if there wasn't some
Happens
part of me.
5 years later.
I'd be lying if there wasn't some part of me that goes, it could work. He'd be a headache, but it could work.
You know how I feel about Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, you've told me that we're not allowed to use his name on this show.
I know. How could we do sports talk radio then? How could we do?
I mean, he would be the gift that keeps on giving from a sports talk standpoint.
Oh my gosh. There's no way. It can't happen, right? It can't happen, right?
Crazier things have happened. KJ's NFL notes are next. We'll continue previewing Game 6 of the Nuggets and Timberwolves. You can listen to that tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your pregame starts at 7 p.m. Before we get into KJ's NFL notes, make sure you guys head on out to the Altitude Sports Radio Playoff Viewing Party Tour that continues tonight at Dierks Bentley's Whiskey Row in downtown Denver. It's going to be an awesome viewing party with Andy Lindahl hosting as we root on the Nuggets to bring it back to Denver for a deciding Game 7 on Saturday night. Grab a Surfside for $1 off and enjoy 100 calories with no bubbles. It's all sunshine in a can, plus prizes all night, including your ability to win an autographed Jamal Murray jersey. And again, that will happen tonight. So if you're there, you can sign up to win it, and then you can walk away with the jersey in your hand after Game 6.
Last time I went to a watch party, the Denver Nuggets extended a series. It's the only time that I've been to a watch party in this playoff so far.
Does that mean that you're going?
Yeah, I need to go.
So Andy and I do not have a great track record of elimination games together at watch parties. I'm going to sit this one out. Andy and I have very good history. You guys have good vibes?
Very good history.
So we can send you as the representative for the morning sprint.
Also, strangely, Andy and my wife, they see...
They're just homies?
They see the world in the same wavelength. They both freak out about the same things. So it's really fun. They like getting around each... Oh, Mike is such a...
I thought I was supposed to be your work wife. It's Andy now?
No, my wife. My wife is
I know, but it sounds like because he and your wife share the same wavelengths, he would be your work wife.
Okay.
And I feel like I'm being cheated
on.
Coach
Coach
Vrabel.
Yeah, I didn't. Oh, jeez, easy there, Diana. Come on, Dirty Di. What are you doing over there?
I don't have the bolt-ons like that. Oh, KJ, what's first, buddy?
Andy Lindahl. Moment killer.
What's up, guys?
The Bo Nix ankle gate has been the story of the week. ESPN's Jeff Legwald joined Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning to detail why there has been so much room for skepticism about what everyone is saying about the recent ankle procedure that Bo Nix just had.
I've since talked to two team medical people from other teams.
Is that fact, by the way, or are we just? I know a lot of it.
No, it's the
fact.
number. The number varies depending on who you talk to, but it's multiple. He's had at least 3 since he's been with the Broncos.
Gotcha.
So
3. Wow.
He had a cleanup after his rookie year on one of his ankles, and now he's had 2 on the right ankle since he fractured it. So that's just since he's been with the Broncos. 2 years, 3 ankle surgeries. So I think moving forward, that's kind of just the information you have. It obviously has not affected his playing time. He has not missed a regular season game. So it's not an issue there. But I think moving forward, is this something where, he's played 2 NFL seasons and had ankle surgeries after both. It is, if you're a player, you don't want it to be an annual thing, but I think moving forward, it will just bear watching, and it will be something I think the Broncos are not going to want to talk about. Sean Payton's not going to want to talk about it. Bo Nix is not going to want to talk about it. So I think it's going to be one of those hot-button issues until it's not. And the only way it's not is if he does not have any more for a while.
I mean, Leggy's just spitting the same facts that we've been talking about, man. I mean, since he's been a Denver Bronco, which is 2 seasons, the most important fact is that he has not missed a regular season game, and he was available for 2 playoff games, unavailable for a very significant one, as we all know. But, man, there's 3 surgeries on the same ankle. And based off of the injury history that's available around Bo Nix's career, it's the same ankle that required a surgery also, meaning that there's been at least what we know of 4 surgery on that right ankle. Because he had it in November of 2021 while he was at Auburn.
If this ankle affects his ability to be a true dual threat quarterback down the line, I'm not saying this year, I'm saying contract number 2, when he is 28, 29, 30 years old, and then off of the rookie contract and making what I'm going to assume, because I think the Broncos are going to be right back in the thick of things this year, top 5, top 7 quarterback money at the worst. Does he have enough to be a dominant quarterback, or at least what he's been so far, without his ability to run and scramble?
I'd be concerned about that. I think that there would have to be major strides with regards to some of the accuracy measurables that have not been so kind to Bo.
Mm-hmm.
like
the nerd stats don't like Bo.
They think Bo's a bottom third quarterback. Now, the nerd stats sometimes don't really account too well for off-schedule playmaking, big plays that come by way of plays breaking down.
Now, off-schedule playmaking doesn't always mean scramble yourself for 12, 15 yards.
No, absolutely.
Like,
get yourself out of trouble. It's Patrick Mahomes.
Right. You know who's a really good off-schedule playmaker? Like, Aaron Rodgers was really good at making plays
you're trying to
off
make
schedule.
This happen. You are trying to make this happen.
He's just in the back of my mind because you brought it up. I'm not making this happen.
Because you went out and shopped for some Reynolds wrap, and you have it just nice. You have a nice little head wrap up there, the tin foil going. No, here's my concern. Off-schedule playmaking, a lot of times, the reason that you can get away with it is because you have the requisite foot quicks and like short area quickness to get away from the problem that might exist in the pocket and gets you just enough space and time to place at least some of the second play. Like, dude, if you're 25, 26 years old and you've got an arthritic ankle, I'm concerned about that.
KJ, what's next?
I think a 13 handicap is pretty solid to get on tour.
Well, when a player...
Who is that?
Justin Simmons.
To get on tour?
He was being funny.
Oh, okay.
He was being funny. He said he's going to go on tour as a golfer now. That's what he's going to do in his post-career.
Vic says Justin gets through the ball pretty well. That doesn't shock me.
Did you hear what happened yesterday? Do you remember what I said into the open mic? I offered Justin Simmons a high school coaching job.
And?
At his press conference, you know what he said? I'm going to go shadow Dave Logan at Cherry Creek.
When he said it, I couldn't believe it,
man. Is this guy openly trolling me? Holy smokes, man. I get it. Humble pie yet again in my direction. Gosh, Justin.
Man, he did you so dirty. I was hurt when he said it.
I mean, there were multiple olive branches that were extended on our show yesterday that were just snapped and just shoved right back in me and Raj's face.
Well, when a player of Justin Simmons' caliber retires, you don't know what he's going to say. You don't know what he's going to do, as you guys just heard that little clip there. But he got a little candid about what actually led to his decision to go ahead and retire now. He talked about when he sat on the couch last year and he was rooting for the Broncos, he just felt like this peace that he had never felt before. But there was a moment right before he felt that level of peace that ultimately led to him doing what he did last year that kind of said, all right, here we go. I think the time is winding up.
You know, when I got let go from Denver, there was hard conversations that Taryn and I had, and I still wanted to play. And, you know, Atlanta came into the mix, and I thought Atlanta had a really good shot of being, a really good team. I was getting to the playoffs. Like, that was always my goal. I didn't have a chance to do that here, and so I wanted to just experience a playoff atmosphere. And, and be totally transparent. This would be the most transparent you guys probably ever seen me. So when I first got to Atlanta, like, I was really excited for football and all the other reasons, but I was really excited. And I tell everyone jokingly, I'm like, my family was still going to live here, right? And Taryn was going to commute with the kids, God bless her heart, for home games. But I was pumped. I'm like, oh, dude, this is college all over again. You know, I'll go study and I'll do my things and I'll get to play the game. I'll get to watch my own shows. I won't have the kids nagging me. But literally a week and a half into it, it was the most miserable part of being in Atlanta. It was hard, man. I felt like I was parenting on FaceTime. It was hard being away from the kids. It was hard seeing Taryn struggle with them out here. Not on her own, but, without dad, it's hard. And, I missed my wife. I missed my kids. I missed what was so familiar for 8 years, It's things that I took for granted that you don't know until, you never know until it's gone.
I'll miss seeing Justin Simmons play football. I'm happy that he said that because I wouldn't say I forget about it. I think I often dismiss the human side of professional athletes, right? You guys know that I look at professional athletes as mutant versions of humans, and they are to a certain extent. But, being in your, late 20s and early 30s with young kids and having to live in a different state can't be easy. It's just a shame, man, that guy wasn't able to be part of a Broncos team that saw the playoffs. He sniffed it once, sniffed it in 2016 during that Trevor Siemian season, and then never again. He was good enough. We had the conversation yesterday. Is he a Ring of Famer? I still don't think he is. And he'll be one of those guys that you always look back on and say, what if he was part of the 2015? What if he was part of the 2024 or 2025 versions of the Broncos?
The Broncos did a tremendous job honoring him. One of the more ceremonial retirements for a Broncos player probably since Peyton Manning. I heard Tyler Polumbus talking about that yesterday. There really hasn't been this type of a major event at Dove Valley for the retirement of a player with a montage made. And I mean, they really honored Justin Simmons.
Maybe that is his Ring of Fame.
I think it
yesterday.
Is. I think it is.
We're going to do this for you. You come back, you sign a one day, you retire as a Bronco. Because they don't really do these press conferences for anybody, and they only do it for Ring of Famers, Hall of Famers, and then guys who are retiring that are, Peyton Manning, and Justin Simmons is not that.
I mean, he goes and coaches with Dave Logan, not a Ring of Famer. Comes and coaches with me, Ring of Famer, in my book.
KJ, what's next?
Handicap is pretty solid to get on tour.
The NFL distributed crew assignments to referees this week amid indications of continued progress towards a deal on a new collective bargaining agreement with the NFL Referees Association. The assignments did not include any of the replacement officials the league has onboarded and vetted in preparation for a potential lockout. The league's officiating department has planned to start training those replacement officials beginning tomorrow. The existing CBA for the Referees Association is cited to end May 31st. The meeting they had earlier this month, according to Cowboys owner Jerry Jones, produced what a league source would call progress, and they've also continued that momentum this week towards an agreement. So the plan, obviously, is to have the regular officials back. But though they're moving in the right direction, according to ESPN, what date would make the NFL nervous knowing May 30th is the ideal date to get this done?
I'm not even worried about this. It's getting done. The NFL is going to get this thing done. Both sides are going to posture as much as humanly possible to get what they want. And I'm guessing that the officials are going to end up having to cave to some degree because the NFL is not going to meet every single demand. But I stand by the fact that the NFL officials are they're going to be officiating regular season games this year.
Yeah, I suppose to get nervous 2 weeks out, which is like 2 weeks from today, I guess you can get a little bit nervous. When you truly start panicking is when training camp starts rolling around and rookies start reporting, because then you see NFL officials around those facilities and they're in meetings talking with position groups.
That's when it gets done, though.
That's when it right.
It's going to get done around there.
I could see
rookies report. We're gonna have the talk. It's gonna be all over Sports Center. We're gonna talk about it.
It'll be a month and a half of like, oh, there's not gonna be referees, and then
can I just have a very honest moment? Sure. I think there's no worse sports talk radio than referee lockout sports talk radio.
Well, I mean, until you see when the NFL gets refereed by non-NFL referees, and then it's a disaster.
Robo refs. I don't know. Just.
How would a robo
I don't
ref
care. They can do anything.
How would that work
Chat
for football?
I don't know. I don't care about. I love you officials. You got a job to do, but gosh, I don't want to talk about them on the radio.
KJ, keep it moving then.
I think a 13 handicap is pretty solid to get on tour.
Well, the Houston Texans agreed to a 3-year, $54 million contract extension with Pro Bowl linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair. This adds on to the expensive offseason that they've already had. They put together a 3-year, $150 million extension that made Will Anderson the highest paid non-quarterback ever. They also gave Danielle Hunter a 1-year, $40 million deal. They gave tight end Dalton Schultz a 1-year, $12.6 million deal. And they just gave their kicker, Kami Fairbairn, a 2-year, $13 million contract extension earlier this offseason as well. Guys, when you look at the current hierarchy in the AFC, where do you rank the Texans, knowing they're currently in all-in mode?
They're filthy on defense, man. Aziz Al-Shair, I coached against him when he was playing at FAU in the Conference USA back in the day. He was a terrific athlete and a head-hunting son of a gun. This guy he's a really good player. And you know what? While his time with the San Francisco 49ers didn't fully materialize, gosh, man, DeMeco Ryans knew that he had something in a player that he could really maximize. I think Aziz Al-Shair has DeMeco Ryans to really credit with his generational wealth that he's accrued already.
There is not a player in the NFL owned by, or whose rights are owned by another team other than the Broncos that I covet more than Will Anderson.
Oh, gosh.
That is the one player that I look at and I go, I would give up so much for him to be a Bronco. I just love the way he plays, man. I don't think there's a hole in his game. And I don't know what it is. It's just an eye test thing for me that every time I see Will Anderson play, I go, where do you find that? Where that doesn't grow on trees. They're a good team. Am I going to put them ahead of the Broncos right now? No. Am I going to put them ahead of the Patriots? No, can't do that.
They are 1 year further into the notion that you have a Super Bowl worthy team and a quarterback that's just good enough to get you close, but then to get you beat.
There's a lot of those in the AFC.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how's this? Let's go through the divisions. Are they better than the Raiders?
Yes.
Are they better than the Chargers?
Yes.
Are they better than the Chiefs?
As of, is Mahomes healthy?
Mahomes is healthy. Mahomes is healthy.
No.
Are they better than the Broncos?
Is Bo Nix's ankle healthy?
Bo Nix is healthy.
Are you sure?
Sure.
Can you guarantee me that he's going to be healthy in the AFC Championship game?
In this fake realm of sports talk radio, I sure can.
The Broncos are better than the Texans.
All right, there's two. AFC South, better than the Titans.
Yes.
Better than the Colts. Coach.
Coach. Yes.
Jacksonville.
No.
3 teams.
Now, Jacksonville, they had a bunch of injuries last year.
Are they better than Cleveland?
Yes.
Are they better than Cincinnati?
Yes.
Healthy Joe Burrow, but better than Cincy? Okay, all right, that's fine. Better than Baltimore?
Right now, yes.
Better than Pittsburgh?
Yes.
To the AFC East. Better than the Jets?
Yep.
Better than the Dolphins?
Yep.
Better than the Bills?
Nope.
Better than the Patriots?
Nope.
So that puts the Houston Texans at number 6 in the AFC.
It's about right.
It's about right. Number 6, but if things go right and things start to falter for other teams, they can jump into the top 3.
Man, I just think C.J. Stroud is as much as he is a competent quarterback that can do some really good things at times. It just feels like I don't know that he's ever going to be the player from a command presence, big moment standpoint that is really going to be able to deliver the goods.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. That is Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com, just hours away from a very decisive Game 6 here for the Nuggets and Timberwolves. 7:42 tip with Kaz and Scotty. Berto's got your pregame show starting at 7 p.m. Our Game 6 predictions on the other side.
Here's what I think. Look, I think this game, coming up in Game 6, this is the Wolves Super Bowl. Because I don't know who's going to come back. I don't know what they might have in the next round. I know that they hate the Nuggets. And I know that they may not have all their soldiers in the next round, but they want to kill off the Denver season.
Yep.
And look, and it was ugly. And obviously the Nuggets offense was way back, and there's a lot of different reasons for that, the turnovers. But I do think the second half that Minnesota played, they basically played them, even in the second half. Randall had a big game, and they can look at maybe eliminating some of those turnovers. I think they believe that they could pull out Game 6.
I talk way too much, honestly, about the 2022 second round series that the Avalanche played against the Vegas Golden Knights and the Game 2 that Vegas lost, but Colorado came away to go up 2-0, but it just felt like Vegas found something. That was Brian Windhorst talking about how Game 6 tonight is Minnesota's Super Bowl. It is their NBA Finals this evening in front of their home fans, likely knowing that a second-round matchup with San Antonio is futile, and even if you get through Wemby and the Spurs, going against OKC without your starting backcourt, including one of the top 5 players on the planet in Anthony Edwards, is also an exercise in futility. Is he right, though, about the second half that Minnesota kind of found something against the Nuggets, that the Nuggets just held on in the second half? No. I disagree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I think that Brian Windhorst has all kinds of his own agendas, and he just doesn't ever seem to be a guy that cares too much for Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. I think that unlike, obviously, Game 2, a game that had an incredible run for the Nuggets, and then it was met immediately by a collapse, an epic collapse of run for the Minnesota Timberwolves, I thought that there were some micro runs that the Nuggets thwarted. And they continued to do that. And that was that thing that felt like it was missing. And I was really upset about after Game 2 that you weren't able to even come close. Like it ended up feeling like about a 35-point run.
Yeah,
for
it
Minnesota.
was inevitable. There was no stop to it unless the buzzer hit. That was it.
Yeah, this did not feel anywhere near what that felt like. So I feel very good about the Nuggets plan in Game 5 carrying over into Game 6, utilizing a deeper bench, getting fresher bodies out there, getting some players that have something to prove, like Jonas Valanciunas physically, set the tone with some screens, set the tone in the paint. And I really think this game's going to come down to the Denver Nuggets' ability and desire to go get grimy and nasty inside of the paint. And they showed that they wanted to do that in Game 5. And guess what it did? It opened up the outside shooting as well. Felt like they were very perimeter in Games 2, 3, and 4. Felt like they were just, hey, we've shot 3-pointers all year. We're just going to keep just chucking them up. Well, guess what, man? It's kind of like the ground game, like the run game in football. If you're an air raid team and the pass game or the protection isn't good, you're screwed, man. That's why I always like to build a good ground game. It's the same thing with paints and points in the paint points. It's the same thing. That's the equivalent of your run game. That's the healthy J.K. Dobbins. And when the Broncos, for example, didn't have that, it just didn't feel the same.
To put it to the ice, the Avalanche power play, which for years was top 5 in the NHL during the McKinnon and the Makar era, has over the past couple of years not been great, right? And the main reason for that is Cale Makar doesn't shoot from the top anymore. And Nathan McKinnon doesn't shoot from the top anymore. And it's very easy for those PK units to just go, all right, you're going to force a puck to the middle of the ice, or it's going to go from one side to the top and then to the outside for a one-time opportunity. And if you don't hit that perfectly, you're not going to score. Now, what I think changes the Avs power play is if Makar shoots from the top, right? Because then you have to shrink in and then you can go back out to the outside. I think the same thing holds true for the Nuggets is you want to be the most efficient three-point shooting team in the league, force that Timberwolves defense to commit to defending the paint.
Yep. There's got to be teeth behind it, which there was in Game 5. That there's a real commitment to violently taking the basketball to the rim. Cam Johnson did it. Christian Brown did it. At times, I felt like even Jamal Murray, his alley-oop reverse layup was a way of doing that. there was more intentionality of getting in the paint, getting in the lane, driving the basketball, and then it just opens everything up. And it doesn't allow Rudy Gobert to be the solo power inside of the paint that is just like, I'm going to keep sagging here and protecting the rim. There's got to be more crashing that happens from other players. I also think that here's my biggest key to the game. Agree or disagree. There might be bigger ones. Like, you could probably find a statistic, but just as simple as this. The Nuggets don't have a terrible first half of turning the basketball over, they win. If Nikola Jokic is careless with the basketball.
Oh, the Raj ratio?
I think that's going to come
Comes down to
it.
the ratio.
I really do, because
Joker needs more steals than turnovers.
What did you do in
steals and blocks?
How was I didn't even see the Raj ratio for Game 5. It had to be pretty decent because they had so many they turned over the Timberwolves with such frequency.
Joker had 2 blocks, 3 turnovers. 2 blocks, 3 turnovers, but he had a great game.
No steals?
No steals in that game, no. The Nuggets had a ton of steals. Nuggets had 16 steals in that game. 3 for CJ, 3 for Spencer Jones, 4 for Jamal Murray, 3 for Christian Brown, and then a combined 3 for Tyus Jones and Bruce Brown off the bench for 16 steals in the game. There were 25 turnovers. There's no way Minnesota turns the ball over 25 times again, right? That has to be an anomaly. Is that either anomalous for Minnesota, or is it your starting backcourt is hurt and therefore more turnovers?
It felt that way to me. There were players playing roles with more frequency than they were
handling the
comfortable
ball more
feeling.
often. Julius Randle had 5. Jaden
And that's
McDaniels
advantage
had
Denver.
4.
That is advantage Denver. Because you actually found a really good ball handler that hadn't done it really at all as a Nugget, and that's Tyus Jones.
Dave's Hot Chicken is bringing the heat to Denver with 7 different spice levels from not hot to Reaper. And yeah, that one does come with a waiver that you got to sign. Every piece of hand-breaded chicken is made fresh and spiced to order. Get your post-game snack at Dave's Hot Chicken, open late with multiple locations across the metro. Coach, it is a Nuggets game day. Game 6 just hours away. Time for a heat check. Who do you got your eye on?
I got my eye on Adjika. Huh? Adjika?
Who dat?
Yeah, that's Lithuanian Adjika. It's a rich, savory, and spicy chili paste produced locally from red peppers, garlic, and herbs. And that's going to be the Lithuanian with the perfectly coiffed beard. Jonas Valanciunas, heat check. And it's going to be all about the physicality, a couple buckets inside of the paint, and some block shots and some hard fouls. I want that extra Adjika from Lithuania.
Heat check for me, and to take it into an NBA perspective, a basketball perspective, heat check is when someone takes something from deep, just making sure that they're not lucky and that they're like, oh, no, this is a streak. I can hit from deep 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, 6 out of 7 from beyond the arc. Cam Johnson had an 18-point night, and he wasn't particularly lethal from 3. Can you back up an 18-point night with another 18-point night, Cam Johnson?
Let's roll.
You're my heat check right now. It's you, Cam Johnson. I think the Nuggets are going to find a way to get it done. I think we're watching Game 7 at home on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
You got a score prediction this evening?
Nuggets win, Timberwolves lose.
Okay. I'm not going to screw this up. I'm not going to Raj curse us out of here so you don't get a prediction from me. Maybe the guys on PhD will have that coming up next. Make sure you guys hang out this evening at Whiskey Row with Berto and Andy. You can win a signed Jamal Murray jersey and cheer the Nuggets on to victory. Hopefully they get back home on Saturday night for a Game 7. That'll do it for us. For Coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryanemi. Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac is next. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10.
Well, we do have some somewhat of breaking news, at least on the injury front. The Timberwolves have released an amended injury report. They did one about an hour ago, and just recently they've done another. And Ayo Dosunmu, I'm close enough. He is listed as questionable. Bones Highland is listed as available. I didn't even know that was like a thing. But obviously, Bones is dealing with something. So he's going to play, obviously. But he's also has something that he's dealing with. And Ayo may be a no-go in terms of that. And, of course, DiVincenzo and
I don't know.
I don't know, and Edwards are out. Scott, what can you tell us about the injury report, the latest, and the listing of available?
Bones, it had been listed that he had a knee soreness, stiffness. That or he was mad at the coach because he yelled at him during one of the timeouts in the second half.
Okay. All right.
But no, he was listed as a knee. And then the Sumu is one of the fearful injuries that we've dealt with, and the league seems like it's been having an issue with the last couple of years. He has got calf issues.
Oh, my gosh.
It's an epidemic.
So
Achilles, calves.
So
They're
he
all
goes
going down.
He goes from playing to questionable. What do you think, Scott? What do you think about that? Do you think that leans towards out or playing?
I don't know anymore. I sit in my judgment, and I've seen guys with broken feet go into games. We saw Aaron Gordon go into Game 4 when he probably shouldn't have. So I think there's a part of me that says if you can walk, get out there and try to play.
Mm-hmm.
But when's the diminishing returns add up, and it could just be something that you think about. So they got a couple other guys that are pretty good players too that will fit in there, but we will see.
Okay. Boy, I have not checked the old gambling line. I haven't seen what's what in terms of how this is playing. I can do that right now because I know they were favored by 6.5 at one point, and now I'm looking 6.5, still at 6.5. Okay, I actually like that spread. I think the game. My feeling on the game is it'll come down to the last 3 minutes, and can you make shots? And I bet not by a large margin. But I bet the Nuggets with about 3 minutes to go have some sort of lead, but not a lot. And then if it stretches to 6.5, 6 or 7 or whatever, okay, fine. But that's what I think. I think the Nuggets will be defending a small lead late and hang on. That's what I think.
You always got the clearest crystal ball of anyone I've ever met.
I try.
I mean, you got that down to the details, down to the minute. They got the lead that it's going to happen here.
Yes.
Like you're just practical. Like you got any tarot cards? Can you just can you read my palm?
Well, I cannot.
What does that line mean?
I'm palm reading dyslexic.
No.
That means it's a foot.
It means long life, right?
I can't tell.
And I'll prosper.
Sure. Well, that's what that means. That when you do that.
Okay.
And this means
Scott,
rock and roll.
Scott, you got your crystal ball. You got it. What's gonna happen in 2 minutes and 38 seconds? If you withstand the first quarter and a half, and when they punch, you punch back, and you don't back down, then and if that happens in the first half, you'll be up 11 with 2:38 to go. Okay.
All right. I like it. I hope that's the case. I'll tell you this. If it's Game 7, get ready for Clippers Part 2. Do you remember that Game 7 last year? That's what's going to happen. The wind will be out of their sails. If they do lose this game, it's probably because the injuries they have are probably a little bit more serious than maybe we've been led to believe. And I think the Nuggets just wipe them off the face of the earth on Saturday night at Ball Arena. I don't think that game is close at all. And then you have another come-from-behind 3-1 series victory that is hard to do, but the Nuggets have pulled it off twice. The last two have been the Nuggets back in the bubble, and this would be the third in a row in the NBA and for the Nuggets if they could do it. So I'm feeling cautiously, Scott, optimistic because I do think it's going to be close despite all the stuff that Minnesota's going through. I think that environment is going to be unlike anything. I don't know, man. I mean, you've seen every single environment there is in Nuggets history. I wonder if this will be right at the top of the list for On Fire.
Well, yeah, they've done a good job. I mean, this group was always fired up. They were out there and representing in games 3 and 4. And then you throw in, our local media being dummies and trying to stoke fires. It'll probably be off the chain. That's why you'll have to really take, like I said, you're going to have to take some punches, I think, early on. Can you survive those punches? And if you can, then I think you can control the game. But there'll be some heavy punches thrown early on. You just got to withstand that early.
I guess I do need to apologize to Scott again today.
Oh, what'd you do now?
Well, I really didn't mean for Scott to get caught up in the crossfire of something that I was starting, and the guilt level on me is increasing as the day goes on. But there was an article written about how...
it properly exonerated Scott. The article properly exonerated him.
I know, but the picture of the article...
Yeah, it makes it look like it's all me.
Right. The article did absolutely separate Scott from our foolishness.
Sure.
Mostly mine.
But
the picture of the article has got Scott on it. And Scott's kind of is just catching strays as an innocent bystander.
It's the dumbest article I've ever read in my entire life. That might be the dumbest human being that's ever walked this planet that wrote that article.
We were scheduled to have Paul Allen on with us at 12:30, but unfortunately he has a commitment and he can't join us. But the article literally was the basis of it. And again, this is my apology to you, Scott.
Now, this won't get put on Twitter, though. I'm sure Dan's not going to clip this and put this on Twitter.
Hey, I didn't clip that. That was a Wolves fan in Minnesota that clipped that.
It wasn't Dan. It was a Wolves fan that what we know is the Wolves fans and the Wolves, they are following us.
They're listening.
Nobody is following them.
It's a fantastic fan base. They love themselves, the Wolves.
Yes.
And they have represented, and I'm sure they'll represent tonight.
The funniest part was I literally was asking, who's the best media personality? Like, who's the king? And it was like, well, we can only think of one person, Paul Allen. And then
we've had on the show multiple times.
We have, Dan, do you have the clip from we'll play it later, but we have a clip of Paul Allen on with us before Bo Nix got drafted. And it was great because he rips on Bo Nix. We can play it a little bit later. Anyway, so I'm joking, completely facetiously saying, oh, Paul Allen is terrible and this, that, the other thing. And then you read it in the article and it looks like we're going after Paul Allen. Well, Paul Allen tags me on Twitter and says, love Scott Hastings. Loves Scott Hastings. Scott Hastings is the best. Darren McKee, I've never heard of you. And until you get in my tax bracket, I'm not going to pay attention. And I got to say, that is the first time I've ever had the tax bracket, thrown at me, which he's right. I mean, Paul Allen's got to make way more money than I do. That's for damn sure. Anyways, we're going to have Paul on. It was going to be a fun thing. And I've written questions for Paul Allen to stoke the fire, but now we don't have Paul Allen on. But I still wrote up a bunch of questions.
Can we not adjust the time? Can he come tomorrow?
We have made that attempt, and we're seeing. We're
efforting tomorrow.
He could conveniently.
This may be he's kind of really upset.
Yeah, he might just conveniently have an obligation right now that he's like, I think I've played in those waters long enough.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think he has something very, very legit. I don't think he's trying to avoid anything. But I did write up like 10 questions to ask him about with Minnesota to try to, get it going. So I'm not going to force the issue. If you guys don't want to hear the questions, I won't read them.
Are you asking us to ask you what the questions are?
Not even. I mean, if you want to, but certainly you don't have to. I just
if Scott wants to play your game, Scott can ask.
And he doesn't have to. They're questions meant to bait Minnesota people. Mm-hmm. Now this is right. So I don't want to get Scott in any more trouble. I don't want him to get any more trouble.
I just fixed a cup of coffee. Let me go grab it real fast.
What's the question? No, I won't say it. I won't.
D-Mac, what questions did you have?
You know what?
I'm really, really curious what questions you had to bait Minnesotans.
All right, well, Scott's getting coffee. Maybe I can sneak one in that has nothing. Again, these questions have nothing to do with Scott.
Are we done yet?
Not. No, I wrote the questions. It's not. It's a work of DMac. All right. Here's one of them. 3 of your teams are playing tonight at the same time in your city. Amazing. Which of these teams do you expect to let you down the most?
Next question.
And I did write one just kind of for Scott. Scott, I think you might like this one, actually.
Mm-hmm.
What was a better TV sitcom? The Mary Tyler Moore Show or Mork and Mindy? Now, do you get that one, Tyler?
I don't.
Yeah, I know.
But Scott, you do, right?
Yeah.
Is it Mary Tyler?
Mary Tyler Moore Show was centered in Minneapolis.
And Mork and Mindy was?
In Boulder.
In Minneapolis.
No, it was in Boulder.
/ Denver.
It was in Boulder. It's Robin Williams. Anyways, I just got when you guys had Herschel Walker, how awesome was it to watch the Cowboys win 3 Super Bowls? It's like questions like that.
Yeah.
So at any point, if you say, hey, for Paul Allen's sake, because he couldn't be with us,
Should we have Dan pretend to be Paul Allen?
No. We wouldn't do that. Paul Allen's fantastic. That guy is great, makes a lot of money. He's a legend, and Paul's a great dude. But, these are just basic questions, Was the most desperate move in Vikings history when you had to root for Packer Brett Favre? Stuff like that. It'd have been fun to hear some of his answers. Maybe tomorrow, Dan, right? If we get him tomorrow.
We're efforting.
What's great, though, Scott, is we know that people in Minnesota are listening to every single second of everything we're doing, and nobody in Denver cares about what anybody in Minneapolis has to say about anything. That is true. Why, really quick, why do you think that is, by the way? Why do you think that is? Why do you think they are so consumed up there in Minnesota? I'm being kind of serious.
Lack of championships. Inferiority complex.
Yeah.
No, because I think they're the same way with the Wild, and I think they're the same thing with the Vikings. I don't know about the Twins. I know at one time in the early '90s they were all in on the Twins, but I don't know. I think they get behind the teams that are in it and competing. And listen, you got a 6 leading a 3 games to 1. I think they were all in. I mean, I think they'll still be all in tonight.
Do you think that culturally in the city, losing so much does have some sort of ripple effect? I think it does in Buffalo, by the way, which is another fantastic fan base. Like if you watch,
can I say something?
Sure.
I think it's football.
Okay.
I mean, Tyler tells us all the time that NFL's king, and it is. I mean, I go back to when the Avs won the very first championship in Denver. All they did was say, "Where's the Broncos? Why the Broncos don't have one?" And it was, I mean, woe is the Broncos, and it was something to behold. It was, remember the Drew Litton cartoon that he wrote when he was writing in the newspapers, and it was a picture of Joe Sakic in a recliner holding the Stanley Cup, and John Elway in the window looking inside going like this, right? I think it stems from football. It had the Vikings won, 1 or 2 during the Tarkenton era, and had they not blown an easy kick and then played the Broncos instead of the Falcons, I think that would have been a much better game in the Super Bowl. I think everything would be a little different.
In one aspect, I actually think those cities that have got these just historical failures and have never had success, they've got a deep-rooted bond that is different than other fandoms.
I think you might be right.
It is like, hey, we're here, we're not going anywhere. It's different. The entitlement is not the same.
You're absolutely right. Look at Chicago. Chicago had the Bears win that championship in 85, 86?
86, yeah.
But it wasn't until the Cubs kind of like broke loose and won a World Series that it seemed like the temperature of that. And listen, you had Michael Jordan and the Bulls running a rough shot on the NBA for 6 years.
Yeah.
White Sox wasn't until the Cubs won it.
The White Sox got a World Series too, though. They did.
Yeah, but if you were saying Chicago, do you think of White Sox or Cubs?
The Cubs, of course, and they suck. I hate the Cubs, but yes, the
but
Cubs.
Then they finally won, right? And
Yes.
To me, it's changed that whole dynamic of that sports.
Well,
town
nothing changed more than Boston. I mean, they had the championships with the Celtics, right? Of course.
Yeah.
But the championships.
They claimed the Patriots, but let's be honest.
Well, it's a huge Patriots place now, but now it got ridiculous in Boston, right? It's the famous sign at a parade.
Everything was winning.
Yeah, I'm 7 years old. I've never seen my team win a championship. Something like that. It's along those lines. It's spoiled like you can't believe. But I do think I think it does all add up. I do wonder what kind of pressure that puts on athletes that play in cities like that. Like when it does come to tonight, is that really somebody else's hump? It's past history. It's no big deal. Or does the loserdom of a city and their sports and the failures of like losing the Lakers back in the day, right? Like a million years ago, and to see what that turned out to be, does that sort of ring in the bones of the citizens that they're kind of paranoid about everything?
I don't know so much about like the fan base or in terms of like their care or their connection to the fan base. Athletes, a lot of times, are pretty disconnected, but when you've got a franchise, and so it's kind of isolated, they don't care about what's happening. Football doesn't care what's happening in hockey or what's happening in basketball. But when you've got a franchise that has been long struggling, of course, I experienced it when I was in Washington. We were so bad, and then we got good. And when we got good, I'm telling you, everybody on that team, it's in the fourth quarter, and you're up by 10 points, and you're kind of looking around like, who's going to fumble? Who's going to throw the interception? What's going to happen? Like, we won 6 straight games, but this isn't supposed to be us.
Gets in your head.
Something bad's about to happen.
All right.
Well, I think the soundbite that we play, it's Loserville, USA. Isn't that Paul Allen?
It is Paul Allen.
It is.
It is Paul Allen, yeah. I don't know.
Isn't that Paul describing it? Listen, I will say this, and here's where you got to give the T-Wolves fans credit.
Yeah.
I don't like fan bases that always got one foot out the door. That are listen. I thought we saw that in games 3 and 4 with some Nuggets fans. I mean, it was Doolittle, Chicken Little, man. It was a lot. They had people already bailing.
Yeah.
And the Wolves fans, maybe it's because they've not won. When their teams are playing, and they'll be the same thing with the Wild if they can finish that series tonight. They're all in, man. They're not going in with half a foot or 1 foot, right? They're going in both feet, and you got to respect that a little bit. Even what Tyler just talked about with Washington fans. The Cubs fans were like that all the time, right? Wait till next year, and there was always a foot out the door.
Yeah. Living in Buffalo, I could feel it. They've never no championships. 0. But no championships for the Vikings ever, which is wild for a team that's been around for so long. The Wild, nope. Timberwolves, nope. Twins, yeah, but it was in 1991. I mean, we're going back 34 years.
The Minneapolis Lakers won a championship.
Did they?
Was like in 60-something.
Like with George Mikan, they won a championship? Like way back?
I think the Lakers count that as one of their championships.
What year did that franchise move?
60s, I think, Scott.
I got to embarrass myself so bad. I've always wondered where the Lakers came from.
Oh, you never knew?
I didn't know that. Now it makes sense.
Oh, that's
Lakers, Lakes.
You never knew that.
10,000 lakes. I get it now.
That's it?
Yep, now I know.
Utah Jazz?
I'm going to guess New Orleans.
yes. You never knew that about the Lakers. Oh, that's pretty funny.
If I did, I forgot it.
Yeah, that's because it's an unusual name for Los Angeles, right? But there you go. And then they got really good after they went to Los Angeles. And
April 28th, 1960, they made the announcement they were moving to L.A.
Wow, that's funny. And they kept the name all these years.
Tyler, Dallas Stars?
Stars could be any, I don't know.
Oh, you don't know that either? Well, that's funny. You'll never get it.
Stars,
because
open country.
It's abbreviated from what it used to be.
I've got beautiful views of the sky. I don't know.
It used to be. I'll give him a hint, Dan. It used to be North Stars.
Okay, Canada. I don't know.
Minnesota. Yep. That's before
Minnesota
the.
North Stars.
Okay.
They were the Minnesota
I
North
talked about
Stars.
it yesterday, didn't I?
So their relationship, the Wild and the Stars, they even have a more complicated thing going.
Gotcha.
So, but I hope the Wild win, because one thing we know, Minnesota fans, and I'm glad you're watching, we know if Minnesota wins, clearly the Avalanche are just going to plow through that series, because that's what you do best. Lose.
See, don't
put that on the Avs.
By the way,
now you're crossing the line.
Minneapolis Lakers won 5 championships.
Look at that. Back in the
See?
day. That's when you guys used to be cool. 1960. It's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Performance matters in intimate moments, so don't let ED get in the way. Here's the truth. Most men don't have to live with it anymore, and you may be surprised by how the right treatment can improve your love life. The truth is ED can ruin the moment. And when you're getting intimate with your partner and you aren't able to perform the way you want to or used to be able to, it's frustrating. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, there's a wide range of advanced treatment options for every stage of ED that can help you get back to performing again. Maybe even better than you have in years. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic uses advanced medical science to empower male performance with therapies that go far beyond pills. So call today at 720-440-7900 and get started with their advanced treatment strategies that offer so much more. There's 5 locations up and down I-25 to serve you. You ain't far from one. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Again, put this number in your phone, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Get locked in with Altitude Sports and Altitude Plus tonight as Vic and the crew set the stage for Game 6. Nuggets live pregame starts at 6:30, and after the final buzzer, tune back into Altitude for full wall-to-wall breakdown of the Nuggets postgame live. Subscribe now at altitudeplus.com and subscribe and listen to our YouTube page where Dan Tanner and Nate Kreckman will have all the reaction after the game on In the Paint. By the way, Nate Kreckman being a regular additional guest for Dan Tanner. Nice contribution there, Dan. Guys sound great. I'm assuming Nate's going to join you tonight. I'll be embarrassed, I guess, if he's not. But
he is.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Knocking that out of the park. And Scott will be on the scene there to represent everything Nuggets. And Katie, you guys got anything special cooked up for pregame? Do you know? I don't know. I don't know how you guys work on that.
Yeah,
always do a great
Katie's
job.
gonna have a little sit down with Spencer Jones.
Okay,
Nice. That should be interesting.
Especially with the LinkedIn update. Yes, that's good.
Then we'll just do some stuff on Christian Brown and some other guys. And
Christian Brown. How is Christian Brown doing these days? What's he up to?
Well, there was an interesting stat that Hy put out there today in the games 3 and 4. Is that right? Or 2, 3, and 4. Joker was averaging 27. I think Murray 25, and the rest of the starters were averaging like 35. And then the game 5, Joker had 27, Murray had 24, and the other starters had like 47. So it just, I think they all stepped up. Cam was much better. I think that Christian had 9, but he had that, that big dunk and technical. He made 1 3. But you just got to get some stuff from those guys. And obviously Spencer was pretty good with 20. I don't know if you can get 20 from them, but you got to get your starters. You can't have 3 guys giving you 0, and that's basically what happened to games 2, 3, and 4 losses.
Do we have an update with Aaron Gordon? Do we know specifically, guys, what his status is?
I haven't yet, but I still will be surprised if they try to bring him back.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm sure that they'll try to keep that as close as they possibly can for as long as they can for whatever competitive reasons they can get.
On the Shot Mazda text line, tonight's game is definitely one of the biggest in Nuggs history. Adelman may not have a job, and this team will undoubtedly change with a loss. What's crazy is Game 7 may be just as important.
I think that's an interesting conversation. I mean, specifically, we talk about Adelman or not, but more bigger picture. We've talked about it on this show as I'm walking in during the break. Mike was like, man, big game for the Nuggets. Don't win this one. We got big changes coming. And that's kind of the way that I felt as well, because I don't view what happened in the previous game, getting a win there, as having an effect on whatever decisions you make in the offseason, because I look at it holistically. And if you're Josh Kroenke, if you're whoever else is involved in this thing, you're looking at it like start to finish. Everything was good there, bad here, good there. We got a hiccup there, and the whole season, right? So I don't really see how a single game could change whatever impact you're going to make in the offseason. But you seem to disagree with that. I know when we talked about it last time.
I thought if you lost Game 5, everybody would be in big time jeopardy.
But what's the difference? I mean, you lose Game 5, you lose Game 6. What's the difference?
The difference would be you're 10-0 in Game 5s. It's in your building, and it would be of an epic failure nature. That did not happen. Losing against a good team on their court, listen, that wouldn't be the first time in the world. And listen, the Wolves are a good team. It'd be tough. I think the way you play and perform does matter. I think that does matter. But that's my take on it. I don't know. I think David Adelman is fine. I think he will return. I don't think he's in any jeopardy of losing his job because even if they do lose in the first round, because I think it's been a tricky season. You navigated an absurd amount of injuries and actually got more wins than you did last year. But I think they're going to win the series. So this is like a what-if game with real negative scenarios. All right, if we're going to do that, I can what-if in the other direction and say Adelman's about to lead these guys to a nice comeback, and we'll see what we got with the Spurs in the second round. Scott, where are you with this stuff?
I think if you're building a team, and this is why what the Broncos did in the offseason I think is interesting to a lot of us, but if you're building a team to win a championship, every year you don't win a championship, changes need to be looked at hard.
Yeah.
Now, you don't want to make them panic changes, and you don't want to make, panic trades and panic firings and stuff like that. You want to be very analytical and very, very above board and very honest. You got to have honest conversations, and you can't, I once told my assistant coaches when I was coaching high school, I said, listen, I need you to give me 100 suggestions of what we need to do, and I may turn down 99, but one of them might win a game for us. And you can't be afraid to listen to voices, even if it goes against what you said, including this guy, the last texter guy. You got to listen to it. I think he's off base, but that is whatever. And you got to come at it without emotion. So to me, whether you lose in this round or you lose in next round or you lose in Oklahoma City, unless you get to the finals and play for the finals, I think you take hard looks no matter what, because obviously you weren't good enough to win a championship.
I'm not predicting that David Adelman necessarily gets fired if you lose this game, but that conversation's being had about everybody. I mean, it's being had about Aaron Gordon, it's being had about the entire roster. What moves can we make? What is realistic? Are we financially committed to Aaron? Yes. Is there a way out? But you're having that conversation about everybody if you lose this game.
Okay. Well, we shall see. Huge game. All right, how about this? It's one of the biggest games in Nuggets history. Agree or disagree?
No.
I think any elimination game is, yeah.
I mean, biggest game of the season.
Not Nuggets history.
I don't know how you could say that. I mean, is a finals game not more important than this?
A finals game is more important than this. I just think this is why I'm going to kind of roll with this texture on this. This rivalry is real with the Wolves. It's a real-ass rivalry. And in order to have that, you've got to have as much success and failure. It's got to be balanced. And that does exist right now with these two teams in the biggest of moments. So I think it's real. I think it's really real. I think the fan bases can feel it. I think what's happened with Jaden McDaniels, for example, is a real thing. I mean, Christian Brown's dunking a ball and pointing at a dude. I mean, that doesn't happen unless there's accumulation of things going on. Being at Ball Arena the other night, Scott, and hearing how the fans were on the Wolves and McDaniels and whatever, I'm telling you, that just doesn't happen all the time. Not like that. So there's something a little bit different with these two teams. And I think it's awesome, actually. I think it's great having a rival.
No two teams in the association has played each other more regular season and postseason since post-COVID.
How about that?
Than Minnesota, Denver. And it's
pretty balanced.
It's clear 4 or 5 games. I mean, it's like this is the 18th game. The next guy is like at 13 games. So, yeah, this is familiarity. How could they have kept the Raiders Broncos? Like that goes back to the 60s, right? And
yes.
When they came over and it was huge. You got them twice a year. You faced them in the postseason a couple times.
But the problem in the 60s is that the Broncos just got their ass kicked. Like they just
that's fine. And then
but it turned around.
In the 80s and in the 90s, the Raiders got their butt kicked.
Correct.
The problem is the Broncos kept growing or staying better, and the Raiders went down, and you haven't seen them in the postseason in a million years. There's more of a rivalry with Chiefs. Guess what? You face the Chiefs 2 or 3 times in the postseason, including your first Super Bowl run. But you haven't seen the Raiders in the postseason. These two teams have seen each other a third time in the postseason. That you go back to the Melo's time. I think Melo saw him in the postseason once or twice. So yeah, I think this is this is as good of a contemptuous rivalry I think that the NBA has right now.
It's huge.
I mean,
yeah. Go ahead.
I'm trying to think. Who was the Christmas game this year with Denver?
It was Phoenix, I believe.
No, that was a couple years ago. I thought it
was it not? No. I
know
it was a couple years ago too. It was Phoenix again. Dan, I'm pretty sure it was Phoenix again this year. I know it was a couple years ago. That's when AG dunked on Shumpert, which was awesome.
Leonard Shamet.
Shamet. I was serious. I was really close enough on that. Seriously. I mean, give me a break. I mean, I'm struggling with the Sunnamu. I mean,
we're going to get there by, well, probably not before the series.
I don't think I'm ever
actually.
gonna get
Yeah,
there.
probably not going to get there.
You know, Desumino, Sumino, Dosimino. Dan, what was the Christmas game this year? Who was it?
I'm checking.
All
It
right.
was the Wolves.
Oh, it was the Wolves. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
You're right, Scott. You're right.
That
I'm
was
wrong.
Joker's epic,
everybody
like
wants to
50-plus
question
point
Daddy.
triple-double.
Good memory, Scott. My bad.
But the point being, guess what? They're not putting that game on Christmas if the NBA doesn't know that's kind of a rival.
Right. Biggest game in one of the biggest games in Nuggets history. I'll tell you, it's big.
It's huge.
The window with Joker is how many more years we got the window with Joker, guys? How many more years we got?
I don't know. I don't feel like we got to play that game though. Like
Really?
it's not like it's next year. It's not like it's 2 years.
How many years is it?
5.
Okay, so this is a 1 in 5 chance. We're counting down more than we're counting up.
Probably maybe more than 5. I don't know.
I don't.
This year and then 5 more maybe.
Maybe. So think about it for a second. Your window with Nikola Jokic is what? This is one of 6 more chances ever?
Well, and then the key is if you're a good franchise, you hope Nikola Jokic you're able to keep him around and you put him out like John Elway, right?
That would be amazing.
He's still the big name, but guess what? It's Terrell Davis.
Got stuff around him. Yeah,
the best player on the team.
That's a little bit like Shaq and Kobe, a little bit. You know,
Yep.
Although
By
Shaq
the
was
last one.
Yeah, by the last one. Yeah. All right, we'll get back to the Nuggets and give you all the information. I got an update for you about your guy Michael Lorenzen. Little sleeping giant update. That's good. And the Bo Nix situation. Scott, I think you got something. I think you're right about something again when it comes to Bo Nix. Yeah. I'm going to get on a stepladder so I can pat you on the back. That's coming up next.
Thank you, brother.
the number varies depending on who you talk to, but it's multiple. He's had at least 3 since he's been with the Broncos.
Gotcha.
So
3. Wow.
He had a cleanup after his rookie year on one of his ankles, and now he's had 2 on the right ankle since he fractured it. So that's just since he's been with the Broncos, 2 years, 3 ankle surgeries. So I think moving forward, that's kind of just the information you have. It obviously has not affected his playing time. He has not missed a regular season game. So it's not an issue there. But I think moving forward, is this something where, he's played 2 NFL seasons and had ankle surgeries after both.
Let's get to some of the nuts and bolts there with Bo Nix. And Scott, I think you're right about something. Also, we'll give you this insane internet rumor going on right now involving the Broncos in a second. But first, I would not give Bo Nix a new big contract. I would use the 5th-year exemption on this guy, and I might even tag him after that. Because either way, you're spending less money in total, and I have some serious doubts if his ankle is up for the long term. In fact, you could put the 5th-year tag on, 5th-year exemption, right, on him.
5th-year option.
5th-year option, thank you. Then you can tag him, then you can tag him again. Now, when you tag him, it's the average of 5, the top 5 salaries. Well, that's going to be a lot. That's going to be in the $50 million range. And then if you tag him again, that also is going to be a lot. That's the top 3. So even more. So Bo Nix is looking at $100 million over 3 years period. But it gives you, so he's going to be wildly rich no matter what. But it gives the club, in my opinion, more options to move on quicker while still developing the rest of the team. And if you got to start all over again in 7 years, guys, so be it. What I think dooms teams is when they sink into these large contracts and they don't get the value out of the players. It doesn't happen. And then things really, like, look at what's going on with the Dolphins right now after giving Tua so much money.
So, yeah, I mean, you might be in that situation, but we're really getting way ahead of ourselves on the whole conversation because you got a whole season of football to be played before you even have to have a conversation about a 5th-year option. The 5th-year option has to get decided by May 2nd after the player's 3rd season. So basically a calendar year from today is when the Denver Broncos would have to make a decision on that. And the good news by then is you're going to have 17 games and hopefully playoffs to figure out, did this dude stay healthy or not, right? If he stays healthy, he's going to get the contract. It's as simple as that. I mean, he will get the contract if he stays healthy and performs at a high level. Nobody's going to hold the previous surgeries against them. NFL doesn't operate in that manner. But if you continue to get hurt throughout the season, well, you'll make a decision. So Broncos are actually really in a good spot right now in terms of these decisions with Bo Nix. Don't have to make any decision on a contract. Don't have to make a decision on if you're going to offend the guy, because if you put the 5th-year option on a quarterback, that's going to offend the guy. That's going to cause a disruption in your relationship. You've got a calendar year from today before you even have to make that decision.
Well, that's what I would do. Whether the Broncos do it or not, that's on them. But I would exercise the 5th-year option on Bo Nix. I would not offer him another contract. I've seen enough right now to believe that this ankle stuff is chronic and may happen over time. Enough time that I don't want to guarantee him $240 million, Scott.
Yeah, that's a big chunk for me too. And as we counted yesterday, six operations, 5 on that right one. And Tyler will tell you this. I mean, and we talked about it yesterday, right, Tyler? The more you open that up and open it up, and the air gets to it, and bing, 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 and then you got all these little growy things start coming back, and you're always doing a cleanup every 9 months, 10 months, whatever. Man, it becomes real iffy to drop that kind of money down there. $240 million guaranteed versus paying him $120 over the next 4 years.
Let me also give you this for reference, because this might change your opinion. Bo Nix qualified for the Pro Bowl. He does now qualify for that tier of the 5th-year option. if Bo Nix were to have a fifth-year option put on him, that will land somewhere between $45 and $55 million.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine.
In 1 year.
Yes, and then
and that wouldn't account towards any portion of a guaranteed the signing bonus. Right?
No, I understand. And then you'd probably have to tag him after that because it's unlikely he would want to play with you anymore. Because he would be unhappy.
But you would agree, right? If Bo Nix makes it through the season healthy, he's just getting his contract.
Well, maybe. I mean, that's different than my opinion. Like what the Broncos are going to do, in my opinion, is two totally different things. You're probably right if he gets through healthy. But I think that would be a mistake.
Well, that's what I would do. I mean, if a guy survives an entire season, to me, that injury's done. It's over with.
I know, but it was an injury, a surgery in high school. In college, and now 3 as a pro.
And listen, I'm not eager to pay Bo Nix because Scott and I have always been in this camp for performance reasons. Like, hey, he hasn't earned that contract yet.
All right,
he's got a lot more to do to prove to me that he's worthy of a contract. I'm not eager to give him some sort of contract, but the injury, the good part about that is you will know the right thing to do.
In my scenario,
two things Bo has to have happen. One, stay healthy this year. And 2, I don't need to hear about a cleanup procedure. Just going in, just arthroscopic, just a little cleanup, because that's another surgery.
Yeah, and the cleanup thing, I'm not even buying anyways. That doesn't make any sense. He's canceling things in his personal life. I understand. I understand when it's raining because I get wet. You don't have to tell me I'm not. That's not the expression, but it's something like that, Scott. There's got to be some.
Don't pee down my back and tell me it's raining.
That's what it is. Damn it. Yes, Scott. Count on you for good old-fashioned, sayings.
Outlaw Josie Wells.
I mean, I'm sitting on a porch in a rocking chair and I got some straw in my mouth listening to that advice. Don't pee down. What is it again?
Don't pee down my back, Senator. Don't pee down my back and tell me it's raining.
There you go. That's where I am with this whole what cleanup thing. Please stop. You don't have to stop, but I don't believe it.
No,
I don't believe it. I don't know anybody that believes it. Actually,
well, there's a lot of people on the old interweb, on the old tweeter machine. There's a lot of sensitive Broncos fans when you talk about this subject because they're like, "Oh gosh, this was always planned." They said it's not rare. It might not be rare to have a cleanup, but it definitely was not planned.
Yes.
Anybody that buys that it's planned, just look at the communication that came out of the Broncos in March.
Correct.
In March, we were told that Bo Nix is ahead of schedule and will be available for the entirety of the offseason. Now we've got a second surgery, and Bo Nix will miss the entirety of the offseason.
It kind of leads to this other crazy thing out there. We'll get to it on the other side, but this thing is insane. But it's a fascinating question. Plus, a deeper dive, obviously, huge game for the Nuggets. Can't wait to dial into that more. It's PhD here on 92.5.
All right, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, you don't have to do that anymore. Whether it's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call Advanced Hair Restoration today, 720-459-HAIR. Call Advanced Hair Restoration. Ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. And guys, you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, simply fantastic at what they do. And they believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Tune in for the only local play-by-play broadcast of the Nuggets T-Wolves Game 6. It's tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's go! Berto with the pregame powered by Ramos Law. At 7, it's Kaz and Scott Hastings bringing you all the action with tip-off at 7:42, only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Woo! Chill, Scotty, thinking about you and Kaz on the call tonight. Just
come on, you should.
Woo!
You should.
Woo! 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 We'll get into the game here in a second. To the Bo story with the ankles.
You got gossip right now? We going to TMZ? We going to back pages or New York pages, whatever they call it?
Yeah, man.
Page 6, Tyler. Page 6. That's what I was looking for. Bad stuff's on the back pages. Don't go there.
I couldn't believe that this was even a rumor. But then it got picked up, and this is a longer take, and it starts on the Cardinals, but it ends on the Broncos with Andrew Siciliano, one of my Syracuse brethren. He's got big ears. Lots in between, like big brain between the big ears. And here's what he's talking about with the Aaron Rodgers situation.
How will Aaron Rodgers, who doesn't like being challenged in any form, react to the fact that the Steelers, I think they're boxing him in?
This feels like something that was laid down by ownership wanting a decision here. It gives the Steelers now a framework to say, we did what we could. We tried to get him back in. So if Aaron Rodgers decides, maybe I want to go somewhere else, you know that we attempted to retain him and it didn't work. The Arizona Cardinals have a bridge quarterback who all of a sudden wants to get paid like Kirk Cousins. Jacoby Brissett, I think he wants more money. Who's their offensive coordinator in Arizona?
Oh, but you're talking about Nathaniel Hackett being their offensive coordinator. Yes.
If you're going to pay a quarterback $20 million to put butts in seats, and you've got an offensive coordinator who's best buddies with Aaron Rodgers, what quarterback do you think will put butts in seats in Arizona?
But the one reason it doesn't make sense is I don't think they're that good. Let me give you the Broncos. Bo Nix needs another surgery. Would Sean Payton want to bring in Aaron Rodgers to Denver? Let me roll the ball out there on that one.
Let's roll the ball out. Would Sean Payton want Aaron Rodgers, because he's concerned about Bo Nix's ankles, to have Aaron Rodgers in the building for the Broncos because he gives you a better chance to win if Bo's hurt than Jarrett Stidham?
God, no. God, no. I mean, I'd like to entertain the conversation and do a fun little sports talk debate here, but no, absolutely not. In no world are we talking about Aaron Rodgers coming around. First off, we're told, and okay, unless we're calling them liars, which teams lie a lot, that's a possibility. But unless we're calling him liars, we're told he'll be good to go for the start of training camp.
Oh, we also said he was good to go for OTAs, and he's not.
All right. I do believe, personally, he is going to be more than good to go for day one of the season. All right? I mean, way more than good to go for day one of the season. If we were talking about knowing today that Bo Nix was going to be out for 5 or 6 weeks, you could talk about bringing in somebody, probably not Aaron Rodgers, but you could talk about bringing in somebody. But that's not the world we're living in right now.
Yeah, the other people are the Tyler Heineke, Taylor Heineke, Brett Rippon, Ben DiNucci's of the world, or Scott, Aaron Rodgers.
Well, you asked two different questions. So I'll answer, I think, the second one first.
All right.
Can Aaron Rodgers, if he were here, win more games than Stinkham? Yes. The answer is yes.
So you start with that.
You'd be a better team with him than Stinkham as your quarterback.
Okay.
That being said, I'm with Tyler that I don't think Sean Payton would want that smoke.
What do you mean? What smoke?
Somebody's presence who's bigger than
him. Yeah, we're talking about a coach that wants control. We're talking about a coach, by the way, that allegedly got sideways to Justin Simmons. He got sideways with Justin Simmons, like the ultimate good guy in every single category, on the field, off the field. We didn't put our arms around Justin Simmons because we were threatened that Justin's voice in the locker room was too large.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now let's talk about Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, I get it. But it's a break glass in case of emergency situation, fellas. Nobody anticipated Bo would have this long to rehab in the first place.
Also, for the record, Aaron Rodgers is not signing anywhere that he's not the full-time starting quarterback.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
How good are we feeling about Bo's ankle?
What do you do? Say you bring him in there and he goes 5-1 in your first 6 games, and Bo's now check marked to okay, he's good. You gonna sit Aaron?
Yeah, if Aaron Rodgers was 5-1 in the first 6 games, Bo Nix becomes Mackenzie Blackwood. That's exactly what happens. And you keep going with Aaron Rodgers, and you try to win a Super Bowl this year. Because it ain't about feelings, it's about championships.
Yeah, you're probably right. If we had Aaron Rodgers on this team, but
because right now Bo Nix is still under a rookie contract, and although everybody wants him to be successful and wants him to be the future, nothing is more important than winning a championship this year for the Denver Broncos. And by the way, when I keep seeing these mock drafts for 2027, they got the Broncos slipping further and further down. I saw one today where the Broncos were 20th, drafting 20th in the draft.
Well, that's because when you look at this from the outside looking in, and I understand it because we have this debate internally. We're looking at this every single day, but especially when you're external, when you're states away, and you're looking at what happened to the Broncos in the offseason, you're like, they got Jalen Waddle. That's it.
That's it.
That's all they did.
And their own guys.
So all they got is Jalen Waddle. You don't count your own guys. You already got your own guys.
Their own guys are good enough to get to the AFC Championship game last year.
Outside looking in, they didn't get better.
Last year.
Everybody else in the AFC West seemed to add a whole lot of bodies.
Hey, I'm not going to disagree with you because the more that I look at things, the more people have lower expectations, Scott, of the Broncos.
They didn't draft till the third round?
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't look like they got a whole lot better.
Yeah, and by the way, guess what happened there? They had their eyes on somebody. I was told it was Max Clare. They didn't get him. The Rams got him. And they dropped back. They dropped back.
If they had their eyes on Max Clare, he was like 2 spots away. Go get him.
1 spot away. And they didn't get him because they're a cocky organization with that sort of thing. And they've proved it. They're the smartest guys in the room, and they got bit in the butt on that one. So they dropped back, and they got a defensive tackle. That's what they did. And, now we're we're the smartest guys in the room. Jonah Coleman, 4th round. And, boy, is everybody making a big deal of him. Like, hey, guys, easy. He's a 4th-round running back. Let's slow our roll on how high of expectations we really have. So, to me, Scott, your 2 cents on this. Then we can move into the Nuggets. But last word for you.
No, listen. We've said this a million times, and in sports today, you're getting guys proving us wrong. Mike Conley saying that tonight. You'll see him. LeBron James, you saw him last night in the playoffs. Aaron Rodgers at a quarterback, Stafford in L.A. The longevity of athletes nowadays with the modern science and the nutrition and everything that we know now that we didn't know 30 years ago, including medicine and surgeries. And I mean, an ACL tear 30 years ago was a death sentence, basically. These guys are playing longer and longer. That being said, Father Time's still winning. He still eventually gets you. If you're telling me Aaron Rodgers, you could get him and he's 35 and not 41, 42, I think he'll be 42 this year, I'm all in. I would say, hey, forget Bo's ankle. Maybe it will be good. If you can get Aaron Rodgers at a cheap deal and not cost you a lot, let's go.
Why don't we just bring Hackett back while we're at it? Why don't we just get the buddies back together? Try it again. Second round, it's a charm.
Rod Vance Joseph back. Hey, why did Andrew Siciliano, who's been an NFL insider for like 30 years, why did he bring up the Broncos in that conversation?
Because people would talk about Aaron Rodgers.
Because now he's getting 3 o'clock calls instead of somebody else because, whatever.
Do you think Andrew Siciliano's just spitballing there for fun, or do you think he's getting a phone call from somebody?
I do not think he's getting a phone call from the Broncos saying we're interested in Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Is that what you're implying?
It doesn't have to be the Broncos.
I don't think he's getting a phone call that the Broncos are interested in Aaron Rodgers. I think he's getting phone calls that says, dude, this injury surprised the hell out of the Broncos, and they didn't see it like this, and now they've got concerns. And because they have concerns, the list you read off of available free agent quarterbacks, might as well go with Gunslinger and Stinkum. Might as well just go with those 2 guys compared to anybody else that's available.
It is curious, why haven't the Steelers signed why hasn't Rodgers reported to the Steelers? Why hasn't he gone there? What's he taking so long for? Why did the Steelers out of the blue sign him to this deal? The only reason they would sign him to this deal is they're threatened that he was going to go somewhere else possibly. It's the only reason.
I don't think I think they don't think they're going to get him, so might as well get something.
Okay.
We got a year.
There you go.
Might as well get something out of him. If we get a compensatory pick out of it because he signs with somebody, good. Let's go.
Listen, you guys know me. I'm not an Aaron Rodgers fan. I am not an Aaron Rodgers fan, and I don't want to see him come here anyways. I just don't like him. Period. But I gotta turn that away and say football reasons. If you're a Super Bowl quality defense and team, and we're worried about how worried are we about Bo's brittle ankle? Where are we at? And so I would admit, same as you, Scott. I mean, I don't like Aaron Rodgers, but you got a better chance to win with him than Jarrett Stidham or Sam Ehlinger. I mean, you do. And then, yeah, Brett Rippon, Taylor Heineke, Ben DiNucci, blah, 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 blah. Those are like amongst the top guys in the top 10 undrafted available quarterbacks right now. It sucks. It sucks right now. Anyways, I'm not rooting for it.
I'm want an early no dumb question?
Sure.
If this thing blows up this year and Bo's ankle doesn't get better and it is a hindrance, it's an Aaron Gordon thing, 2 games on, 1 game off, 2 games, type of something situation like that. And there's slippage on the team and everybody's figured out Vance Joseph's defense and you realize that you were a little undermanned and understaffed or whatever and you're just not good enough. And say you lose a whole bunch of games this year that you didn't think you were going to lose. You find yourself in a top 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 position to draft.
Yeah.
What changes we seeing?
I'm drafting a quarterback. And there's
No, I didn't ask you that. I'm not asking what you're drafting. I would too. But, I mean, what changes are we seeing?
Under that scenario, Davis Webb was not effective as a play caller, and maybe he takes a job somewhere else, or Sean goes back to calling the plays.
He got demoted in week 4.
Right. Tyler's probably right. Like, Sean's patience for Davis Webb, not being good at that job is going to be minimal. I think there's a lot of pressure on Davis Webb there. So I think you would see some significant change. It's kind of like, Scott, it kind of depends. Like, how are you losing? Like, is Vance Joseph out the door? Do you
don't have any
special
talent. You don't have any special playmakers.
Well, you got Jalen Waddle, my friend.
You're drafting the last couple of years has just been
Yeah,
there's nobody on the
argue.
horizon. Do you in that worst case scenario, then do you start looking at the front office? Do you start saying, hey, maybe we need to get younger with the coach? Do we need to do?
We're talking about some weird scenarios here. We started with Aaron Rodgers, and now we're here. Like what bizarro land am I living in right now?
Yes.
Is there audio of that Aaron Rodgers conversation? By the way, I'd love to hear it.
What I just played?
Wake him up before you do it next time.
The part that confuses me is the implication that this is a real conversation. Like not that we're just living in fantasy land. That somebody's calling. That this is.
I don't
a
have
connection.
this
is a dot that we've connected dots because we think that this is real rather than just living in fantasy land.
There's just a bunch of speculation about it. There's
I think he just. I really do. I think he just comes up with that scenario.
See, that's what I think.
The highest named free agent at quarterback is Aaron Rodgers, and I'll bet you that Darren Syracuse alum guy is probably hearing from his insiders that they were shocked at this injury, and there is more concern than they're letting on.
Yes,
well, that might be the bigger story, Scott.
He's not the only one. There's a bunch of. There's just I can look it up for you, but there's a bunch of conversations.
But see, what Scott's onto there is why is Aaron Rodgers getting connected at all? Not because it's a real world, not because it's realistic, but because all of a sudden the rumors are starting to float, and people behind the scenes are starting to hear real things about what this follow-up procedure actually was. And now when you start hearing things like this that feel like they're coming out of nowhere, well, yeah, Aaron Rodgers is coming out of nowhere, but now people are like, no, this ankle, this is a thing.
Maybe the ankle's a thing. Listen, man, when I first heard this, I thought, you got to be kidding me. This sounds absolutely ridiculous. But, hey, I don't know.
What's your record next year if Jarrett Stidham's your quarterback for 15 of the 17 games?
7-10. You're out of the playoffs. You're drafting like 15 or something, maybe top 10 pick. Yeah, he ain't it. Stidham ain't it, buddy.
That's also true for probably 30 out of 32 backup quarterbacks in the NFL.
You're right.
No, this isn't an indictment on Stidham. No, you're absolutely right, Tyler.
I mean, there's a reason why one guy gets paid $50 million, the next guy gets paid $6 million.
Yeah.
There's what's the Nuggets record of Zeke Naji starting 50 games instead of Nikola Jokic? It's the same thing. It's the same sort of deal.
Yeah.
But here's the difference, though. Bo Nix isn't Nikola Jokic. Bo Nix isn't Nathan McKinnon. He's not Cale McCarr. Bo Nix is a very good quarterback, but he's not a special, despite what J.K. Dobbins may say. He's not. He's good. He can win, but he can also be replaced if the team around him is good enough.
What day is it, Scott?
What are you talking about?
the last day of April.
Your extremities on this guy is just it amazes me where we are depending on the day of the week on Bo Nix.
You know why? And you know why? Because just like his Syracuse brethren, he's heard things too. And don't lie that you ain't, Darren.
But now we're talking about his ability as a football player. Like what?
Because
Hold on.
of
How
because
are
of
we
injury.
flipping on the ability as a football player?
Because of injury and availability. Simple as that.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
We will find out. But, what did you say? Don't pee down my leg and tell me it's raining?
All of a sudden, you turn me into the Bo Nix defender.
Okay. But I'm looking at the ankle situation. And it just.
This guy has done. Guys, slow down. Slow down. Bo Nix has done a lot. And I'm not even the ultimate Bo Nix guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I'm realistic about where Bo Nix is at. But I also could tell you this, and I could be complimentary of him in this form. He has done a lot to the degree that he has earned the right for this franchise to be all in on making that work. This franchise needs Bo Nix to work because it's so close. It's close. It's not all the way there, but it's close. And so now the next move from this franchise is not bailing on Bo Nix. It's figuring it out with Bo Nix. So
the only way they bail on Bo Nix is if this ankle is more problematic than they're letting on.
Correct. But that decision, again, you're going to let that unfold. You're because you're still committed to him. You still want it to work. You might be concerned. You might be scared about the ankle, but you still want it to work. So you're going to go all in this year. You're not talking about Aaron Rodgers. You're not talking about anybody else. The plan is Bo freaking Nix. That's the plan, and you're going to find out if it's going to work or not.
What's plan B?
There isn't one.
What?
John Elway.
All right. Plan B. We're going with plan A.
Plan B comes about after this season. But in terms of this season, there's no plan B.
We have no plan B for this season.
No.
Bo has
Jared Stidham.
He has an ankle injury in week 3. That's it?
Yeah.
We're done?
Yeah.
What?
It's
Why,
a good question.
Why be done? Why not have a plan B?
Well, look, if behind closed doors it's scarier than what we know, then they'll make a plan B.
Okay.
But if behind closed doors they believe Bo Nix is going to be ready for training camp, there is no plan B.
All right, well, they know way more than we do, so sure, I'll agree with you on that. But I guess I'm coming from the scenario he's had 3 surgeries on an ankle because I think this is an independent surgery. I'm not buying that this is just a cleanup. I think this was its own unique thing. And so to me, because, listen, my opinion can change if a situation changes. I reserve that right to have a different opinion if circumstances change. And to me, circumstances just changed. So, sure, of course we want Bo Nix to work out. But I think...
Wait, so are you advocating for the Broncos to make a move like Aaron Rodgers?
I'm advocating, but this is complicated for me.
You're confusing the hell out of me right now.
It's complicated for me because I can't stand Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
So I don't like Aaron Rodgers.
So find a new name then. Are you advocating for the Broncos to bring in a veteran that can start right now?
I think you should be as strong as possible to be consistent with what they say at every position on the team. So if there's somebody stronger out there than Jarrett Stidham,
well, you should be doing that. You should be doing that regardless of Bo Nix's ankle.
Well, guess what?
You always should be looking for the best backup, for the best starter at every position.
Sure, I totally agree. Have a little bit more laser focus on that now. Probably worth a deeper conversation right now than a couple of days ago. Probably
Here's
worth
a good
worthy of
question for
conversation.
you when training camp starts. Or when they break training camp, is Stidham still the backup, or does Ellinger beat him out this year?
Hey, I'm open for it, man. They like Sam Ellinger quite a bit, and I don't have any faith in Sam Ellinger whatsoever. I hate short quarterbacks, and he is a short quarterback, so it's just he doesn't rub me the right way on that stuff. So I'm not.
Pavia get signed?
He signed a 3-year deal with the Ravens, which is the most confusing thing ever. Like, they don't draft him. They don't sign him as an undrafted free agent. Come to rookie camp, and then before that happens, we're going to sign you to a 3-year deal? Can you explain that one?
Somebody else is going to go sign
Yeah,
him,
exactly.
so
That's exactly what that means.
Oh, okay. I mean, he's the only finalist for
the Broncos were going to sign him. DMac, the Broncos were going to sign him.
Why not? What? Listen, it's so funny because, yes, I advocated strongly for Bo Nix. My allegiance is to the team, not the player. I want what's best for the team and for the fans, not just for the individual player. Bo Nix is going to be fine no matter what. He's going to be fine. But I am concerned, and I hate Aaron Rodgers. I'm not an Aaron Rodgers fan. I don't want Aaron Rodgers here. But I don't want this. I don't want to just wave the white flag and, hey, week 4, Stiddy time. I know you got a hat and everything, Tyler, but I don't know if that's
a good hat, by the way.
I don't know if that's enough. That being said,
do you got a steady time hat?
Yes, he's got a great hat.
I got a great steady hat.
He does have a great
You've seen
hat.
it many times.
Yeah.
I got it at the AFC Championship game. I met a random fan. He's like, "Hey, here's a steady hat." And I'm like, "You're the man."
We were all trying to drink the Stiddy Kool-Aid the best we could going into that AFC Championship game because it's the AFC Championship game. But seriously, come on. It's Stiddy. Nuggets fans, we're still alive. So is Altitude Sports Radio Playoff Viewing Party Tour. We are at Whiskey Row. That is going down tonight. Berto starts the blitz at 6. Andy Lindahl's hanging out. Kick back with Surfside. 100 calories, no bubbles, sunshine in a can. Prizes all night, including an autographed Jamal Murray jersey. See you at Whiskey Row tomorrow night. Let's get an update with the injury situation. More about the Wolves right now than the Nuggets. That's next on PhD. Hey, it is DMac for Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. Others, their rewards are just the same old, same old. Fan Cash, that's what we're talking about. The ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatic Sportsbook, you can get 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team in league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, all on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value you can't get at other sportsbooks. Convert your Fan Cash to profit boosts, and you can even bet with it too. With Fan Cash, you're getting access to the world of sports every time you bet with Fanatic Sportsbook. So switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app.
More depth. I thought the guys that came in changed the game for us. And then not to mention, I just thought we played a much more comfortable game. Looked more like us. And you take, from that game, you just want to build off it. Like we said, I thought, like I said, in game 4, we got beat. We saw some things that were better. Game 5, those things got even better. So you just have to build on stuff as you go through a series. It's not about the elimination game, it's just about us getting better day by day.
Temperature check. If the Nuggets can win tonight, do we all feel they will dominate or at least win Game 7 at home on Saturday night at Ball Arena?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it'd be the worst case scenario to win Game 6 on the road, which is a tough thing to do.
Very tough.
Go win Game 7 on or at home or then to lose that. Ooh.
Dude.
I feel this is Minnesota's Game 7.
Wait. Say that again?
Yes. This is do or die. Minnesota will lose game.
I got
the real Game 7. This is
okay.
it
So you win this and Denver wins Game 7. Yeah, dude. Our confidence is going to be sky high if the Nuggets win this game. They win this game. Every single fan in Denver, you are going to be so confident about Game 7 because it's impossible to go into that having won 2 games in a row, knowing the real life situation, knowing that they're down, and knowing that they don't have DiVincenzo. Like, of course, we will feel great about that game.
Dan Brian Windhorst on what this means for Minnesota.
Here's what I think. Look, I think this game coming up in Game 6, this is the Wolves Super Bowl. Because I don't know who's going to come back. I don't know what they might have in the next round. I know that they hate the Nuggets. And I know that they may not have all their soldiers in the next round, but they want to kill off the Denver season.
Yep.
And look, and it was ugly. And obviously the Nuggets offense was way back, and there's a lot of different reasons for that, the turnovers. But I do think the second half that Minnesota played, they basically played them, even in the second half. Randall had a big game, and they can look at maybe eliminating some of those turnovers. I think they believe that they could pull out Game 6.
Bones Highland is available, but he has an injury he's dealing with. Ayo Dosunmu is...
I thought I saw him as questionable, by the way.
Dosunmu.
Bones, thank you, Scott. Bones was questionable. He's been moved up to available. They actually made it was weird. They made an adjustment to their injury report within an hour.
Okay.
One report, an hour later, was something different. Ayo, I'm just going to stick with that, Scott. He has been active and now moved down to questionable. So he's not moving up to questionable. He's moving down to questionable and remained there. And DiVincenzo and Edwards are obviously out. This is tricky. These are some really, really important players to them, Scott. Bones Highland has been a spark plug, and even if he goes, there's something going on with Bones Highland. Okay, cool. I don't know if this is gamesmanship or how real this is. Either way, Ayo has been, really important for them, like incredibly important. And even if he goes tonight, obviously something's going on with him too. How can the Nuggets take advantage of this situation?
You got to play physical like you did in the last game. Keep your turnovers in check. Defensive rebounds. And get out and play your tempo and get out in the court and push it a little bit. And I think that's been a big difference. They played a little quicker, but you can't play quick if you're giving up offensive rebounds. You're probably going to see. I think they like bringing in a little rest for Murray so he doesn't have to bring it in. So you bring a veteran guard in. He comes in, just gives you what do you give? 14 minutes last.
I thought Tyus Jones 14 minutes. That's a chunk of change right there. That ain't small time.
You'll get 5 or 6, and if they're good enough, you'll get 5 or 6 more, and that's what happened. And he the one thing when they signed him, he's always been a great assist to turnover guy. So you want to limit those turnovers. I don't think you want Bruce Brown bringing the ball up against McDaniels or Dosunmu or any of those cats because they're good, on-ball defenders. So you bring in a Tyus who's started and had some success in his league and let him handle that, and that way you can get Murray off the ball and not have to get beat up for 94 feet for at least 14 minutes of the game. And then I talked to Andy about this last night, and I love this analogy or this way of thinking. I like Val in there because when he's in there, he's usually going against Randall. And listen, Randall's a big, strong guy. And there's one thing delivering blows. There's another thing getting blown up all the time. And I think you can wear him out by the end of the game. And listen, they made it closer because all they did is just attack the rim. They weren't going to pass anybody. They weren't going to. It'd be interesting to see how many assists they had in the last quarter. They were just going to attack downhill, try to get in the game, try to get and ones. And they got a bunch. But I think you go with those guys. I think Finch has been playing 10, 11 guys off the bench. Shannon's been great as far as scoring coming off the bench. He'll be asked to do more tonight probably. But I think you got to go with Tyus and Val and give them some minutes to see if they can, rest Joker and rest Murray a little bit.
What a test, though. A kind of a up-and-coming team that has had some bumps in the road. Having Game 6, the atmosphere is going to be electric. And then you have the veteran presence of Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic leading the Nuggets. A calming presence. I'm not saying they're not going to be physical, but as we heard post-game after Game 5, we heard from Katie, we've heard from you, Scott. What have we said? It's a professional sort of approach to things right now.
And you know what else? I talked about my experience in Washington a little bit earlier when we were bad, then we became good, and I was just waiting on who's going to be the guy that fumbles, who's going to be the guy that blows it. You know what those guys have? They got a real-world calmness about them. And we've done this before.
Yep.
We've been down 3-1 twice.
If you want to, if you think you can win this series and then give San Antonio a headache, then you'll see him come out and play tonight. If you think this is all a waste of time, I've seen teams go into games thinking it's a waste of time and it turns ugly. But I think they can still do it. I think they can give San Antonio issues if they can get to that series. And listen, I think it's like Minnesota with Denver. Tim Connelly, and I've said this a million times, made this team to beat Denver. Long on the perimeter, physical, attacking team, and pressure. Denver's more of a moving around, finesse team, and Minnesota, let's gum it up. And let's beat you with physicality, and that's what they do. Now, he didn't beat the team. He didn't build this team, and Minnesota fans may not like this. He did not build this team to win a championship. This team is built to beat the Denver Nuggets. And that's why you're seeing, 2 years ago in the playoffs, why you're seeing it right now, the trouble they've had. That's what they're built to do. They're not. I don't think they're built to win an NBA championship. But they are built to beat Denver, and that's what's scary about Game 6 tonight.
It's a weird way of looking at it, but I hope you're – well, I don't know if I hope you're right about that or not because I guess that gives a better chance against Denver, but that's a weird way to go about building a basketball team, isn't it?
Well, I mean, think about it. It's where you started. Your two top coaches on Minnesota started here too. They both left – all three left for money, if we're being real honest.
Yeah, it's what they know.
And so you always want to pay back the team, that you once were and had you and didn't value, in your opinion, value your services. And so you coach these guys. Chris Finch was the guy that's credited with kind of orchestrating. Listen, we got to put Joker out front, get the ball to him, and let's move it around. He was the guy that helped create that. Micah Norrie was the guy that was the first workout guy with Joker, I think, and he was the guy that was in. As close with him and working with his development as anybody. And then Connelly, whether he got lucky or not, drafted in 41 a few years ago, he drafted one of the greatest players the game's ever seen. Did pretty good getting Jamal Murray in here. And when a lot of people were shying away from Michael Porter Jr., he took Michael Porter Jr. So he built something here for a while. And I think that's what they measure against. They measured themselves against. I just don't think they're built well enough to win an NBA championship, though.
Yeah, leading down that, and Minnesota hasn't won a championship in some 35 years since '91, that sort of thing. Paul Allen, who's amazing as a broadcaster, an absolute legend in Minnesota, and lives in the highest tax bracket. Just ask him. He had something else to do, so we couldn't have him on. Can I read you a couple of other questions I was going to ask him?
I would love that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go again.
Of the third,
I got a squirt.
You got to take a squirt? All right. Well, if you got to. Of the 13 cities that have all 4 major sports, Minnie has the least amount of championships. Does it feel good to save so much money on parades? That's one of them.
Yeah, that's good on the citizens. Don't
Okay.
have to pay too much on your taxes.
Exactly. You don't have to worry about. One less thing to worry about.
It's Loserville, USA.
And I was going to ask Paul, what is your favorite thing about your most famous landmark? The mall. Thank you. The last one was going to be, which city is better at losing, St. Paul or Minneapolis?
Fair.
Because the teams are
different.
The Wild lose and disappoint their fans in St. Paul. The Timberwolves collapse in Minneapolis. So it's the Twin Cities of losing. No dumb questions coming up next.
If you're not happy with your current financial advisor, call my friends over at Trajan Wealth today. They'll give you a free consultation, and you're going to walk away impressed with my friends over at Trajan Wealth. When you imagine your retirement, what do you see? Because I bet all of us have different goals, and different goals require your own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are going to come into play. Just let Trajan Wealth come up with a plan that is going to meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth at 303-900-1189 because the simple truth is that there's just more to retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle through this next stage of life. And Trajan Wealth can build a strategy that's based on realistic options that's going to align with your goals and your circumstances. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. Trajan Wealth is going to take the time to get to know you, to get to know your family, to get to know your finances. Your situation is different than mine. It's different than anybody else's. They're going to come up with a customized game plan for your family, for your needs. You're going to walk away calm and confident in your future. Visit them online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, I'm going to the text line right off the bat. This one is just stupid, so I guess that's the point here. You know, when it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. Thank you, Trajan Wealth. At some point, instead of giving away tickets, would you consider giving away a round of golf to play with Berto and Rycroft? I want to get ripped on the golf course with those two. How much fun would that be? All right, I guess that's...
Hold on. Do we think for 2 seconds Berto could swing a golf club?
The guy is drunk. I think you focused on the ripped part of it.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I'm just trying to
Berto.
picture Berto being on a golf course, like, ever, and what course that would be.
I think it would
Kennedy.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the rules would be kind of loose.
Yeah.
You know, it'd be relaxed.
Yeah.
You know, but Berto has time during the day for the most part. You know,
it's not as much time as you think when you don't wake up till 2 o'clock.
Well, yeah, it's more constricted, I suppose. Yeah. But would those be the two most fun guys to play golf with out of the crew? Playing with Moser and Lombardi, that can't be fun, Scott. Have you played golf with those two guys?
Yep.
There's no way there's no way that's fun.
I'd imagine they take it way too serious.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah. They both love the game.
Well, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Just tell me. I mean, are they fun to play golf with or not?
I mean, when you like golf and it's fun to play golf, it's good. They're good guys,
Well,
right? So I mean, it's kind of
right.
fun in that sense.
What are our goals here?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because if you want to play a nice course, you're going to want Vic involved.
Well, that's true. That's a good.
Right?
That's all right. Fair point.
So that factors into the quote unquote fun.
Fair point. Fair point. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose context matters.
Sure.
Vic's going to get you on a better course.
Absolutely.
Berto, you might have to sneak on to Kennedy.
Yeah, exactly. Like, hey, wait till he's not looking.
All right. How's Andy at golf? Andy
I
might
don't
be
think he's ever played either.
Oh, that might be kind of fun.
Ever?
Though.
No way.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's played like once or twice, but I don't.
Wow.
I don't even think he owns golf clubs.
That's a weird concept to me. A grown man that doesn't
never play golf.
Like I'm not saying you got to be good, but like
no, right.
That at no point in your life it's been like kind of in your life.
Right.
Like you know, it's relatively frequently in your life. A grown man that golf is not relatively frequent.
I mean, has there been a guy with kids who had never wanted to get out of their house twice a week for 6 hours?
I feel you, man. I gotcha. You know, it's funny with my younger son, like he was 22 and I was like, you need to have golf clubs. And he got really into it and like was practicing and getting better and better and better and that sort of thing. And it was like, yeah. I mean, you know, that's something a dad gets his son at some point, right?
What other hobby is there that is more relatable to a man than golf? Name a single hobby. Like hunting would be up there for a lot of guys, but not as universal.
What are the parameters
Fishing,
again?
hunting.
Like just a normal hobby for a grown man that is universal.
So it's an activity. Fishing. We're doing something together.
Video games.
Fishing.
I said a grown man.
Fishing would be up there.
I don't think fishing's as high as you think.
Well, I didn't ever fish with my dad. You know, with my dad, it was literally the Norman Rockwell throwing the ball. Seriously. I mean, but you know, God, I threw the ball with my dad in my 20s.
But
like,
this is why
catch.
when I think of a grown man that hasn't ever golfed, I'm like, I can't relate to it because I can't think of a single other hobby that is as relatable.
I got to admit, the best times that I had with my dad after I turned 21, 22 was playing golf. You're right. Like I just think about all the times that we always play golf together. It was really, really cool. I think you're right. I don't know if there is bowling.
No.
Do you bowl with your dad?
No.
I don't know.
No.
I really don't know what it would be.
I've never golfed with my dad, but I fished with him a bunch.
Someone brought up fantasy football. I guess that one's pretty high, actually.
Yeah, but is that an activity?
It's not an activity.
No, an activity means I would say you're outside for an activity. You're doing something outside, and it's active. I think fishing would be great, by the way.
The ultimate would be like The Officer and the Gentleman.
What was that?
You remember the star of the movie, Officer and Gentleman?
The star of the movie Officer and Gentleman was Richard Gere. And, you're saying something about Richard Gere?
Yeah.
Okay.
What are we saying?
I know it's not saying.
Basically, the movie starts, he wakes up on a drunken stupor with his dad, who was a Navy dude, and they're both, like, hungover, and there's 2 prostitutes in the room.
Okay.
Great thing to do with your dad. Couple of prostitutes.
That's relatable. Average activity.
Well, it would be an activity, and it would be inside. So you got me on that. You got me on that one.
I think it'd be interesting to see if golfing with your dad or fishing with your dad, what's done more of.
I would say it's golfing in a landslide.
Golfing's a little bit more expensive.
I would say it would not be a landslide. You're
really
talking from your Cherry Hills experience.
Well, it probably is regional, Scott. Like depending on where you live.
Right.
Your gated community, I would say it's golf.
Yeah, I mean, when you got a butler and
the group,
eat caviar morning
trailer
and
down
night.
by a van, probably it's fishing.
When I was growing up with my dad, we always played like broke ass golf. We always found golf courses that were like
that's what I'm saying.
The cheapest ones around, you know what I mean? Like it didn't really cost us an arm and a leg.
Hey,
Nowadays,
you got to remember, somebody's dad takes him to Cherry Hills where he's a member.
I got you there. Like another thing, me and my dad, we did skiing. We skied that's
skiing.
Who can even afford to do that?
That's the
anymore?
other thing that I can't relate to. People, Colorado natives that don't ski. I'm not even saying you got to do it every year. I'm not even saying that it's got to be something that you like.
Yeah.
But I've got a brother-in-law who had never skied in his entire life.
I don't think Vic skis.
Vic doesn't ski.
Like how is that? How could you
Because
grow up
I've
in Colorado
talked to
and
Vic.
not know how to ski?
Because he said he was broke as a kid and they couldn't afford to go up there. They didn't do
guess
it.
what? Vic's been rich for a long time.
That's true.
Well, and Vic's kids probably ski.
I don't know that, but they probably do. But Vic has never gone skiing, ever. It's unbelievable.
I've never gone skiing.
To me, that's not as unbelievable. You're from Kansas. You went to Arkansas. You're 6'10". It's just not Tyler is a good skier, but it's not naturally a big guy sport. Not really. It's not conducive to big guys. It's not. So, I don't blame you, Scott, for now. Like, when were you ever going to pick it up? Like, how are you ever going to learn how to ski?
Well, I got traded here at 91. I did snowboard one time, and we did it for a radio thing when I was over across the street.
Well, I bet that sucked for you.
I had fun, except I couldn't move my arms the next day because you're lifting yourself off the deck.
How'd you enjoy that? How'd you enjoy, trying to sit up 1,000 times in one day?
Yeah, no, like I said, the next day my triceps were so sore it was unbelievable.
All right. Well, thank you for the no dumb question.
Pickleball. Do you think more dads are going to take their kids out to go play pickleball?
Anybody can do pickleball. I will say
I
that.
like pickleball.
I do too.
I know
summer.
Vic's got a whole thing about pickleball and all that.
I know.
And I kind of can relate to it from taking over the basketball courts at Lifetime and all that. But I do enjoy pickleball.
I'll tell you this. And I've played a lot of tennis. It's way easier than tennis. Anybody can go out there and just knock the pickleball around, especially when you're playing 2-on-2 pairs, that sort of doubles, that sort of thing. That's probably more fun. Singles is a little bit more, I don't know, dicey. But playing doubles in pickleball, who can't do that? Seriously, who could not do that? So I don't know nowadays. It's
Maybe
fun.
we have a PhD pickleball tournament this summer.
We would kick ass because, how good are you at ping pong? How good are you at ping pong?
I used to be pretty good at ping pong. I haven't played in a million years. I went to the state in high school in tennis.
Oh my God!
I used to be really good tennis player.
You would kick ass in pickleball, Scott. You'd be unbelievable at pickleball.
I used to take a lot of pride in my ping pong ability.
Yeah.
And I still think I'm way above average ping. We'd have ping pong in the locker room, and I'd dominate in the locker room. Until the day that I went to that Nuggets ping pong fundraiser, and I played Gallinari.
All right. Well, okay.
And I was like, that is not ping pong. That is tennis.
Yeah.
And no, I can't compete with that.
No, but I'll tell you this. Based on all of our experience, I played a ton of ping pong and tennis growing up, and pickleball was so easy just to pick up. I'm really seriously. Our show would kick ass over any other show on this station in pickleball. Dan,
I'm telling you, we ought
strike it
to
out.
have a PhD charity pickleball tournament this summer.
Yeah, and our whole thing would be Up Yours Vic. That would be the slogan for our pickleball tournament.
Yeah, that'd be the T-shirts.
That'd be the T-shirts. Up Yours Vic. It's
Up Yours Vic with a pickleball stick.
Some ideas, they just come out. Yeah, it's just natural. They just go. Big question of the day next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, just because you're getting older does not mean you have to feel like it. If your energy is low, sleep is off, weight won't budge, your mind's sex drive just ain't what it used to be. It's time to switch things up with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T, hey, it's something men younger and younger are experiencing. And if your game just isn't where it used to be, let's go. You deserve to feel your absolute best, stronger in your workouts, more driven at work, better in the bedroom. It's Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their advanced medical strategies, including TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more, they're going to get you going. It treats low T and other hormonal issues. Shed those pounds, have more energy, enhance that body composition in the bedroom. Let's go. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Here's what you do. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz, and take it from there. The appointment's only $99, first one. You get a medical consult, a T and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. Get with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. The Nuggets will blank tonight. That is the big question. The Nuggets will blank tonight. What's the fill in the blank? What's the answer to that question?
Hold on.
The Nuggets will hold on tonight.
Hold on.
I'll get
so
back.
We're not dominating. We're not in cruise control, but we're holding on.
We'll get back to that. What do you think?
Sounds about right to me.
Nuggets will hold on tonight?
Nuggets win the game. I don't think it's going to be anything sexy, anything exciting. I don't see any reason why the game's going to look any different than the rest of the series has.
All right, Dan, give me that. Fill in the blank then. The Nuggets will what tonight?
Ease fans' concerns.
Ease fans' concerns tonight.
Oh, so Dan's going more with the they're going to handle their business approach.
Interesting.
My hold on is I think they're going to get up, they got a chance late third, get up 24-25, and it's going to be like game 4.
Okay.
Going to come in there, bit to bit. It's going to get down to 10, then you're going to win by 14.
I will say, wow. Okay, well, mine is the Nuggets will come through tonight, meaning I think the game's going to be close, but I think they'll have a slight lead in the final couple of minutes, but they'll come through. The experience will come through.
Wow. I think all three of us should say the same thing, more or less.
Well, no, Scott's kind of pointing at some sort of them really running away with it to a degree. Yeah, I mean, I don't have that.
But I thought
Scott's got him up by 24
points.
Is
that the same thing you said earlier in the show, though, Scott?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a battle, and they're going to get punched in the face in that first quarter and a half, and then you're going to take control. And then I think you come out in that third quarter like you did the other day, and just say, nah, we're done. We need to get to San Antonio. We got a flight in 48 or 72 hours. Let's go.
Wow. I hope
Hey, you do that, and now I've got championship aspirations.
Yeah,
again.
man. Yeah. I don't.
It'd be that quick. Snap the finger. You win a game like that, and all of a sudden I'm thinking about a championship.
Yeah, but Scott also does have them sort of, making it interesting in the end, which Scott tend to do. They even kind of did that in Game 5, didn't they? I mean, it got a little interesting.
A little bit. I mean, the refs helped it and all that stuff, but that's just what happens in fourth quarters.
All right, well, let me break that down a little bit.
Listen, Minnesota is going to come out to win this game and end this, and I agree with what's the name we played on just a while ago for ESPN. They don't stand a chance in the next round, but they don't care. And so you want to hurt somebody's dreams or aspirations, then come out and give it all up. I mean, honestly, no one's going to think less of Minnesota if they lose this series because Ant's hurt.
That is correct. That is true.
And so you have I mean, you're playing with house money even though you're up 3-2. You have nothing to lose. Just go. Let's play your butt off, and can you take one of two games with an undermanned roster? They've done it before, so is Denver.
So who needs to step up for Minnesota? If Io is not feeling 100%, Bones ain't feeling 100%. Not that he would be the leader, anyways. Edwards is out. DiVincenzo's out. Who's going to be their guy?
Randall's going to have a lot to say. You got to get him a little bit under control.
Is he a 40-point night sort of night tonight?
If he is, you lose.
Okay, all right.
If he lose, you can't let Terrence Shannon come off the bench. This guy's a scorer. I really like him.
Yeah, that would suck for somebody to come off and have a night. Like that would suck if that were to happen.
Yeah, Terrence Shannon can play a little bit. I'm still a young guy, third year. Kreckman's guy, fighting the Illini guy, right? But this guy can score, man. This guy, I've been blown away in just his small moments in this series.
All right. We all have them winning, though. All of us have the Nuggets winning.
Yeah, because I guess I'm a wave rider just like you. I try to ride a little bit lower in that wave, so it's not so extreme. But I'm riding that wave, and it feels good. I think it really does matter to me that this team has done this. It feels 3-1 is insurmountable, man. That is not possible. You don't come back from that. Mm-hmm. But these guys have, and it does come down to that one thing that Scott was talking about earlier. If they win It's going to be because they're looking at everybody else in the playoffs and they feel inspired. They're looking at everything else that's going on right now and they're like, why not us? We can do that. We can beat them. Because you're looking at it. And if they look at it and they feel inspired and they feel like they can get AG back or whatever it is that they need to know, they're going to come out knowing that they've done this before and play with extreme confidence.
Good question. Are the Nuggets better off with a hampered AG giving it his best, or Spencer Jones finding his rhythm as a starter and not having to look over his shoulder, nor coming off the bench cold?
Spencer.
Yeah, it's always going to – when it's as extreme as this one is, it's always going to be the fresher guy. Like, it's so Spencer, right?
I think Spencer Jones – see what you think about this. I think he's better as a starter who finds a rhythm with the team over the course of a game than a guy coming off the bench compared to Tim Hardaway Jr., who is an instant offense guy. And I think Tim and Bruce Brown, I think both of those guys are better off the bench than starting.
I'll be curious how Scott feels about this with basketball. And obviously there's examples like you just brought up where guys perform really, really well coming off the bench. Scott, I don't know if basketball is the same because it's more rotational and getting in and out of the game and all that. But I always thought my hardest job in my entire career mentally was being a swing tackle. When I was a backup, I didn't know when I was going in the game. I didn't know what position I was going to have to play.
Yep.
I was preparing for it all. I wasn't really mastering anything. But when I knew I was starting, there was a different kind of pressure, but it was so much easier to perform when I knew that I was the starter. Would that apply the same in basketball?
Yeah, I've always said this, and my numbers, even in my career, I think I averaged over double figures as a scorer starting. It's easier to start because what happens is, you go through your warm-ups, you get loose, you get that little sheen of sweat, you're going to bim, bim, bum, national anthem, introductions, play. When you come off the bench, you're getting that warm-up in, you're getting that sheen of perspiration, national anthem, introductions, sit. And that sit might be of actual time. That could be 15, 20 minutes. It could be 30, 45 minutes. And then the challenge for me was to always, and I finally learned this after years, probably 4 or 5, to mentally stay in the game, even though I knew physically I wasn't. But I would sit by coaches and I would listen to what they're saying, what they're diagramming, what they're talking about on the bench, what they're worried about, what they're concerned about, and I would watch it. I would find positions I'm going to play. And so I had to trick myself mentally to just stay in the game. And I'd go 2 weeks without playing maybe. But other than that, I'd sit at the end of the bench, eat some popcorn, and not give a flip. And then they call you in there, and then you look like ass when you get into play. So I mentally try to keep myself in. But it is so much easier to start. Here's my biggest concern with Spencer.
Okay.
And any young guy that has a big game like he had in Game 5, can you do it in back-to-back? There's a lot of guys that can go out there and blow up in a game.
Yeah.
Jalen Pickett had 29 in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Didn't ever kind of repeat that.
Right.
But can you now have back-to-back games where you are a factor for your team? And this is probably stupid. Can I be stupid for a second?
Of course. What would we do without it?
You asked me to start the show. What do we got today? Well, Katie's sitting down with Spencer Jones.
Yeah.
That bothers me a little bit.
Why?
Because you've had one game.
Oh, you think it's like you're raising up a little bit too much? You're
I'm just.
You're funny.
Lower your head. I know, but I get silly like that. I'm like, and it's a good get, and he was a big star in the game, and it's going to be a great interview. And
he wrote a manifesto though.
Can I tell you something?
But Scott, he already wrote a chapter in the book.
I understand that. But
it's still going.
Can I give you something else? I'll give you.
I want to look at you after. I want to look at you after about 5 games of playing great.
Scott, I'll give you something to support your theory there. So the way it goes post game, the coach comes out, Adelman comes out, he yells at Brendan Vogt, and that's that. And then they announce, well, who's going to come out? It's going to be somebody in Joker. So as soon as you hear Joker, you're going to have tons of time. So you really do have time. Like if it's Jamal and Joker, you stay in your seats. Jamal's very quick, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And the
you
other,
still have time to go in the locker room if you want.
Yeah, not as much, but yes. They announced the other day at the podium Spencer Jones and Joker. As we're in the locker room, the PR staff, so we all go in the locker room, we talk to Bruce Brown, okay? Fine. And then the PR staff goes, Spencer is almost ready for the podium. Valanciunas goes, oh, podium, Spencer, like that. Kind of to your point. Like, oh, Spencer gets to go to the podium. Oh, Spencer gets to interview with Katie. Oh, we're talking about Spencer's LinkedIn. It is kind of a weird moment, like, okay, can this young man handle this back to back? I think that's an interesting point. Like, we'll see, obviously.
You probably don't need him to do exactly what he did previously. But you probably need 80% of that.
Well, we're lifting him up, aren't we? We're elevating him in terms of importance. We're saying 100% healthy Spencer Jones is better than a 60% or whatever Aaron Gordon. We're all saying that. Wow, what a challenge for Spencer Jones, guys. What a challenge for Spencer Jones. Because I'll tell you this, if Spencer Jones hits 3 3-pointers, Nuggets win this game. If he hits 3 3-pointers, Nuggets win this game. Because that's exactly, Scott, what you used to get out of KCP.
Yep, and now with no Aaron Gordon, you also need Spencer Jones not to pick up 3 fouls in 45 seconds.
Well, that's true, too.
Ooh. I didn't even think about that.
That's true, too.
That's a problem if he gets in foul trouble.
Well, Spencer admitted, because guess what Spencer Jones did in training camp to sort of earn his wings? He talked about it. He was really physical. He was, like, breaking people's fingers, Scott, and, like, it was too much. He was kind of going, rah-rah college, like, way too much on stuff. And he referenced that just the other night. But that's what he felt like he needed to do to earn his way, be physical. But now that you're in this position, it's not that you can't be physical, but now we're really counting on you. You're right. Valanciunas got 3 points, 3 turnovers, 3 fouls in 3 minutes. Well, that's fine for Valanciunas, right? That's okay. I mean, cool. Like, you're having a physical impact. If you're replacing Aaron Gordon, you can't do that, Scott. You cannot.
Well, look at the minutes played. Valanciunas played 12 minutes, and Spencer played 36, 37.
Because that's what Aaron Gordon would play.
Yep. Because
that's whose role you're replacing. Now, in Game 5, you did it. He did it. He did. He was perfect. If Aaron Gordon had the numbers Spencer Jones had, we would be pumped. That would be like, whoa, great game. 7 of 9 shooting, 4 for 4 from 3, 20 points in 36 minutes. Plus, you're on the toughest defender the whole night. That's an Aaron Gordon night right there, my friends. That's incredible. But the difference is Aaron Gordon healthy can do that night after night after night after night.
Right.
Can Spencer Jones do that tonight? Well, I got some chills right there. Right there. Right there. Because the game might come down to that. The game might come.
A lot riding on Spencer Jones.
Well, because you expect Joker to be Joker and Jamal to be Jamal, right? You do. By the way, we do expect that, right, Scott? Like, we need that tonight.
And we still have the formula of you need that third guy.
And who's that third guy? Now, let me tell you this. Tim Hardaway Jr. could come off the bench and get 7 threes and go 7 for 10 from 3, Scott, and be that guy too. Like, that can happen. Bruce Brown could catch lightning in a bottle and hit 4 threes, right? And he could be that guy. Like, it doesn't have to just be Spencer Jones. It's just that he's set up the best to do that. But listen, if Tim Hardaway Jr. comes in and drops, goes 7 for 10 and drops like 26 points, which he could do, that'll be fine. That will work as well. So what a night. What a night. And we got it all for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's Football Go comes up next. Hey, it's DMac for Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. The other sportsbooks, oh my gosh, their rewards, lame, old, same old. Fan Cash. That's something different. That's something cool. That's what Fanatics Sportsbook. The ultimate sports currency and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. Unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team in league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, all on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value you cannot get at other sportsbooks. So convert your Fan Cash to profit boost, and you can even bet with it too. With Fan Cash, you are getting access to the world of sports every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook, the whole world. Switch to a sportsbook that always gives you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. There you go. I stand by that quote. Proudly. Win.
We're not apologizing.
It's going to be a rough month for
Go
Minnesota.
home and smoke your doobie, Dan. Sit there with your Cheetos and your television.
Just
It's
on
Doritos,
that,
Cool Ranch,
just
Scott.
on that note, if the Avalanche play Minnesota, what do you think happens in that series this year?
Minnesota goes back to collecting mosquitoes.
Okay. Scott, what do you think happens in an Avs-Minnesota Wild series?
Well, first of all, I've said that I think that the Avalanche win the Stanley Cup, so obviously
There
they're
you
going
go.
to win.
There you go. Let's Playoffs Go. Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Buds, Quinn Tanner, what's going on?
Well, let's hear from David Adelman. This is from the Nuggets shoot around yesterday, guys.
All right.
We get a little more spicy. David Adelman.
Again? We got more spicy?
A little. He was
Little
less
spicy?
but there's still a hint of spiciness to David Adelman, which I love. Here he is talking about Game 6, and he kind of goes back to Game 5, saying this Game 5 is who this Nuggets team is.
And I understand that people want me to crush our guys after losses, but I'm not going to do that when I know the temperament of the team. Playing poorly is not being uncomfortable. I think it's just self-confidence in knowing that who we are was Game 5. That's who we can be consistently. That's what I believe, and I think the guys will be there tomorrow.
This is an argument, so the question, why didn't you trust your guys after, despite the pressure we did last? Why did you decide that was not
Because I talk to my guys individually and as a team in the locker room. You guys aren't on our team. They hear my message every day, and I have extreme confidence in this team. There's a reason why these guys won 54 games with all these different lineups. They trust each other. And yeah, it sucks to play poorly in the playoffs, but that doesn't mean that they're non-competitive. They're competitive, obviously. What you saw the other night speaks to that, and that's who they are.
Scott, let me ask you this.
After you ask Scott a question, I have a comment on that whole thing, but
Do you think the Nuggets have played with competitive spirit throughout this series?
Yeah.
Okay. I do too. I'm just curious because that's been the narrative surrounding the team is that they've lost their competitive spirit.
Well, I think it's I'd like the guy, tell me what competitive spirit is. I mean, you should have, could have won Game 2, so you're very competitive in that. Game 4, you had an opportunity with 5 minutes to go, so you're pretty competitive for most of that game. So I don't think you can be competitive without a spirit. Game 3, I think they had the wind absolutely knocked out of their sails with the news that Aaron Gordon wasn't going to go, and they had planned on this and playing this way, and I just don't think the adjustment it worked for them, and I think they struggled with that. But yeah, I would say they've been competitive. Have they played great? No. I mean, we got the thing from Hyatt today. Everybody except for Christian Brown. There was one other person are way below their 3-point percentages on the season. 8, 10, 19% below what they shot in the regular season. So you make each guy raises their 3-point percentage 8% throughout the playoff series, and the series is already over.
I think the question was a little bit more general, though. I mean, it was competitive spirit, right? That's the question. Have we seen the competitive spirit at all moments? No, we saw it when Chris Brown's pointing the finger. We saw it when Jokic was
Game 5, yeah.
Yeah, we've seen moments where it's like, yeah, that's what it's supposed to look like. And then we've seen other games where I'm like, the eyeballs just don't look any differently to me. So I would say no, we have not seen the best competitive spirit in every game.
I guess I'm more practical in the sense that you can't be competitive in a game if you don't have some sort of competitive spirit.
Yeah. I'd say the only game that kind of stood out to me like that was Game 3. Other than that, I thought you were competing hard. You lost, but I mean, I saw competitive spirit. Game 3 stunk, though. I'll tell you that. I mean, you scored 11 points in the first quarter, and you just never. I don't know, man. There wasn't a lot of fight there, unfortunately. Can I just say something, man? This might be a get off my lawn moment, but you realize when Jared Bednar does a press conference, he doesn't do it on the ice with pucks hitting the board and skates going around. Scott, I will never understand this, and I've done a lot of this media stuff. Why in the world, when NBA does interviews and stuff, why don't they walk 10 or 15 feet away so that it's not a cacophony of basketballs and squeaking, and you can barely hear what Adelman's saying? And I do love you, Nuggets, and the PR people, but why do you insist on doing interviews in the practice court when you could simply walk outside 5 feet so we're not distracted by all that crap? Am I yelling at clouds here, Scott? Or
No,
you agree with me?
I mean, right there, especially if you're at Denver's practicing, you can go out there to the elevators.
Go out there.
They could probably put a permanent screen up there of your sponsor Nugget logo thing.
Sure.
And have David stand in front of that. It'd probably be easier, and then you'd have the door closed, and you're not getting that. So
yes. Is it that hard? The whole, let's interview you on the court while guys are shooting in balls. You could just walk 15 feet away down a tunnel, Scott. You have an entire arena. Does everybody understand how big an arena is? What are we doing here? All right, let me ask you, no dumb question. Why do they do it that way, Scott? Why?
Because because it's simpler, easier, and quicker.
Than walking 15 feet away? Than walking 15 feet away?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I think we can handle walking 15 feet down the tunnel. All right.
Lazy.
I don't understand it. All right, next question, dude.
All right, guys. The Rockets beat the Lakers last night, 99-93. However, Houston Rockets forward Kevin Durant will remain sidelined for Game 6 of his team's first-round playoff series against the Lakers with an ankle injury. The Rockets forced Game 6 in Houston after falling behind 3-0 in the series. Durant's only played in Game 2 of this series. He missed Game 1 after banging knees with a teammate in practice. So Durant's ankle injury typically requires a minimum of 2 weeks before returning to play. What chances do you give the Rockets of completing the comeback after being down 0-3?
No way. You can't. I don't think it's ever been done in the NBA. I do not think that has ever happened.
I don't know, man.
I think I'm right on that. I think it's
the Celtics were down to the Heat 0-3. They forced a Game 7, but Miami did win Game 7.
Yeah.
That's the year the Nuggets played them in the finals.
I do not think that has literally ever happened in the NBA. So I'll say it's a zero. That the chances are still zero.
Lakers might be in trouble, man. I don't know if you guys.
So this will be it. The first time ever a team.
Maybe.
Well, that would be great.
They could not shoot. Kennard was God. He was terrible.
Because he's a bench guy specialist. That they started the first 2 games, and he had career games, and now the real guy is here.
Yeah, they might be in trouble.
Scott?
Well, it'd just be one more first that LeBron could add to his career.
Put that at the top of the resume.
I'm just double checking. I think I'm right on this. No, an NBA team has never come back from an 0-3 deficit to win a best-of-7 series. That is, don't you guys find that pretty amazing? Never, ever. Well, that is why only 4 teams have ever forced a Game 7.
It couldn't happen to a better team.
So even forcing Game 7 is incredibly rare.
I think Denver did that, didn't they?
Scott, you are correct. Can you guess the year?
93-94.
Yes. Can you guess the opponent?
Utah Jazz.
Holy cow, Scott Hastings. Are you looking that up, or did you really seriously remember that?
Well, I know you don't believe it,
no,
but I called those games.
Damn, I don't even care that you called it. I wouldn't remember that even if I did. That is amazing. Great job. You are right.
I'm telling you, Scott's the trivia guy.
Dude, it is sick what Scott does remember sometimes. The 51.
And here's the scary part.
All right.
That Game 7 was in Utah, and it was on, I believe, CBS because Hannah Storm, maybe NBC. Hannah Storm was the sideline person.
Okay.
John Elway traveled to Salt Lake City for the game.
Okay.
That was the year of Are You Ready to Moo Tombo that Elway got down the floor. That was the same postseason. They with about 5 minutes to go, it was like a 1-2-3 point game, and they had a chance.
Oh, wow.
And
History.
And
History.
I think they woke up and it scared them that they had a chance. And then the last 5 minutes, Utah just kind of dominated it and won the series.
Well, it's only 4 teams have been down 0-3 and even forced a Game 7. Yes, that 94 Nuggets team, the 51 Knicks against the Rochester Royals, 2003 Blazers against the Mavericks, and yeah, the Celtics against the Heat. But all 4 of those teams lost Game 7. So you're basically asking, can the Lakers make the most epic collapse in the history of the NBA?
Well, I wouldn't be mad about it.
That would be
I'm at least
awesome.
cheering for a game. I'm at least cheering for a Game 7. That'll be epic.
Oh my God! No, well now I'm just cheering for the most epic collapse ever in NBA history happening to the Lakers with LeBron. That would actually be amazing. Go Rockets! Next story, Dan.
All right, let's move over to the NHL playoffs. We've got Stars and Wild. Game number 6.
Go Wild.
Here's Nathan McKinnon from the Avs practice from earlier today.
You know, we're waiting for our schedule to come out, and then we'll ramp it up a bit. But obviously, getting some touches, just trying to work on our games. A couple 5-on-5 drills, but nothing too crazy right now.
You'll be watching tonight, I'm assuming. Is it hard at this point not to know, or does it just come with the territory, the fact that you're waiting to find out who's up next for you?
Yeah, I mean, as humans, are curious, but we have no control of anything in that series. Probably will watch the Nuggets, to be honest, tonight. Hopefully they can force a Game 7. It's kind of I love basketball, so I'm going to be watching probably the Nuggets and check on the other score for sure.
All right, so confirmed basketball
awesome.
fan Nathan McKinnon watching game number 6 between the Nuggets and Wolves. Let me ask you guys this. DMac and I were talking about this morning. Would you rather see the Wild win it tonight and the Avs Wild series start sooner, or would you like to see it go to a Game 7, Avs get a little bit more rest, and whoever they face in round 2 is a little bit more tired and beat up? What would you like to see happen tonight?
I'm with you know, when Kadri was asked about this, he's like, rest. I'm not worried about rest. I'm not worried about rust. Give me as much rest as I get. Give me Game 8. Give me Game 9. I'm with that.
Scott?
Yeah, I was normal. And listen, this is my Rockies fear, right? I thought they had a chance to win a World Series, and then 9 days in between the NLCS and the World Series, they just had absolutely nothing against Boston.
Yeah, too much time.
So I'm always leery of that. That being said, I don't think there's another sport like hockey that the more you play, the wearier you get. And so I'd like to see Dallas win tonight. I don't care who wins Game 7, but I like to see Dallas win tonight. And listen, injuries happen a lot too. And the more games you play, the wearier you get, the more chance of injury. You never know what could happen. So give me Game 7. Who's the opponent? It doesn't matter. There's a part of me that just wants to knock Dallas out of the playoffs because of what they've done the last 2 years.
It's a pretty remarkable night in Minnesota tonight, to be quite honest with you, fellas. I mean, it is crazy that the Wild are playing in Game 6, as are the Wolves. They play in 2 different cities that lose all the time, St. Paul and Minneapolis. And if you want a cheap ticket, you got Toronto at Minnesota, and that's earlier in the day than the game. So you could actually, that'd be an interesting sort of triple header to hit all 3 if you could as a sports fan. You wouldn't really be watching any of them, but it would be kind of a fun thing to say you did, to go to all 3 that are happening at the same time. At one point, all 3 games will be going on at the same exact time, which is pretty wild. There you go.
Kind of bizarre, really.
It's incredible.
Unfair for the fans.
It's a tough night for Minnesota fans. Yeah, especially, those Twins fans are just, man, that sucks for them. Kevin Gausman against Bailey Ober tonight. Go Grandview. That's Minnesota. You're in the middle of it, Scott. That's the most action in North America happening where you are tonight, and you're on the call with Kaz and on the pregame show there at Altitude TV and Altitude Plus. Make sure you get all of that. Make sure Nuggets Playoffs online, nuggets.com/playoffs. All the info you need about Basecamp 5280 playoffs gear, tickets. Game 7, let's go. Check out nuggets.com/playoffs. And a reminder, Whiskey Road tonight. Andy hosting, Birdo doing everything. Grab a Surfside for $1 off and enjoy 100 calories and no bubbles. It's sunshine in a can. Plus an autographed Jamal Murray jersey. That's Whiskey Row tonight as our viewing party tour continues with Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Scott, I'm just curious. Just being in there in Minnesota for the past couple days, any kind of observations with the town, the city, how they're absorbing things? Where they're, I mean, they got a lot going on, obviously, between the Timberwolves and the Wild.
No, listen, they're massive fans, and they will be out. It'll be interesting. I guarantee there's got to be a TV crew or somebody, right, that's at both the Wild and the Timberwolves games, and I guarantee you, I guarantee you, both of them, they're going to have 40,000 people, right, between those two arenas, just going absolutely nuts.
Yeah, I actually, you know what? Because we've been kind of, ripping and having some sports fun with it. To be fair, I think it sucks what they're because
we've been there, we've done that.
Yeah,
I mean, not the same city, but
no, because that could never happen with us because we share the arena. They don't. So I think it sucks. Actually, I really do. I think
that is next level in the same city. Actually, that is an entirely new level that is just absolutely brutal.
It's stupid and stubborn, and shows you that leagues don't really care about their fans.
I think it sucks.
That to me, they would do something like this because these are big monster games.
Yes.
No doubt.
Man, you got to spread them out some way. You got to know better, and because you got to believe there's crossover fans, right? I mean,
I've got to be, of course.
No dumb question, I guess. But for the St. Paulans, the Minnesotans out there,
yes.
If they had to choose, do they choose hockey?
You would think they're a bigger hockey fan base in Minnesota. You would just think that because it's Minnesota. But I bet the Timberwolves are really popular. I'm sure they are.
Yeah, they're real popular.
I think it's the same. Listen, I'll just use my own family. It's funny. My wife actually said to me, get this. She goes, where are we watching the game tonight? And I'm like, wait a second. Wait, all of a sudden you care about basketball? And she's like, well, yeah. She is the world's biggest Avalanche fan, period. But even she is getting sucked into this Nuggets Timberwolves thing. So I think it stinks that as a sports fan in Minnesota, you got to share your attention one way or the other. I'm sure the sports bars and every restaurant will have TVs on multiple things at the same time, right? I think it'll be packed. So I guess to that degree, it'll be kind of a weird kind of fun watching two things at the same time, I suppose. I just think it's a rip that fans have to make this kind of choice. Shame on the NBA and NHL for actually not working closer together to figure this out.
I agree with you. The communication should have been a lot better. And I will say this. I got to believe the sports bars in Minneapolis, St. Paul are going to be nuts and packed. And this might be the kind of game or a kind of night that you would go to a sports bar, right?
This would be a good one. This would be a good one. But again, are you really watching either game closely if you're doing that?
You tell us, you do it more than all of us.
I do it all the time, but I'm more sympathetic in this case because it's our team. It'd be our teams, and the games are more important. I think there's a big difference. So I'm casually watching the Rockies while the Nuggets or Avs are on because it's just casual watching, and that happens all the time. But I'll just remember last year when the Nuggets and Avs both had a Game 7 on the same night against the Stars and the Clippers, and it was great because the Nuggets kicked ass over the Clippers. But we're sitting in the media room as the Avalanche, unfortunately, are losing to Mikko Rantanen and the Stars. It felt like a ripoff, man. I didn't like it. I thought it sucked. So, anyways, whatever. We don't care. It's not our problem. We're just focused on one game. We're keeping it, as Avs fans, though, we're keeping a side eye on the Minnesota-Dallas game for sure. Pretty cool, by the way, to hear Nathan McKinnon's a big basketball fan. I didn't know that. I thought a lot of the hockey guys didn't give a crap about
He's watching the Nuggets game over the Stars-Wild game tonight.
Good. Hey, that's awesome,
That's
man.
awesome.
Nathan McKinnon. Good job, dude.
Well, I'll tell you this. When I was playing, and we'd be in the playoffs because obviously the hockey's always going at the same time that the NBA is going. I remember this happened 3 or 4 years in a row, and Randy Whitman and I were roommates. We'd be in the room watching the hockey playoffs because as a basketball player, you watch so much darn film. Right. You see every one of your opponents, 4 times during the year, and then you watch a game. You watch film after the game. You watch film the game before. I mean, you're watching if you play in 82 games, you're probably watching portions of 162 games, right? So, man, when we didn't even watch the NBA playoffs. We were watching the NHL playoffs when we were on the road during the playoffs.
Well, I mean, after a while, how much film can you just watch on the same team? I mean, you get it after a while, don't you? I mean, it's
yeah, and you know what? And literally, I know everybody says this, and I know fans. And we do this. Who would you rather play? Minnesota, Dallas, blah blah blah. But as a player, you don't care.
I gotcha.
All you care about is advancing and hope that you get a choice to play somebody else. And, who you play, you just play, man.
I know I've been saying the opposite all week long, but there is a small part of me that is really looking forward to a Dallas matchup. There's a part of me that looks.
Oh, my God, really?
Hey, I'm not saying it's the best thing for the Avalanche.
No, thank you.
I'm not implying that, but from a viewing interest, yeah, I freaking hate those guys. And that's fun to watch teams that you hate.
Ugh. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, I'm rolling my eyes at myself. I guess Dallas winning tonight, because it extends the series, it exhausts them more. I guess. But I'll tell you this: the Avs have had plenty of time off. Like, we're good. It's time to get back to it. You know what I'm saying? And they beat themselves up enough. Here's what's weird though, guys. Do we know the answer to this? If the Wild do win, does the Wild Avs series start Sunday or Monday at Ball Arena? What day does it start? When does it get going?
It can't be Saturday, right?
It cannot be Saturday.
I bet it would be a Sunday afternoon game.
Well, that would be awesome if that was the case. And I think I think Sunday would be available because that would have been Game 7 for the Kings and the Avs, right? I mean, logically, it would have had to have been. So they would have had to keep that open, I think.
And it's Thursday, so you're giving Minnesota, if they win tonight, 2 extra days before you play Sunday. You can't play Saturday.
Right. So
here's another thing. You know what they might wait?
What?
Minnesota Stars win. Nuggets Timberwolves games are still going on. Guess what they're probably doing before they make the announcement?
What?
Waiting to see if who wins that game, because if Denver wins, it's a Game 7. Arena's not available, so then they just make it, Sunday. If they were smart, they just make it Sunday now anyway.
Well, we'll see. It'll happen
because if
soon
the
enough,
Stars lose, what is today? Thursday. If the Stars lose, their Game 7 will be Saturday also.
I do find it so weird that the Avs have been. It feels like we should be having some hockey right now, doesn't it? Like this is like it's like, oh my God, all right, enough. I feel like that. It feels weird that we've gone so long without the Avalanche playing at this point.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit weird.
So I don't have any fears. I think rest is good. I think they'll be fine. I think they'll jump back into it. It's just as just like a hockey fan, I'm just ready for it to. I miss it. I'm just ready for it to get started again. It's just odd. So, anyways, that is tonight. That is the lineup, and of course you can hear the game right here on Altitude. Scott, you want to give us just your scouting, your keys to the game, that sort of thing, like what you're expecting tonight?
Well. And listen, I think if they limit second chance points, they can get out and play at their tempo, and I think that goes a long way to winning this game. And then I think your stars got to be stars, but then I think maybe it's a combination of Bruce and Tim Hardaway, or CB and Tim Hardaway, or but there needs to be that third element of points that moves you around a little bit. And listen, all Spencer Jones did by hitting shots was keep the middle open for everybody else, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. You need somebody.
How do you feel broadcasting these type of games? Just water off a duck's back, or is there a little more juice for you when you're doing this stuff?
Well, the juice starts when the broadcast starts, right? I mean, pregame show, we are running around like crazy for the Altitude TV. And we do an hour pregame show, and so we're like boom, 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 boom. Here we're going to press conferences. We're doing this. We're filming. Boom, boom, boom. And then I'll have like a segment to get up, and so I'll get up there 3 or 4 minutes before the national anthem. Then you sit and you put your stuff. You get all your stuff plugged in, ready to go. And then as soon as Kaz starts hitting the starting lineups. Then you go, okay, here you go. And then for me, I'm just watching the attitudes in the first 5-6 minutes.
Mm.
Like when you started that Game 3 and you're down 11-2, I went, this doesn't feel right.
Yeah, you knew real quick.
Yeah, game 4, you start off, you're matching them, you're going, you boom, boom. Okay, we're all right. You're good now. Game 5, you're good now. Game 1, you're good now. Game 2, you're good. Okay. But game 3, ooh.
How do you guys like watching it at Nate's here and Ty? How do you guys like watching a game like tonight? Like, what's your routine? Like your whole thing?
Don't know that I've got a whole routine. I don't know that I do anything special.
Well, you don't have special socks you wear or anything like that?
Do you like to go out? Do you like to go out to watch it?
No, I'm not a bar watcher. No, don't enjoy that. I don't ever feel like I'm properly invested in a game when I'm sitting at a bar or if I'm sitting at a restaurant trying to watch on the TV.
Yeah.
I like to sit on the couch at home.
Undivided attention.
Undivided attention.
Yeah.
Potentially wearing sweats. Potentially being commando. I don't know. If it calls for being commando at any point in the game, I'll go commando.
Friends over.
Wait,
Nate?
like Donald Duckin, or do you have
Donald Duckin?
Or do you have anything on?
No, like Donald Duckin.
You do not. You sit on your couch,
do you,
Donald Duck
well,
style.
Listen,
Do you at
when
least
we
sit
come
on a
out in the
towel?
first quarter and it's you let them go on a 13-point run. It's time to go
Time
duck
to
it.
change the mojo a little bit.
Yeah.
See, I can't do that because I always have my laptop with me and it gets hot. So like I wouldn't be able to do that. I need the buffer of a couple of layers of clothing.
Sometimes I check if the blinds are open.
Okay.
Sometimes I'm just like, YOLO.
All right, so you watch the game with a laptop.
Am I giving the
Now, hold on.
neighbors
We all
a
need to know
show?
something in case we get invited over one day.
Yeah.
What couch are you sitting on?
Yeah.
So you've gone cheeks to cushion
No,
on the public couch?
I mean,
or is
cheeks-
this like your private people don't...
Just to be clear, cheeks to cushion have been on every cushion in the couch.
Oh,
If you were going over to Tyler's house,
Yeah.
you were making contact with
And not to
cheeks.
say
You can come
anything,
over
but
to my
it
house, son.
probably ain't the only
I ain't going to
cheeks
your
been
house
on them
now.
couch either.
Hey, there you go, Scott. There you go, Scott. I can tell you this: in my house, no cheeks to cushion from anybody at any time. It's safe, very, very safe. There's no. Who knows? Tyler's in a young relationship. There's probably all sorts of things going on there.
Yeah, exactly. I have small children, so it's clothes can be off at
Are
any
the
time.
counters safe?
So,
Are the counters safe?
I gotta go.
how's the inside of the refrigerator? Is it okay?
Yeah.
What is going on?
I don't know.
over
You
there?
ever tried a little ketchup?
It is KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. Scott, are you gone? Is he gone? Is he with us?
He's here.
Scott, are they winning or losing tonight?
They're winning.
They're winning. Scott, you got them winning. Scott, maybe he's gone.
Oh, Scott disconnected.
Tyler, you're winning. They're winning.
Yeah.
Andy, they winning.
I don't know.
Okay.
That's what I said last time.
Nate, they winning.
Yes, because they should. Because they should, right?
They should. Yes.
When Anthony Edwards and Dante DiVincenzo are not playing, and you have Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, you're better than these guys. Your back is against the wall. Road game or not, you should win this game. You have two Hall of Famers. Go kick their ass and win this game and come back home and take this series. It's right there for the taking.
It is.
You should win it.
Sunmu's banged up now. Bones Highland's got
Highland's
anything
banged up,
going
Bones is
on.
banged
So,
up.
yeah,
Even if they
there
play,
is
they're
zero
banged up.
reason
Right.
you ought to lose.
Unless Terrence Shannon goes for 48 tonight.
Shut that mouth of yours.
You should win this game. Like that's what should be happening. But here's the thing. I don't know if they're going to. I don't know. What if the stupid turnover Nuggets show up again?
What if Spencer Jones can't replicate it again?
Well, and this is just it. Like, and I said this yesterday on our show. Spencer Jones will not make 4 threes in Game 6 on the road.
DMac says if he makes 3, they win.
I say if he makes 3, they win.
It's very helpful.
Tim Hardaway Jr. could hit 7.
That'd be sweet.
That's just it. Is like, okay, so the on the margins Game 5 heroes, I would say were probably Spencer and Jonas Valanciunas. Those were the. You can't count on it exactly being those two guys again.
I think it's easier to do what Jonas did, though. I mean, Jonas could go in there, be physical, and just cause some chaos.
He can also just cough the ball up and rack up 4 fouls in 2 minutes. Like, that can also happen.
Yes.
So it's like, where else does it come from? Is tonight a night where Christian Brown has an actual productive offensive game?
I doubt it.
You know, is tonight a night where Tim Hardaway Maybe he's the guy that makes 4 threes
that,
tonight.
That to me is way more likely to happen than Christian Brown all of a sudden turning it around.
But that's what you have to somehow find in this game tonight.
Spencer Jones probably comes back to earth a
Who
little bit,
who are the others that show up? And maybe it is Spencer again. Maybe Spencer's just this is his, hey, I deserve a 4-year contract star turn that he's about to make in the postseason. Like, I don't discount that either. The broader point here being is that, like, Jokic and Murray, I assume, do their thing tonight, but, like, who is the other dude on the margins that comes along with it and has a huge game?
If Spencer Jones hits 4 threes, he might be looking at $60 million in his future.
He could be.
How about that?
Yeah, he could be.
Can you imagine?
Somebody at his size?
Why are you shaking your head?
That's just unreal.
Yeah.
But that's
I'm not saying you're wrong. It just is unreal.
4 threes and 20 points. Spencer Jones just probably made himself $60 million. Those are NBA contracts.
If you can rebound, if you can have Spencer Jones' body type, if you can get over screens and you can make corner threes, you are a $15 million a year player in the NBA.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
But not on the Nuggets, you're not.
Well, somewhere you are.
Right.
And he might. That's just it. He might be. I don't know. Like, whenever this roster gets reevaluated, when it's all said and done, like, I could see somebody in that room standing, you'll bang on the table, stand on the table, whatever it is, of just like, we can't live without Spencer Jones.
What happened with Peyton Watson?
He's injured, and he's continuing to be injured, and hopefully there's a world where you win the next 2 games and then you play the Spurs and he can play.
Okay.
Because I don't think you can beat the Spurs without Aaron Gordon.
Because this is the world's longest rehab from an injury ever, right?
Yeah.
And I heard Vic say he re-injured himself in the rehab process.
Yeah.
Vic said that this morning.
Yeah. Well, he came back and then he went back out. So
all right.
It was like it was a return, and then it was injured again, and then he was out again.
Because we're writing Aaron Gordon off, right? Like, he'll never be fully healthy in the postseason.
Doesn't feel like it.
Correct?
If he plays tonight, what do you get?
Oh, I don't think
if he plays.
I think that would be a mistake. And here's why. I think Spencer Jones is more effective as a starter than coming off the bench. And if Aaron Gordon is going to go tonight, he's not going to come off the bench. He's going to start.
Well, and Andy and I were talking about this yesterday.
And then you're going to try to make things available for Aaron, and I think that's a mistake too.
You have to do the rotational math of it, because he would play in the second quarter, and then and then he would go out again. If he was coming off the bench, he would go out again, and then all of halftime, and then all the start of third quarter. Like, it would be like 90 minutes between him and I don't know, with a guy with a soft tissue injury, if you can do that. So then I think you would have to start. But then what are you if you start? He can't be in the dunker spot because he's not going to be effective there. So you could put him off in the corner, and hey, he can hit threes. Like, he could do that. You would have to look at him
better than 100% healthy Spencer Jones.
As well. I mean, Aaron Gordon's an outstanding shooter.
When he's healthy.
The 3-point his 3-point shooting's been fine. It
hasn't been great of late.
But again, ideally you would want him in the dunker spot. So I would just look at him and say, look, man, all your energy gets expended on the defensive end of the floor. If you can make 2 threes, that's a bonus, and that's what we get out of you tonight. To your point, I think they're better off not playing him tonight.
I do too.
But I also think there is a world where he says, I'm good and I can go, and the locker room respects him and the coaching staff respects him, and they say, all right, and they try and do the thing. It could happen. Well, he's listed as questionable, which honestly surprised me.
I mean, I love Aaron Gordon. The guy is, Mr. Nugget, the whole thing. I hope that is the case because it's a better team with them healthy. We have just seen when he's not healthy, there are diminishing returns, Andy, in terms of what you get out of him. And so
I wouldn't play him because, again, if you're going to do anything after this series, listen, this is a physical series. Yeah. It's why me and Scotty talked about it on Hot Mic last night. I would play Valanciunas. I know that not everybody loves Valanciunas, but he's got the physical body to handle this series. If he fouls out, he fouls out.
I would play Valanciunas and I would play Tyus Jones. I would do exactly what you did.
And Aaron Gordon, you know what? Kind of like the Peyton Watson thing Nate said right there. You know what? Rest up. If we get to the next round, hopefully we'll be able to use you then. But Tyler made the point yesterday in Crosstalk. The guy's been resting this thing most of the last half of the year. It's never really mattered. No. It seems like whenever he really tries to put the thing into fifth gear, it pulls again. So I'm not counting on you.
He likely needs months of rest.
Yeah, but
months.
I mean,
of
he
rest.
got
which Which he could also view it that way too, and the organization could view it that way too, and just say, F it, let's go.
You know what he needs to do? He needs to go to Germany, it sounds like.
Yeah, seriously.
Honestly.
Yeah, get the Luka
This
Doncic
thing was bugging
treatment.
him a year ago, man.
Yeah.
I love him like you do. We all love him. Who does not love Aaron Gordon?
Everybody
the shirtless wonder that ran through the town after they won the championship. He's a Denver legend forever. What the hell is going on with this calf? This was bugging him last year against the Thunder.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
So I want to count on you.
I think
but
if he
I can't.
plays, I think if he plays, you start him, you put CB in the dunker, and you hope that the Jokic and Murray brilliance is enough to get it done, and that Aaron makes the threes when they're open.
If he does play, if I get one of the plays you described the other night where Jokic lobs it to you, you don't even jump, you're out. You're out of the game.
Yeah.
Can't have that.
You know, it'd
dude.
be fun to have a Jamal Murray 45-point night tonight.
Yeah, it'd be really
Like,
great.
just
We
have
could use a
Jamal
Murray
go off.
flurry all kinds of bad.
Yeah.
There's no reason they shouldn't win this game. There's no reason they shouldn't win this series.
Yeah.
I think we're all questioning collectively, what mentality are you going to show up with? You've got to have the mentality from the other night. Look is it any coincidence? Bones with the sore knee, DeSumo with his calf.
Yeah.
You actually made those dudes work on
Yeah.
both ends of the floor,
Yeah.
and now they're all hurt. What a shock.
Right.
Are you going to show up and make them earn that again, though? Or are you going to lay down, frankly, like a bunch of little kitty cats like you did from the other night?
Like we did what we need to do.
And let them just have this thing.
Well, we'll see. Well, nice.
Yeah,
to-
we will
I
see.
will say.
Hey, we'll see.
The vibe with the team is very confident, very relaxed.
Should be.
You know, that's what I saw after the game. That's what Katie Wingy told us yesterday.
Should be.
Like, the approach has been very professional. Like, they're not freaking out. And does experience matter?
Of
'Cause
course.
The Nuggets have way more experience in this department than the Timberwolves.
But
Yeah.
when you're getting punked by Julius Randle, are you going to put up with it tonight? When you're getting punked by Jade McDaniels, are you going to put up with it tonight, or are you going to answer it the way you did in Game 5? Because you're not going to have your crowd making you feel like it's your,
Do you think a city that has known nothing but losing, do you think it drips over it all into the collective consciousness of the athletes?
No, I listen. If what you're describing is working in anyone's favor, it'd be their favor against us.
Because I felt that
they've erased.
when I was in Buffalo, though, it felt like, man, it's
The
just
anxiety of the building.
No, I get
kind
what
of,
you're saying, but
because you still live in the.
But
you live in the
Minnesota doesn't
city.
feel like they ever lose to Denver. They've
Yeah,
erased
that's-
two
well,
but
20-point leads in playoff
They
games.
lose eventually.
That's a good point, though.
But
is
not
the
here.
Yeah,
Not this round.
Yeah, like
Remember-
they may be immune to it because of their opponent right
Right.
now, and because of what this rivalry means.
Now bring
but
on
it's
the
also
Spurs of the Thunder.
yeah, it's also a first round series.
How bad is the NBA? Think about this. How bad does the NBA probably want Denver to move on?
Oh, no, for sure.
Minnesota's got none of their
Yeah.
stars really
Oh,
left.
no,
I mean,
yeah,
they are,
no
they are
doubt.
walking
No, you're-
wounded crew that's
You know
set up
what's-
for a 4-0 sweep
You know
next
what?
round.
4 years ago, all we did was complain about Jokic gets no attention. Well, that's he gets unbelievable amounts of attention. He is featured everywhere. No, he is a draw. Nikola Jokic, we can't complain about that anymore in Denver. We cannot. It's not justified whatsoever. So yes, I'm sure they won't.
He's also a 3-time MVP. Like a
Yes.
lot of that whining is the inferiority complex this town has with sports.
Well, we don't get to do that with Jokic anymore.
He's a 3-time MVP.
Yes.
I mean, we can't act like he's Rodney Dangerfield out there.
We cannot.
He's an all-time great.
Yeah, the TV is not against the Nuggets, Andy. To your point,
But I
right.
will also say this: like this is one of those legacy moments, and while I would say right now Nikola Jokic is on the cusp of being a top 10 player in the history of the NBA. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you say, we joke about this all the time, when you say top 10, that means number 10. So which one is he? Okay? Is he 1 through 10? Because 1 through 10 wins this series. Or is he 11 through 20? If you're 11 through 20, you might lose this one.
Well, legacy-wise, is he better than Shaq?
No.
I don't
Not
think
yet.
so. I don't
No,
think so.
not yet.
Shaq's got all those rings.
Yeah.
And
Is
with
he
an-
better than Wilt Chamberlain?
No.
I don't think so either.
No.
Now,
Kareem,
look, do I think
Kareem?
he could
No.
be? Yeah.
Yeah, Kareem's the 6 and 6.
Is he better legacy-wise than Tim Duncan?
No, not yet.
No.
Yeah.
So you're right.
Yeah, this
legacy
is built on rings.
Yes.
And he knows it.
Yes, he absolutely knows it. And he's also, Noah Eagle taking a moment out of the broadcast the other night to say, like, how much this means to Nikola Jokic. In these parts, we don't need that explained to us. Like, we know that.
Yeah.
The guy is I mean, he lives and he dies with this thing, all right? He may love Sombor, Serbia, and his family life and being at the stable and at the track and everything else, but this is everything to him.
Yeah.
He is an all-time great basketball player, and you cannot be that unless it's everything to you.
Agreed.
He is going to fight and claw to the very finish. My only concern with him tonight, and again, this goes back to the legacy talk, is are you gonna have the brain dead turnovers? Are there gonna be 6 turnovers tonight? Are there going to be?
Are you gonna be able to get your 3 ball going?
Yeah. Are you gonna be settling too much? And are we gonna look up at the end of the night and go, well, Joker was 2 of 9 from 3, or is he going to connect on one early, force Rudy to close out, get into his pump fake, get downhill, whether that's the floater, the drive and kick game, and open up the corner 3, whatever it is that part of his game going to be present tonight? Because we know what it looks like when he's at his very best. And tonight, he has to be that. There can't be any of the dumb stuff.
The absolute, I've got ESPN up right now. The headline leading the front page. The redemption of Rudy and 4 more trends powering the NBA playoffs right now. You talk about legacy. Is it going to be the one where Rudy got his bounce back, or are you going to shut that narrative up?
Andy, I saw a graph today that was showing, first off, scoring is down across the league in the playoffs, which, like, it always is, because we know the game tightens up and there's nobody tanking and all that. Like, everybody's trying. And teams know each other's tendencies, et cetera. So, like, that's there's always going to be scoring down, but it's, like, historically down so far this year. Like, we've had games, like the Orlando-Detroit series has had games where both teams scored fewer than 100 points, which, like, doesn't happen anymore in the NBA, but nobody has been more affected by it than the Nuggets. They have the largest drop in the league from their regular season offensive rating to their postseason defensive rating. And as much of a trend as that may be, the guy that I think gets all the credit for that is Rudy Gobert. He has kicked Jokic's ass in this series. He has made life tough on him. It wasn't until Game 5 that the Nuggets found any kind of consistency in the paint to be able to score points. So you now have to go and do it all again. And you've got to be able to win a game where I don't think you're going to, I don't think Spencer Jones is going to make 4 threes tonight. And that's not a knock on Spence. That's just the reality of what road environments do to
role players.
Ayo Dosunmu, okay? 43 in Game 4, and he wasn't bad in Game 5, but he looked ordinary, right? He's probably, if he plays, granted he's questionable, but if he goes, he's probably putting up 25 shots tonight for the Timberwolves, because somebody is going to have to shoot for them. Like, is he going to go off? He's probably going to be dangerous. Bones Highland is probably going to be dangerous if he plays. Again, like, remember the name Terrence Shannon.
Terrence Shannon I want to talk about, because here's the thing, dude. You can't the Terrence Shannon thing, the Nuggets can't fall into what Scotty's talked about. If Terrence Shannon has to play, let's say Dosunmu gets in there, can't give it a go, out in the first quarter, it becomes Shannon's job. You better not go to sleep on that guy.
Right.
You better not just decide, like Scotty felt like he did in Game 3, oh, these guys are hurt, we're going to get them. No, don't be falling into any of that.
Yeah.
The intensity needs to be the intensity. I don't care who's in front of it. And if you blow them out by 40, all the better.
Yeah.
But don't do this screw around, we're not serious Nuggets thing that I think has all of us concerned.
Exactly.
Because when you're serious, you're one of the best teams in the league.
We've watched too much of that from this team this year. And like, there's the part of my brain, what little of it that functions correctly, that says there's no way Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray go out like that.
Not against this group.
Not against these guys. Not in the midst of their prime, of their window. That is not the way that these guys go. That said, they did it in Game 2.
Yeah.
So
and if you'd have gotten that one.
And had you, oh man.
All the things we could be talking about now.
How different things could be. But instead, we're in this back against the wall place, and I don't believe you're going to do that. But also, I have 82 games and I guess 87 games of sample size of watching this team. And if they did it, I wouldn't be shocked
Yeah.
because I'd go, yeah, I've watched this before.
Nothing will be shocking tonight. There's either relief or disappointment.
Well put.
I'm sorry. Because
put.
again, there'll be happiness for
Yeah.
I'll just be relieved if you show up the same way you did Game 5.
Very well put. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We're getting you ready for Game 6 tonight. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. What do you need to see in this game tonight? We'll take your text messages. If they're good and coherent, maybe we'll read them on air. 303-504-0925. What do you, citizen of Nuggets Nation, need to see out of your administration tonight? It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know, you've heard me talk for the last 3 years about the testosterone treatments that they have over there at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've now added on to that with body composition plans, 4 targeted body composition plans featuring NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, GH peptides, and more. You can combine these treatments with the low T treatments in order to get the body that you want, get more energy, better focus, improve sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive. So for me, it was about the GLP-1. That's how I had lost what's now closing in on 50 pounds and feeling better about myself. And it's not just about finding the right medicine. You know, there's a lot of places I see all the GLP-1s ads everywhere. You know, at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, one pharmacy wasn't working for me. They were able to get me a different one. They also have prepared me for life after this is done, quite honestly, because you know what? You still have to put a little work in after you decide to dial down and get off the shots. They're preparing me for that. There's been a lot of great guidance along the way. They've got my water right. There's reasons why you want to go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and it's the guidance they're going to give you while you do this. That first visit's real easy. You sign up. Cost of the visit's $99. You'll get a medical consult. They'll talk about everything affecting your body. You'll take a T and a PSA test. You'll talk to that Colorado licensed medical provider. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your visit, that appointment is free. 4 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs, and a great location that's revamped in Castle Rock. Call them today, 720-440-7900. The one in Central Denver is the one that I go to. Find them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Oh, we hope you're having a wonderful Thursday afternoon. It is Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl. The Altitude Sports Radio Playoff Viewing Party is out tonight at Whiskey Row. Andy, it's going to be an epic viewing party because Andy's going to be there hosting as we root on our Nuggets to bring it back to Denver for a deciding Game 7. Have yourself a Surfside for $1 off and enjoy 100 calories and no bubbles. It's sunshine in a can, plus great prizes all night, including an autographed Jamal Murray jersey. We'll see you at Whiskey Row tonight at the game tips off at 7:30. You should get there early, but it's all for Game 6 tonight.
Yeah, it's crazy because we need sunshine in a can one way or another.
We do.
Either it's going to be sunshine because they're moving on, or
yes,
we need sunshine to forget our problems.
Mm-hmm.
There's been no sunshine today.
Here at KSE Radio, there's been other things going on in the can, but I don't think it's sunshine that's the problem. Mm-hmm. All right. I want to.
Yes.
Let's talk about Jamal Murray a little bit.
Are you sure?
I am.
We're giving away his jersey tonight at the watch party, by the way.
We are. It's a Jamal Murray autographed jersey. It's very cool. Go sign up and win it. And hopefully it's a prize you can be proud of from tonight's performance from Jamal Murray. He's averaging 26 in the series, which, okay, that's good. Like, he averaged 25 in the regular season. Great, 26. Problem is that all of his shooting percentages have plummeted. His efficiency has been not good so far in this series. He's under 38% from the field. He's under 28% from three. His two-point rate is at 43%. He's having a hard time being able to finish at the rim, and he's taking 22 shots a game. The efficiency has been bad. On the plus side, he's getting to the free throw line more, but let's couple that with a big-time shooting night. Like a 38 to 45 point Jamal Murray performance would do an awful lot for you. But here's my biggest concern in that is you're not going to get the same whistle you did at home. I don't think Jaden McDaniels is going to get 2 fouls in the first 5 minutes of the game tonight. Now, maybe he does. Sometimes he can play reckless and silly and immature basketball. And who knows? Maybe the crowd juices him too hard, and he does something stupid tonight. It is possible, but I tend to look at a guy like that and say, no, you'll get a more professional effort out of Jaden McDaniels tonight, meaning that this is a night where Jamal Murray is just going to have to be able to beat Jaden McDaniels.
Probably.
And
you may get some of those double screens called because Chris Finch cried for it.
Yep. And look, the moving screen thing, all David Adelman has to say to that is just like, well, tell him to watch Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, let's just call it both ways, and I'm fine.
And that's fine. Yeah.
Hey, we'll establish that as a ground rule.
Yeah. And guess what? Like, I guarantee you, I'm taking the over on half of a moving screen violation on Jonas Valanciunas tonight. That said, he almost gets one every single game because Valanciunas is a dude that the referees, I think, just look at him and say, well, he's nothing but asses and elbows. That guy is going to foul somebody.
And let's be honest, if he comes in and it's a little spicy, I think he's the guy that he just, he looks like the rough bouncer at the motorcycle bar.
Right.
And I think the ref's like, we're not letting him get this stirred up, even though I'm not sure he's the one that gets it started all the time. But I think he gets we don't want him going.
He kind of gets a little profiled for that.
He does.
And it's a lot of it is reputation. Like his entire NBA career, he's just been a brute.
Well, and Scotty talked about it. He's never been afraid to raise an elbow during a rebound or whatever he's got to do. Maybe pop the elbows out. And,
every one of these officials have seen Jonas Valanciunas before. They know what the game looks like and they know what they're looking for. So yeah, like he's going to rack up fouls when he's on the floor tonight. What you have to hope for, at least particularly out of him tonight, is like, okay, the whistles are going to happen. Like, try and stay away from too many dumb offensive fouls because those are just turnovers. And, get a couple of buckets, get a couple of rebounds, and then get out of there. And don't be a gigantic negative for the team. Don't go fouling Julius Randle and Naz Reid and giving him 3-point plays.
That especially.
Yeah.
But be physical. You know what? Being there, Make him work for the rebound. Whatever you did to get Julius Randle huffing and puffing in the fourth quarter, get that going again. So
the moving screen thing, I think, is it's a real concern, and you got to worry that the whistle will go in that direction. But also, like, if the Nuggets offense is operating at the kind of efficiency that it needs to, if you are running that down screen into DHO action cleanly, which guess what? Jaden McDaniels now knows it. He's got it memorized. He knows everything that you're going to throw at him. But that said, like, that's nothing that good execution and a hard downhill dribble can't create issues with. That's why Jamal took 16 free throws in game 1. Like, be that guy again tonight.
It's a great point, Nate. They pointed out, and it went, the aggressor to the hoop has had the better whistle.
Yep.
Period. So you've got to be that team, okay? You got to be that team. You can't be scared out of the paint. I don't know how else to put it. And maybe scared is the unfair term, but I don't know what else to call it. If you just repeat game 1's game plan, and you didn't even play perfect by any stretch, you'll be fine. They went to the hoop all night and got calls and got extra shots. Just do that. But then somehow, especially in Minnesota, they didn't want to go to the hole anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Yeah, be unflappable in this one, man. And another thing, in the second unit minutes, okay, like, Jamal Murray, don't pound the ball into the floor too much. Now, like, some of that is inevitable when you're out on the floor. But what I am hoping for is, with Val down on the block, and again, like, Tyus Jones, you get to
say he's the answer to that, right?
You get minutes until you lose them, but then operate 2-man with those two guys, and then let Jamal be off ball and let him operate in that way and figure out a way to get open. I like that second unit with a second ball handler because it just takes some of the onus off of Jamal.
Well, but I like Tyus being the primary ball handler. And that way, if they want to focus on Jamal, if they want to try to double team him, if they want to shade someone to his side, fine. You know, it'd be nice if another role player could find a way to make some easy buckets in that moment.
David Adelman, this was audio from yesterday, but I want to revisit this. Okay, so David Adelman was asked, and I think it was our buddy Kiz that asked this, about what it's like coaching as a road team in a game like this, in a do or die elimination game, and kind of what are the tells that Adelman is looking for out of his team to know that they've got it and they have a chance to win.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can sense it after the first time out. Like, I thought game 3 we came in here and didn't shoot the ball well, but I never doubted our comfort level. And I understand that people want me to crush our guys after losses, but I'm not going to do that when I know the temperament of the team. Playing poorly is not being uncomfortable. I think it's just self-confidence in knowing that who we are was game 5. That's who we can be consistently. That's what I believe, and I think the guys will be there tomorrow.
Okay. He was asked to expand on that idea. Why don't you crush your team publicly when they play like they did in games 3 and 4? And here's how Adelman explained what has been his approach in this series.
Because I talk to my guys individually and as a team in the locker room. You guys aren't on our team. They hear my message every day, and I have extreme confidence in this team. There's a reason why these guys won 54 games with all these different lineups. They trust each other. And yeah, it sucks to play poorly in the playoffs. But that doesn't mean that they're non-competitive. They're competitive, obviously. What you saw the other night speaks to that, and that's who they are.
So we haven't seen the Nuggets play the Minnesota Timberwolves in a series without Michael Malone until this year.
Yep.
23, he was there. 24, he was there. And now 26, he is gone, and David Adelman is running the show. And I do think that there's kind of a collective wondering, questioning out of all of us of like, well, was Michael Malone more responsible for this team's intensity, parentheses, red acidness, than maybe we gave it credit for. That when he left, we didn't think that would all necessarily go away. That the kinder, gentler David Adelman approach, I think by the end, a lot of us said this is going to be a good thing. And then you get into a series like this, and you kind of wonder, is that really the right approach? Is that the right way to be able to handle these things? And, Adelman answers it with the same thing that we said after Game 4 of, like, we don't know what he's saying to his team.
Right.
We don't know that part of it, but at least publicly, Adelman has decided to take the position of, I am a champion of my team, and I am sticking up for my guys, even if I'm misguidedly trying to pick fights with the media.
Yeah, and look, Adelman got the job being who he is, and they picked him because of who he is, and he's not going to turn into Michael Malone. It's unfair for anybody to ask him to turn into Michael Malone because that's not how he got here.
Right.
They're very different people, and clearly that's what the organization was seeking.
Yeah. And also, like, Adelman, like, he had as much success as one of Malone's assistants because he was a yin to the yang.
Right.
Or a yang to the yin. I don't know which one
Good
it is,
cop,
but he's one
bad
of
cop,
them.
whatever. You're right. Now, that said, to your point, look, everybody's learning things about each other. We're learning things about Adelman. The team's learning things about Adelman because now he's not just the substitute T-shirt finishing out the year like he was a year ago, right? Now he is the dude. It's his program. It's he's running his show.
Yep.
You and I have talked about it. One of the things that I think that I would suggest to David Adelman to maybe think about however he wants to approach it. Don't have to approach it like Michael Malone, but somehow, some way, whether it's you or somebody on the bench, when Nikola Jokic goes into the complete beehive mode against the officials, someone's got to get him out of there.
Yeah.
Someone's got to get him to quit focusing on that. That'd be one of the little notes I'd pass on for next year, right?
Sure.
That's maybe one thing we're missing from Michael, where Michael would go grab him and be like, all right, my turn to fight him. You go over there now.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the toughness for this series, Adelman, I don't know whether it's I don't know what Adelman could do to fix this because let's be honest, even the last time we saw Coach Malone coach a playoff series against Minnesota, even his red-rearedness did not get them over the hump, did not get them to stop a 20-point free fall, did not get them to get out of Game 7 at home and move on.
We even thought that maybe it was a part of the why they ran out of gas
Right.
was the constant push of their head coach.
There's something about this Minnesota team that the players themselves are just going to have to, they're going to have to get by and they're going to have to push through mentally. There's something about the way that they get roughed up when they go to the paint over 7. And look, you know what? Avs got a little of that going on with Dallas when we talk about parking your big keister in front of the crease and trying to tip pucks home. It's no different. But you know what? It's kind of been the theme. You got to beat up your bully at some point. You got to swing back at the bully. Tonight's their chance to swing back at the bully like they did. And if they can do it for 2 more games, they're going to move on, and hopefully Minnesota's out of their head.
I mean, the other part of it, Andy, is like they shouldn't be the bully anymore. You
They
know?
really shouldn't. You're absolutely right.
We're at the point of the series where, like, the Nuggets should be able to punch first, even in a road game. Even in a hostile environment, the Nuggets should be the team that is able to punch first and put the doubt in the minds of these dudes. I am aware that McDaniels and Randall and Gobert are supremely confident individuals. And why shouldn't they be? They've been living high on the horse this entire series, but also they're not dumb. And they have all lost a lot of basketball games in their lives too. And they can look around and go, we don't have our alpha dog. We do not have our point guard. We are a banged up triage unit of a basketball team going up against a bunch of proven postseason performers. And we just don't have the horses to hang with these guys.
Yeah, but that's also why my one request, and you said it earlier, I know Adelman likes the small ball, and goodness knows it did some good things for him down the stretch.
Yeah.
But this team can be too tall. You know what they're not missing? They aren't missing a lot of their size. So be careful about how long you try to be small against this team would be my one request tonight.
Yeah, and along those lines, though, there's a matchup component to it. Like, do the Nuggets want to counter – and I'm talking just about non-Jokic minutes. if Rudy staggers and then Gobert starts the second quarter, do you want to try and go small then in that moment and out athlete them with Rudy out there, knowing you're going to get beat on the boards, but you may get better shots then in that situation? Or do you simply say, no, we throw Val out there, we go big, and we try and bang with them? How do you counter that? Should Rudy then be back in that part of the rotation? I don't know.
Right now, with recent history, I'm putting Val back in there.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. In the second half, if your shots are falling, if the offense is happening, small ball will work.
Yeah.
But if you're missing shots and you can't rebound them, that ain't going to work. You can't keep doing that for too long.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And too many guys, you talked about it. The offensive rating has plummeted in this playoff. So if you can't hit those shots, then you got to think of something else.
All right, we're talking a lot about this game in terms of what worked in Game 5 and does it travel and go to the Target Center for Game 6. I've got some specifics that I want to hit when we come back, and we'll kind of break this down a little bit about what to expect out of the Nuggets as a road team tonight going up against these Minnesota Timberwolves. We'll do that coming up on the other side. Tune in tonight at 7 o'clock for pregame. Tip-off at 7:42 for the only local play-by-play broadcast of Nuggets Timberwolves Game 6. It's right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mark Bertinoli as pregame at 7 o'clock, powered by Ramos Law. And then it's Jason Kosmiski and Scott Hastings. Again, tip-off 7:42 local time tonight. That is only right here on KKSE Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
guys have to be more conservative when it comes to pace?
We're down 3-2. No conservative. No.
Nope. Go get him. Back against the wall. Be comfortable. Embrace the moment. Go and play good, clean basketball. The Nuggets do that. They will be successful tonight. They are better than their opponent. So go out and play like it. But, of course, this team also can be known to lose against teams that they are better than.
Well, Nate, here's the thing. To just really be blunt about it, I don't understand why Minnesota all these years later has a way to make you look intimidated. You've got the best player in the world on your team. You should not be the team that's intimidated.
I've been surprised in this series how much Rudy has won against Jokic.
I agree with you.
Because this is on a level like we've never seen. Like, Rudy, and I said this before the series starts, Rudy wins sometimes against Jokic. He wins some possessions against Jokic. This series, he's dictated. He has made Jokic play passive at times, play uncertain at times, which we don't see out of Nikola Jokic very often, but Rudy's done that to him in this series.
Let me ask you this, though. Does this make you worried he's dealing with something, too?
Physically?
I don't feel like he's completely healthy. And my biggest piece of evidence is the three-point shot.
I think the back and the wrist, but I also think the back and the wrist always hurt. So I'd like to think that it's not having a huge effect on him at the moment, but yeah, the three-point shot thing especially, it's got to start going down. All right, games 1 through 4. This is where we ask the question: does it travel? Okay. Games 1 through 4, Nuggets were 105.5 per game. I used to be on that station. Game 5, 125 points.
ESPN.
Exactly. 125 points in Game 5.
Yep.
All right, well, you're probably not going to score 125. Can you score 120? Can you score 118? If you can do those things, I think you're successful. They were 40% from the field games 1 through 4. They were 43% in Game 5 at home. The bigger jump was in three-point shooting. You went from 28.5 to 38% in Game 5, which is still not like mega efficient. You know, they didn't go out and make 17 threes or anything like that. But like, if you're 38% from 3 tonight in a road playoff game, I'll take it. That's great. Jump shots, you went from 35 up to 44 in Game 5. Assists, they were at 22 assists per game 1 through 4, 35 assists in Game 5. That has to continue because what that then means, and I know Joker had 16 of them. I mean, number one, it's the other guys are making shots, but also number two, it means that your offense is operating within the rhythm that it needs to, and you're not just getting automatically disrupted with what McDaniels and Gobert do to the two-man game. Fast break points, you went from 14 a game 1 through 4 to 23 in Game 5.
And that's with still botching three ugly.
Yeah.
Should have been 6 more points with that.
But you forced 25 turnovers, which I don't think they'll turn it over 25 times in their building, but can you force, 16, 17? Here's to me the big one, okay? What they did in the paint in Game 5 at home. They went from averaging 39.5 games 1 through 4 to scoring 62 in the paint in Game 5. That's not just a Joker thing. That's also like a lot of dudes dunking the ball, right? That's aggressiveness. That's Bruce Brown getting to the rim. That's Cam Johnson getting to the rim. That's Christian Brown getting to the rim. More of that. But yes, what has been astounding is the way they've gotten just murdered in the paint in this series. And they went from shooting 45% in the paint games 1 through 4 to 71% in Game 5. All right, so Andy, of all of that, okay, my guess is you may not shoot as well from 3, but I have to hope. But the in the paint thing, that can travel, okay? You can still get to your spots on the floor and get good looks and get downhill and get to the free throw line. Like that part of the solve, whatever, and again, running through extra screens. I made an emphasis to talk about Cam's first step and not going wide and loopy on it, but actually cutting to the basket. That's just fundamental stuff that I think can easily travel, and if you do it, you should win.
Cam is so important.
Huge.
You bring that name up, and you're right. He was aggressive. He was unafraid. He was what we need him to be if this is going to work tonight. He's one of the main guys where you cannot be intimidated by this environment, especially because you've been in the playoffs before. Maybe not with the Nuggets, but this environment should be no shock to you, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
And again, get to the rim, dude. Because you can get them in foul trouble. What the greatest thing you can do is get Randall and Gobert in foul trouble. You don't want to deal with them anymore? Go at them and get them in foul trouble.
Right. I want to read a couple of these texts. People always say I never read texts. I'll read some texts. 303-504-0925.
I didn't know you were looking.
I threw this out there. Okay, what is everybody?
What you looking?
What do you need to see in this game tonight? A couple of these caught my eye. First off, this texter says, I want to see the same things we've been bleeping and moaning about since the series started, match their intensity, physicality, and effort. That means not settling for bad threes, not giving up on possessions because they thought they should have gotten the whistle, and playing to get the bucket and not the call. I also want to see Rudy Gobert get kicked in the Nardle Dangers with the theme to MTV's Jackass playing in the background, but beggars cannot be choosers, I suppose. Nardle Dangers.
That is a new term. I have not heard that. That doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, but it does. Does deliver the message.
Yes, kick him in the Go Bears, so to speak.
Yeah, I like that. There you go. The little Rudies.
Yeah, don't do that because that's an ejection. But the rest of the text, I do agree with. Like,
well,
maybe
the right player.
And McDaniels. Can the Nuggets put Cody McLeod in there and just have him take a run at Jaden McDaniels?
Who you got?
But
if you're not going to play Zignash, then
yeah,
catch him in the little Rudies.
This is a good text, and we've talked about this before, but I want to expand on this a little bit. Texter says, my issue with Adelman is when he coaches like Malone. The team is better when Adelman changes playing time for his bench, and I think he would be more successful if he coached Jokic's minutes differently. I'd rather see him on the bench with 4 minutes left in the third to start the fourth. I think we would see more opportunities for Jokic to take a seat with 3-4 minutes left in the game if he coached that way. We've discussed a lot on this show, should they stagger Jokic? And I think one of the biggest reasons why they don't is because Jokic doesn't want to. Like, star players in Nikola Jokic's spot, they call their own shot in the NBA, and that is as old as time, okay? And Nikola Jokic, I think very clearly, likes to play the entire 12 minutes of the first, likes to play the entire 12 minutes of the third. He takes TV time out into his second and fourth quarter rests, and then he closes the game. Like, that's how he likes to play. That is what his body is conditioned to. His basketball rhythm is conditioned to. I don't think you can change it right now.
Well, and we saw them try to stagger it when he came back from injury, and it had not good results.
But I would like it if that was an off-season conversation.
Okay.
I do. And something to really take a look at is could it be more effective? And a part of it, too, is, I mean, Andy, other opposing coaches know exactly what Joker's rotation is, and they always stagger lineups to counter it. Like watch any time. Like, Shea will always, if they're playing the Thunder, Shea will start the second and the fourth because they know non-Jokic minutes, we got to maximize those. All right, can you make your opponent guess, or do you have to just stick with the same thing? It's a great text, though. It is, and I'm glad you brought it up. I unfortunately don't think it's something that you can try in a game 6.
No, you've got to just really lean on what you are.
And there's got to be buy-in to it.
Right.
Yeah, there's got to be buy-in to it.
And the reality is, if more people don't hit now, if they're all hitting shots like Game 5, sure, maybe that's a possibility. But despite all the criticism he's received, isn't he still leading points per game of the Nuggets? So,
one of our texters says, watching in Dayton, Ohio, so I might not get 6 hours of sleep tonight. Go Nuggets. That starts an hour earlier for you. 9:30.
Sure.
Tip-off time in Dayton, Ohio.
Yeah.
And finally, texter says, today is my cat Murray's half birthday. Hammering Murray 30 or more points tonight. That's what I need to see. Shout out all cats. Your cat Murray has a half birthday?
Murray!
And you know when it is? Hey, you know what? You're dedicated to Murray, and that's good.
Listen.
I hope to commemorate Murray's half birthday, he gets to bat around a ball of yarn,
maybe some catnip,
eat some tuna, and watch his namesake Jamal Murray go for 42.
Does the cat Murray have a jersey? A little Murray jersey.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
You should play the mic drop because that's how the cats, you get them a little catnip and things are breaking.
Yes. So in honor of Murray's the cat's half birthday tonight,
let's do this.
Do this, Jamal Murray.
That was it. I think you could grab a rebound that forceful that night.
That was actually
that, Murray.
That was actually the sound of Jonas Valanciunas elbowing Rudy Gobert and the Nardle Dangers.
Somebody said, "In the Go Berries." Shout out, Michael. The old Go Berries.
Okay.
Oh no!
It's the Kreckman and
wouldn't be a
Lindahl
total
show.
oh no.
We'll take a break. When we come back, what about Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson? David Adelman will fill us in on all that next. All right, we got a lot to do over the next couple hours as we get you ready for Game 6 tonight in Minnesota, which you'll listen to right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Kaz got the call, along with Scott Hastings at the Target Center in Minneapolis this evening. We're expecting tip-off 7:42. Berto's got pregame at 7 o'clock. ESPN affair on television tonight. Dave Pasch, Doris Burke, George Sedano will be your broadcast crew tonight, so we'll get a very professional effort out of them. That is appreciated. Hopefully the Nuggets will be up to the task and forcing a Game 7. We know the viewing party is going to be out at Whiskey Road tonight, all brought to you by our friends at Surfside. $1 off Surfside, by the way, at Whiskey Road tonight. 100 calories, no bubbles, sunshine in a can, and you can register to win an autographed Jamal Murray jersey tonight. Jamal Murray, the basketball player, not Jamal Murray, the cat, whose half birthday is today.
The cat was not offered.
No.
You really don't know half birthdays?
Of my children?
Of anybody?
Where
are you at?
I could do the math on everybody. I just don't want to. You know?
Who is it? Somebody said...
I'm not a half birthday person.
You know how I know mine? I think Chipotle sends you some restaurant sends you a half birthday reward or something. I think it's like half a queso. But you know what?
Yeah.
I'll take it.
When I got off Facebook, I don't know, like 10 years ago or whatever, I don't know anybody's birthday anymore.
Oh, I know. It's terrible.
Yeah. That Facebook was the only thing that was keeping track of any of that for me.
I'm with you.
And now that it's not in my life, I don't know when anyone's birthday is. And again, I don't want to have to do the math to figure out anybody's half birthday.
We're old enough that it doesn't matter. When's the last birthday that matters, really?
I
mean, there's birthdays you're forced to acknowledge. Like my wife's like, "Don't you want a big 50th?" I'm like, "No, not really."
Yeah, like the milestone of every 10
sure,
years.
Yeah.
I want to make it to 69.
Right.
I feel
that'd be good. Is that going to be your last real big bash?
Yeah, like I've leaned into that joke so much in my life that I'd like to be around for that one, celebrate that
Where
one.
are you at now?
45er. Yeah.
If I'm around,
I'll
do come.
It. Yeah, okay. Well, Andy, we're going to be roommates. Don't forget.
Hey, then you'll know if I won't be able to make it.
Hey, wasn't Andy at the party? Yeah, he fell in the bathroom.
He's dead.
I didn't want to help him up.
His head fell off. I don't know. He was pretty old.
So let's listen to David Adelman. How much were Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson able to do in practice yesterday? Adelman said it was kind of a light walkthrough for everybody. But what did the two injured guys? What were they able to do?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call this a practice, to be honest. I mean, it was more of a general walkthrough, detailed of the Wolves, details of us, things we can build off from the Game 5. So yeah, I mean, Peyton AG go through their normal workouts. Then we reconvene tomorrow and talk. I know it's a boring answer. I keep saying that, but that's where we are right now.
So if it's the same answer, then we expect the same results, right?
I would think so, and I think it also just comes down to how are you feeling today? I think that's
at least with AG. Listen, guys,
with Watson, I don't expect to see him in this series.
Yeah, there's got to be a ramp up period.
Yeah.
We got to hear that he's working out, he's running hard. I don't know, maybe he is, but I haven't seen any reports of it.
Right,
so
exactly.
It doesn't feel like his return's in the offing.
There was a follow-up question. If there is a threshold, and I think this is specifically on Aaron Gordon, for what he can do as to whether he will suit up and play, as he is currently listed as questionable.
I mean, I thought Aaron in the first half was very different than the second half, and I know in both halves he wasn't moving great. So I'm not saying he looked great in the first half, but I thought his mobility, the way he guarded Randall in the post was really, we need that. I thought in the second half you could see the wear and tear. Not to mention, for me, one of the hardest parts of a guy like that with the soft tissue thing is you got to get him back on the court quicker. And I think when you get to halftime, you sit there for 20 minutes, that doesn't help anybody. So I'm not a doctor, I'm not a trainer, but obviously you guys could see it, I could see it. There is a point where it's not good for him, it's not good for the team, and everybody knows that Aaron wants to play. The guy's the ultimate teammate. He's been so good for us over the years, but we have to do what's right for him and the team.
All right.
He brought up your point, by the way. Can't be sitting with that soft tissue and getting cold.
So as I heard it, an idea popped in my head, and it's unconventional, and maybe it's a bad idea. What if you just give Aaron Gordon 8 first-half minutes tonight?
Okay.
Last 4 of the first 4 of the second, knowing full well that his condition will deteriorate when he sits at halftime, and in those 8 minutes, Julius Randle or Naz Reid, whomever he's going to be matched up on, but you be big, strong Aaron Gordon. Like, we know laterally you're not going to be great, but if you're guarding somebody in the lower part of the floor, you'll be okay anyway. Maybe you make a 3, maybe you draw a foul and get to the line. And if you can go plus in those minutes and have AG available in non-Jokic minutes to supplement one stretch of no Jokic on the court in this game, could that be an effective way to deploy an otherwise compromised player?
I don't hate it.
Okay.
I keep hearing Sean go when you said 8 minutes. That's it.
There's no bad answers.
That's it. Yeah, that one.
No bad answers in brainstorming, right?
I would say this. I would take your theory and I'd build on it this way. You want to go last 4 minutes to get him warmed up for when Jokic is out of there, fine. I like the idea of him being in there during the non-Jokic minutes, maybe paired with Val.
Yeah.
That'd be a lot of physicality down low if you needed it. But then I would not take him out. I would just simply say, if you go the whole quarter, you go the whole quarter, because we all know that when we get to the half, we're probably shutting you down.
Interesting. Okay.
And I'm going to get, but
yeah,
again,
maybe you get longer out of it, and then you get portions of it with him.
But the moment it deteriorates, the moment you can't jump for a lob, you're coming out.
Because, like, I don't think you can't use him in the dunker spot right now. Like, I think it'll either be CB or Spencer in the dunker spot. And that's just how you'll have to operate. Hell, it could be Bruce Brown in the dunker spot because he is able to do that. Again, you don't want to give up that much size, but you could use them in that spot and get Aaron off to the corner. I mean, a part of it is just like whatever energy and whatever movement and utility that he gets out of his bad calf right now, you say give all of your effort defensively, and then offensively, if you knock down a shot or two, that's just a bonus.
Yeah, but again, another bigger body to wear their bigger bodies out.
Yeah.
So because are we not all expecting this is going to be a fourth quarter game? I'm expecting this will be a fourth quarter game.
Yeah.
So whatever I can do to have their key big men in foul trouble and maybe a little tired, that's what I want to do.
Right. And like it's what I'm thinking about is I expect the Nuggets to have a lead at the end of the first quarter tonight.
Okay.
Because they're better. But are they just going to puke it all back?
Right.
And in what ways are there, like, I guess I'm just thinking about like maximizing opportunity or just okay, if we have 8 minutes of Nikola Jokic off the court tonight, what if 4 of them suck a little bit less because of Aaron Gordon and again what he can do defensively? It's also possible that like he just can't move, and then in that case you shouldn't play him at all.
That they've already just made their decision. You're done, bro.
Right. But what Adelman talked about right there is, not being when he deteriorates from one half to the next. Okay, what little bit do we get out of him? There's also a world where the Nuggets just say, we believe we're good enough to win these next 2 games without Aaron Gordon, regardless. We can't do anything against San Antonio. We have no chance of advancing without Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson. So just shut them down completely and take a look at our 2 All-NBA guys and say, you have to go and win games 6 and 7 and get us to the next round. And if we can do that and those guys are healthy, then we got a chance to win that series and go play the Thunder. That's the other part of the calculus. Again, it just flat out comes down to, like, is he moving today? and whatever markers that they're looking for when they wake up in the morning with Aaron Gordon.
We can't, seriously, whatever happened to just some good old Flexol 454? I mean, rub the hell out of it, really get it in deep.
Put some icy hot on there.
Knead it in there, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Really loosen that puppy up.
Sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, DeSumu's in a contract year. Saw that earlier. Did you send that tweet?
I did not, but that he's playing like it, isn't he?
He is.
I would like to get paid.
But again, there's another guy, though, that probably doesn't want to get too hurt before trying to sign a contract.
That's also a good point.
Back of the mind stuff for guys that need to be able to maybe get a workout in if requested come summertime.
I do just want to point out I brought Io up for Denver at the trade deadline.
You did.
But
you also said we'd also hate him by the end of this series, and you're correct.
And there
didn't
he
even
is.
take till the end of the series.
Yeah, no, he's a good friggin' player. He is a winning NBA player. The other thing about Io was, and again, I know I'm very partial to him because of where he played his college basketball, but like that dude, he played for the Chicago Bulls, who I cannot emphasize this enough. All right, they're the most irrelevant franchise in the NBA. I firmly believe that to be the truth, okay? You don't even think about the Chicago Bulls, okay? They fired Arturas and Billy Donovan this year, and, like, nobody even considers it because they are just the definition of NBA purgatory. And, like, Io was a dude that, like, he would show up every single day and be like, what do I have to do to get this team to the playoffs? Like, that guy's a fighter. He's a good NBA player. It's why he's having a good series. But he is a guy that has been stuck on middling franchises so far in his career and actually cared. And he's taking advantage of this opportunity, and I think he's going to get himself paid. That said, the Nuggets need to make his life miserable tonight and run him through 1,000 screens.
Yeah.
And make it really, really tough on him. But
you have a lot of dudes playing more minutes than they're used to. Take advantage of that, too.
In all seriousness, like, he's questionable with that calf. Like, I think if he plays, I think he's hoisting up 20 shots tonight because they don't have anybody else to be able to put the ball up. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're going to check in with our buddy Vic Lombardi ahead of this game tonight. We'll get Lombardi's keys, what he is looking for, have him weigh in on the Aaron Gordon conversation. Game 6 tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio. I want to add this to the discussion we were just having about Aaron Gordon. Can you find 6 to 8 usable minutes tonight out of AG at some point in this game? And my buddy Chad Andrews texting me, I do it, but I'd only play AG to start the fourth quarter, get him warmed up in the tunnel, and then start the fourth quarter that way. Yeah, the reason why I guess I brought up first half instead of fourth quarter or second half was just, well, you don't know exactly what it's going to look like, and so those are high leverage minutes. But could that be a way to find something from Aaron Gordon tonight, seeing as how the issue runs into when he sits down and he gets cold? One guy whose takes are never cold is Vic Lombardi. He joins us right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, getting ready for an historic Game 6 tonight, which you listen to right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and you watch Vic on the pre and post on Altitude TV. Vic, where are you at on this Aaron Gordon conversation, and if there is a usable way to get productive minutes out of him tonight?
And are you in the sauna?
I'm in my closet getting dressed, wondering if this is the final outfit I'll have for a Nuggets game this year.
Yes.
Where I'm at regarding Aaron Gordon is simple. In the NBA, and especially these kind of games, ultimately those decisions come down to players.
Mm-hmm.
You might think that, obviously training staff has a lot to say.
Yeah.
But a player will override a training staff if a player says, screw off, I'm playing, which is exactly what happened in Game 7 last year in OKC. Nobody thought that Aaron Gordon was going to play in that game, and he did. Regarding tonight, if he does play, and if he does insist, because I totally get it, man. That guy is a warrior. He wants to be there for his team. I would start him, and I would see how it goes. And if it doesn't look like he's there, if it doesn't look like the pop is there, if Joker is throwing alley-oops and nobody's jumping, then as a coach, you have to make the tough decision to go elsewhere.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at on this, and that's where I'll be when it comes to Aaron Gordon. He has earned the benefit of the doubt to give it a go, but at the same time, the coach has earned the benefit of saying, listen, we're just not getting there with you. We're going to have to make a change.
And I guess that's why I'm trying to get creative with it, Vic, is because I assume that's going to happen anyway. And so it's like, okay, is there a better spot to deploy him, knowing full well that he's going to expire rather quickly, and get those minutes out of him in the highest leverage part of the game?
And Vic, adding the worry of him cooling down with the muscle stuff.
Yeah.
And not being able to go back in.
Let me start by saying this. Have you guys ever pulled a calf?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So sometimes it'll feel great. You're like, okay, man, I don't feel a thing. I'm walking around.
Yeah.
And then as soon as you make one move, there it goes. And the muscle literally stops working. It doesn't work. You have no push. So I can understand where he is and how he feels. I could totally get that. I just think that if you sit him and wait till the end of the game, I think it's just too much of an obstacle to overcome.
Yeah.
I mean, no player in the NBA wants to wait till the end of the game
right.
to come in. You got to warm up. You got to be in the flow. That's just too tough. As a team, guys, what I hope the Nuggets do tonight is pace themselves, because I noticed in the two games in Mini, one of the things you saw late is fourth quarter, they looked fatigued.
Yeah, they gassed
out of sorts. Yeah, they were making mistakes. They were doing things we normally don't see out of Denver Nuggets squads, and I don't know if it's because they just went at it too fast, but pace yourself, even if it means, because let's be honest, if the Nuggets get a double-digit lead, will you feel safe?
Nope.
No.
Of course not. Nobody's going to feel safe.
I've tweeted that snarky joke every time they've had a double-digit lead in this series, Vic.
Yeah. So what's the point of getting one then? Just sort of, just sort of play with it. You stay safe, stay within striking distance, and do what you do.
Yeah.
And save your best basketball for the final stretch, because that's why I really believe this game is going to be decided tonight.
Or if you just want to get up by 30, that's okay too.
Yeah,
Listen,
yeah.
If you want to do what you did in Portland earlier this season when you scored 157, I would welcome that.
Yes.
Well, Kyle Anderson's been added late to the report with an illness, so they don't know if he's going to be able to play, Vic. So,
yeah, I saw that, and I'm starting to wonder with all these names popping up. I'm not going to make the allegation that they're throwing some gamemanship into the equation here, but at the same time, it's a little crazy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I come on, really? I mean, this is a make or break for them, and they know it. I don't see these being a problem. Io's going to play, all right? Io's going to play. Aaron Gordon's a different story because we've seen Aaron Gordon limping around. We've seen it. It's actual with proofs in the pudding. Wait, have you guys seen Io limp around? Has anybody seen this?
No, he's looked great. Bones has looked great. They both appear
Nobody
to be moving
looks
well.
hurt.
Yeah. Kyle Anderson is moving slowly, but he always does.
Exactly. So I'm just not going to buy it. I'm not going to buy it till I see it.
Well, and Vic, it goes to tonight. You've got to just be serious. Nate and I's big complaint on the show this whole year is at times you don't feel like a serious team. And by that, I mean you allow a Utah team to get up double digits on you, and then you reel them in, stuff like that. If they just go in with that singular focus they had last game, everything should be okay tonight, right?
Well, you hope so. Crazy things can happen in the NBA, and shots don't go in. I know it's not the number one determining factor, but it'd be nice for the Nuggets to shoot somewhere close to their normal three-point shooting percentage. That'd be great, because if they do, they'll win the game. The shooting outside of Game 5 has been abhorrent in this series. They're just not buying buckets. And as a team, if you see some shots go in early, it's going to help the cause. It's going to make things a lot easier. I mean, I don't have to tell you guys. You start making outside shots, it'll open things inside. And I know everybody wants to work the other way around, inside, outside, but the inside's tough when you got Rudy in there. It just is. So make some outside shots early, and hopefully that squeezes things out inside.
Guys, watch, I think that's what Slow-Mo's doing right now. Watch Vic Lombardi tonight on Altitude Television, pre and post. Before the game, after the game, Vic's got all the analysis, of course, tomorrow morning on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Vic Lombardi to break it all down. All right, Vic, to that point, David Adelman kind of he illustrated a picture for us of what was different in Game 5 while shots went in. And that's kind of the point that he tried to make. I saw adjustments. I did see them trying to run McDaniels and DeSumo through some double screen actions to open things up. I also saw a more intent Cam Johnson, and also I think a Jamal Murray that was quicker to get to his spots. I thought that was critical to why they were a better offensive team, better shooting team in Game 5. But you watch this stuff with a granular eye. What did you see in Game 5 that they can replicate on the road in Game 6?
I just think being in passing lanes, using those hands, 25 turnovers for Minnesota, and it was sloppy because a lot of it was caused by the Nuggets. They had 16 steals, guys. That's pretty damn impressive. And that means just getting into that defensive stance and being active and not falling asleep. How many times did Minnesota have the ball in the lane and the ball pops loose and the Nuggets find a way to break out on a fast break? The reason why their shooting percentage was so much better is because they took easy shots. They dunked the ball. I mean, they actually finished fast breaks, and that's all caused by active hands defensively. So all that stuff is connected, man. It really is. You've got to be active. You can't give up on a play. Those little things matter. Those little things could be the difference in this game. And, I'll give you one particular play. If you remember the dunk by Christian Brown that led to the technical where he pointed at Jaden McDaniels, the reason that play happened, guys, is because at half court, Joker's bringing the ball up on Rudy. CB sees him. CB peels off and says, watch this.
Yeah.
And he tries to set a pick on Rudy. Now, the pick didn't work because Rudy saw it and said, what are you doing? Get the hell out of the way.
Oh, he pinballed off
shoved.
of him.
Yeah. He two-hand shoved CB out of the way, which could have been a foul, but it wasn't. But what it did is it forced the rest of the Minnesota defense to open up because now Rudy's completely out of the play. And CB spun off of that and had a wide-open lane to dunk.
Yeah.
Those little things, man, make a big difference in these kind of games.
Yeah, he slipped. He beat McDaniels. He got a dunk on that play. But, again, it was born out of physicality at midcourt and putting your body in harm's way. And let's be honest, screening Rudy Gobert when he is running down the floor.
Not easy.
That's not a fun part of the job.
Yeah.
But it's required.
CB could have made the choice, why do this? Why bother? Why am I? But when you actively try to do things like that, that opens up the game.
We were joking about it the other day. The Valanciunas tip dunk in the second quarter, watching that play, Vic, Kyle Anderson, he had a box out. Like, he had a chance to get a body on Valanciunas, and he olayed it so hard. Again, like, you have to be the team that's willing to do those things to win a playoff game.
That's why I want Val in there tonight.
Yeah.
Hey, Vic, what do you think? You want to come down and do some body shots tonight or what? I heard you guys were happy about the body shot element of the watch party tonight. I mean,
the prospect of that, number one, grosses me out. And number two, this week, after everything we've gone through and I've gone through, I'm done trying to defend your guys' honor. I'm over that. Never again am I going to partake in anything of that nature. Here I am just trying to take care of my boys, and it turned into a full-out feud. So I'm over it. You guys are on your own from now on.
Are you mad I put the ring thing out there? Were you mad too?
No, you do what you want. You do what you want.
No, it's already done and deleted. That's how that got going.
See, and yet I had the opportunity, Vic. I defended back the honor of my guy,
and you got more,
Vic Lombardi, and they got mad at me for it.
I'll tell you what, Vic. Off season, the sauna, body shots for all.
The thought of that makes me want to vomit right now. It really does.
Would it make you tear down the sauna? Would the memory of that have them build you the outdoor patio and actually tear down the sauna?
Andy, I've seen you perspire. You're a sweater. If I got you in this thing at 190 degrees, we would have a flood at my house. we would seriously have to call people.
Get that water weight out of there, man.
Yeah, I might be able to get down to 170.
Vic, dude, excellent work, man. We appreciate it, and have a great pre and post tonight on Altitude TV.
Smartest show on our station right here. Thanks, boys. See you later.
All right, that is Vic Lombardi with us right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. And again, guys, like you want that local pre, that local post. You get it on Altitude Television with Vic and Demps and Katie and Scotty and the whole gang. They're all going to be out there. Of course, Hastings is going to be on the call tonight with Kaz on radio right here on Altitude Sports Radio. So if you don't want to listen to Dave Pash and Doris Burke tonight, turn them down. I don't know, do the whatever shenanigans you have to with your DVR of pausing it and getting it going on time. And then you'll have Kaz and Scotty calling the action for you. So you get a good hometown call of this game tonight, which is hopefully going to be a celebratory one and not like what I was talking about with Marlo the other day of, sometimes you get a disappointed dad tone when you're calling Nuggets games.
Yeah.
We don't want that tone tonight.
And there's every reason why you shouldn't have it, frankly. If you got to go disappointed dad with this.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's
a lot of roster discussions if we're going disappointed dad tomorrow.
I love the breakdown from Vic. And like clearly that's a guy that spends a lot of time with Bill Hanslick. But like he's absolutely right. Like when you force 25 turnovers, you then can get into your offense with a numbers advantage. You can then play 5-on-4, 4-on-3, and find whether it be somebody cutting to the bucket like a Christian Brown, whether it can be Cam Johnson getting a steal and going coast to coast and throwing down a dunk, or simply being able to drive and kick and get open shots, but get downhill and do those things. And it's all tougher to do on the road, but still, that is a Minnesota team that doesn't have their ball handlers.
Yeah, so again, it is right there for you to force a Game 7 to make this thing happen.
Yep.
But proper attitude. Look, you make some shots. Nate, that's the funny thing. Of all the strategy and whatever we're talking about, if guys would just return a little bit to the mean of their shot making, this is not going to be as stressful as we're all worried that it's going to be.
Just shoot your season percentages.
Yeah.
In which they did in game. They were like basically right there in Game 5. That's exactly what Vic said right there. And you know what? Give the Timberwolves a lot of credit. All right? They are a very good defensive team, and they have answers for you. And in terms of individual defenders, Jaden McDaniels and Rudy Gobert are as good as anybody in the sport. All right? But you've seen it for 5 games now.
Yeah, the matrix is
There's
solved.
no surprises left, okay? Now it's just, can you beat it? And Jamal Murray, there's a good reason why Nuggets Nation turns its eyes to you tonight, okay? There's nothing left for Jaden to do that you haven't seen. So go beat it tonight. You are we're all pounding the table for you to be second team all NBA because that's the kind of season that you had. So go for 30 plus. How about 8 assists tonight out of Jamal Murray of being able to create? That's the game that everyone wants to see out of him tonight, showing up on the road and going nuclear and taking his team back home for a Game 7.
Yeah, and you know what? If you do that, Jade McDaniels will start to get a little frustrated, and we know he tends to do stupid things when that happens.
Nathan McKinnon.
Nate
was asked, is our close friend, Nathan McKinnon. He just, how good of friends are we? He comes over to our house. That's how good of friends we are. Yeah. Nathan McKinnon was asked today if he's been watching the Wild Star Series and if he's going to be watching Game 6 tonight between Minnesota and Dallas. Here was what Nathan McKinnon said.
Yeah, I mean, as humans are curious, but we have no control of anything in that series. Probably will watch the Nuggets, to be honest, tonight. Hopefully they can force a Game 7. So it's kind of, well, I love basketball, so I'm going to be watching probably the Nuggets and check on the other score for sure.
The Nate Dog.
See, he's one of us.
One of us. You know, he had a little Eddie Vedder feel to him at the beginning. Just the voice. Play the beginning again. Just really dial in. Just give me all the, as humans, we're all naturally curious, you can kill it there.
Yeah, I mean, as humans are curious, but we have no control.
I heard that.
You feel a little Eddie Vedder?
I did hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
So, she said, whoever you.
By the way, if the Nuggets win tonight,
yeah,
they're still alive, Andy.
Oh, I'm still alive. They're the greatest don't have to be sober karaoke band ever, right?
The only Pearl Jam show that I ever saw in my life, and it was amazing. I saw him at the Pepsi Center, I don't know, probably 2014, 2015, somewhere in there. And one of the funniest moments was there was a dude in our section, and he'd gone to the bathroom, and then when he came back, you know, he had to, like, get past me and Abby. And I remember this guy turning to me, and he goes, I missed anything good? You missed Even Flow, dude.
Whoops.
Yeah. McCready did like a 4-minute guitar solo.
What were you doing in there? Honestly.
You were gone for a while.
Yeah, pal.
Yeah, they kind of jammed it out a little bit. But yeah, I felt a little bad of just like, you kind of.
You missed one of the hits.
You missed it.
Yeah.
You missed it.
Probably one of the things you showed up here for.
Uh-huh.
Saw him at Red Rocks.
Yeah?
Early 90s. Yeah, 94 we'll call it.
Oh, cool.
No. Fortunately, my friend had passed. 96.
All right.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know. I bought the tickets with him. So that's how I remembered the year.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Don't need to be. Hey, we got enough to worry about tonight.
Hope you caught Even Flow. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. All right, we got the high five coming up at 5. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NBA and NHL playoffs, specifically having to do with the Nuggets and the Avalanche. So here is the update from John Krasinski, not Jim from The Office.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't that what you think of when you see that name every time? I'm like, why are you covering the Wolves, bro? You did well.
He's always mugging for the camera.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, John spelled differently, Krasinski. But he covers the Timberwolves for the Athletic. I'm sure he loves us, too. Everybody in the Minnesota media loves us. But he tweets this out 44 minutes ago. Kyle Anderson was at shoot-around this morning, but he puts an ad this late is ominous. Ominous is the term that he used. Timberwolves PR telling us that Bones Highland will play. He's available, and he will play despite left knee soreness. Kyle Anderson is questionable with the illness, and Ayo Dosunmu remains questionable with right calf soreness, which we have seen calf soreness
be a thing.
Derail very good basketball players.
Yeah, I think we're all expecting Bones to pretty much be Bones. I'm not really putting too much in that. Dosunmu is interesting because of what we've seen with Aaron Gordon.
Yeah.
But the Kyle Anderson thing, I mean, if you've got the 5:30 trots, that's not easy to go out there and deal with in a basketball game.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
We don't know what is befallen
because
slow-mo.
remember, you just had the story earlier in the week. What team was it where the ump had to leave because he was a home plate umpire?
It's like a Tigers game from a couple of weeks ago.
Detroit.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, stuff's making its way around. By the way, Trent writes in and says, so the guy at the concert took a long time in the bathroom because he didn't have
an even flow.
Nice flow.
Job. Nice job.
You like that?
Nice
I knew you'd
job.
like that. Can I let you weigh in on the topic of the day that everybody all of a sudden wants to jump in on?
There is a topic of the day?
There is.
Okay.
That doesn't relate to the Nuggets.
Okay.
So we could save a little extra for 5, although it's a packed show.
Is it a tough appearance by Victor Vodnik to give up a couple of runs in the 9th? And even though the Rockies rallied late, they would fall 6-4 in the rubber match at Great American Ballpark today?
I wouldn't say. The way they're playing, I think we all have to be very pleased right now.
I would say so.
No, you take 2 or 3, I think you're doing all right. Plus, you swept the Mets and got them booed on their home field. You've had a good week. You've had a good week.
A 4-2 road trip for the Rocks.
Really good.
Pretty good.
Guess what? Really, I don't mind watching Rockies baseball. The tip of the cap.
They went full softball game, by the way, last night in the 9th when the Reds went position player pitching.
How about that?
So good job. That Reds team is friggin' good though. They have got some players, man.
Okay.
That team. I mean, obviously, Ellie De La Cruz rules, but that Sal Stewart kid, and he's got a sweet stash, but my God, is that kid. He's going to be a problem. That's National League Rookie of the Year stuff right there. Good player.
All right. Hey, Spring, you got any Billy Ocean nearby? Huh? Because guess what's starting to pick up? Now, am I here yet? I'm not here yet. I'm not taking my Nitol sleep pills. But there are some. Despite the mocking of the Pro Football Talk report earlier in the offseason.
Is this why?
Why the hell would the Broncos be looking to talk to Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah.
And he qualified it with every qualifier in the dictionary, thesaurus, and everything else that lists qualifiers of the English language. But now that we know Bo Nix has had another ankle surgery, do you think about the phone call to one Aaron Rodgers?
Well, we know the Steelers put the UFA tender.
Right, so they get a pick if he does decide to sign somewhere else.
Did the Steelers know that because of the Bo Nix ankle recheck, that Denver could go sniffing around and, for a little bit of insurance, through a very rarely used contract designation on Aaron Rodgers? I mean, it's a galaxy-brained take, but also, like, it doesn't make any sense what the Steelers did. None of the Broncos' explanations of Bo Nix's ankle condition have made any sense. Nothing is making any sense. Is this the only way to make it all connect and possibly have any logic behind it?
I mean, maybe. I will tell you this, listening to PhD as I toured the city today, drove the car a bit. Picked up the Nikola Jokic jersey, by the way. Maybe I'll come slip it on for Twitch last segment.
Oh, you got it with you?
I've got it. It's
The
in
double
the car.
X?
It is in the car.
Yeah.
DMac seems shaken by this, and there is no bigger supporter of Bo Nix than one Darren McKendrick McKinney McAvoy.
McEnroe.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. But DMac seemed a little
McDonald.
DMac seems a little concerned about whoever he's talking to about said ankle of Bo Nix has him seeming a little shaken. And even he said you may need to think about another veteran option so it's not just T. Stiddy.
They got Stiddy. They're good. We went from trade Stiddy to Stiddy might be starting. We're back at that place now because of Bo Nix's ankle.
Would you think about an Aaron Rodgers? Look,
Okay.
if nothing else, does it make us need to maybe at least somewhat apologize to Mike Florio and all his qualifiers about this possible report earlier in the year?
So, I mean, Andy, as you know, I was on board with Florio's report from the get-go. Only because I wanted an excuse to play Billy Ocean on our show.
Well, you got the whole song.
We do. This is I was going to say, this is the extend to play.
Yeah.
You're not going to miss this going to
I
the
don't
bathroom.
think even when he was good, we were dreaming this much.
So, Sean Keeler wrote a good column on this today in the Post, and he put it this way. Sean wrote, again, it's not the ankle, it's the theme. If the Broncos knew in February and March what they know now, they should have hedged publicly and not set a deadline as hard or as optimistic as May or June. Don't say OTA if you don't mean it. And if they didn't know in March what they know now, that's an even redder flag, hypothetically.
And that was what some people, that's what DMac had.
It doesn't seem like, and this is why, like yesterday, we ran through the gamut of the comments that were made, is it's like, okay, you sounded like you believed it when you said it because it came from the owner, the GM, and the head coach.
Guess what else we kind of forgot to play that I thought about later? And it didn't fit in with the theme of what you'd played. But remember who else gave us an update on Bo Nix? Was one drop of the year winner, Jim Nantz.
That's right.
Because remember,
The Broncos!
he talked about seeing Bo and the Patriots quarterback Drake May
at the
wheeling
Masters.
around Masters and
Yeah.
looking great
Yeah.
and looking fine and walking all the hills.
Walking
and
great.
So that would add to the theory that maybe even the Broncos were like, what's this recheck thing we're hearing about?
Right. Because the spin yesterday was, this was expected. Well, that's not what you said.
Yeah, you said
You
OTAs.
you said OTAs.
And you, by Sean's own admission, are starting OTAs even later, it felt like, to make sure it was
Yeah.
OTAs that he was back.
Yeah. A lot of justice for Sean Payton this week.
Yeah.
Who
does he take back OC?
Sean's done a great job.
Took a lot of arrows.
Yeah.
For the predisposed comment. Took arrows from his quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Took arrows from his fan base.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think any lies were told. And that said, Andy, I didn't think any lies were told at the time. Sean Payton has been doing this way too long to get confused by a medical update and stand in front of the media and say the wrong thing. He's no dummy. He knows what he's doing. So that never added up for me. Don't know. Hope it's going to be okay. Or Aaron Rodgers, week 1. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Ugh. Guys, time to tell you again about Southern Steer Butchers. Okay, they've got a great shop. Ben's the manager out there. I like go and talk to him on the weekly. By the way, put a new post up today. You want to get a look at some of the offerings for the weekend, you can do that. Fresh in-house made sausage, bratwurst, all that's put together. They've got some of those. They've got some great butcher packs. They'll get you more meat, more bang for the buck. If you get one of those, it'll maybe get you set up for the weekend. Big playoff weekend. You're going to be doing some grilling. But let me tell you what I love so much about Southern Steer. Matter of fact, just had some of their steak tips last night. Did the teriyakis ones. Great. They inject the meat with flavoring, and then they put it in their vacuum seal to make sure that it gets the flavoring in there. It tastes so great. It's so tender. I air fried mine last night because it was a little bit wet outside to be grilling. If you're not hip to the air fryer process for this, I didn't know you could air fry steaks like this, and it was a great way to do it. Just gets the meat so tender and perfect. And again, Ben will walk you through it if you need it out there. But a lot of great stuff out there. Fresh, all-natural chicken breasts, wings, thighs, and tenders are $3.99 a pound. 80/20 Black Angus ground beef, $6.99 a pound. They've got great maple bacon burger patties that you can get. Pick some of those up. Going to be doing some of those this weekend. So get on out to Southern Steer. It's going to be your place for great protein. By the way, if you're in the GLP-1 shots like I am, it's also a great place for you to find a way to keep your results, because protein's a great way to do that. And they're going to be out at Branch and Barrel from 4:30 to 7. That's a distillery. They'll have some of their meat out there along with Branch and Bourbon Barrel. That's 4:30 to 7. Go on out there, try it out, meet the folks. We'll talk to you then.
We got the playoff viewing party tour from Altitude Sports Radio continuing tonight, Whiskey Row. Going to be an epic viewing party with Andy Lindahl hosting as we root on our Nuggets to get it back to Denver for a deciding Game 7. Grab a Surfside for $1 off and enjoy 100 calories and no bubbles. It's sunshine in a can. Going to have great prizes all night. An autographed Jamal Murray jersey. We'll see you at Whiskey Row tonight for Game 6. What are the cross streets on the Whiskey Row, Andy?
Great question, Nate. I haven't quite looked yet.
Okay.
That's a tonight thing.
Well, Andy's going to be there.
You know what? Here, I got the Google Maps here.
He'll be punching it into his Google map.
Let me go and pull up the old school map there, Nate.
We'll be taking him there.
I just know it's downtown.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Dirk Bentley's Whiskey Row.
Downtown.
Things high rating.
When we're downtown.
Okay, what are we doing here?
It's like right by Coors Field.
That's right by Coors Field. Let's do it. The 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NBA playoffs. Let's dive into it, Spring.
If you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, you need to try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Injury reports ahead of Game 6 tonight for the Nuggets. Peyton Watson is out. Aaron Gordon is questionable with left calf tightness for the Timberwolves. Anthony Edwards and Dante DiVincenzo are out. Bones Highland is available. He will play despite being on the injury report with left knee soreness. Ayo Dosunmu is questionable with right calf soreness, and Kyle Anderson is questionable with an illness.
By the way, on market between
20th
19th
and
and
market,
20th.
baby.
I was going to say.
Right by where I was last week.
I literally just Googled Whiskey Row Denver address.
I got it right there. Ready to go.
Andy doesn't want it to come easy. He wants
really
to work
doesn't.
for
No,
it.
he wants to.
I like pulling up Google Maps. Now it's ready to go when I go down there.
You're basically like
Although I don't need it now.
You're Lewis and Clark. You're like an explorer.
He's also like the Nuggets. Like he has to come back down 3-1.
No,
he
what?
can't help himself.
Exactly. It's got to be more. It's got to be difficult. It's only fun that way.
The greatest thing I ever had was going on a spring training trip with Dave Diaz-Infante, and we were doing our show together, and we had to go from our hotel to the Rockies spring training facility.
Yeah.
And I go, you drive, and I'll look at the map. And I literally had the old school paper map, and I'm telling Doc where to go, and he's like, "How do you do that?" I was like, "It's a map."
The little lines.
Here's where we are.
Are roads.
Here's where we're going.
There's directions. It's complicated, but the top of the page is north.
He literally looked at me like a sorcerer. But I knew this is how the trip was going to go because when we got there, this is his first post-player trip, media guy now thing. He goes, "What time's the bus?" And I go, "There's no bus. What are you talking about? How do we get to the facility?"
Man,
drive.
A good Rand McNally road atlas. I loved that thing, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I would just sit in the back seat of my mom and dad driving around, and I would just read that thing. I'd be like, "What's going on in Hoboken, New Jersey? I got to know how to get around just in case."
But then it also leads to things where you're like, I thought the Rocky Mountains would be more rocky.
Not all that topographical. So Kyle Anderson's got the craps. Ayo is.
That's got to be what it is.
I'm assuming.
Right?
Diarrhea.
I'm
going
assuming.
one way or the other.
He's
north
got
or south.
He's got an illness. Ayo's got the calf. Bones is going to play. It is like Bones. Aaron Gordon is still questionable with the calf, and no Peyton Watson tonight, and everybody else is good to go. That's what's going on with injuries. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Let's hear from David Adelman talking yesterday and coming off of, we just talked about some of the Wolves injuries. Some of their rotation has changed. It's not the same Wolves team that it was to start the series. How does that change his preparation?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the backside of your rotation. We have to bring second defenders sometimes, especially with Randall. But you have to be really clean, to your point, to make sure you're getting quality contests. Role players at home, like you said, play better. And I think the second part of the rotations is why we lost here with second chance points. It was way more possessions for them than us, and we have to avoid that. And those young guys they have off their bench can really offensive rebound. And so, your rotations aren't just about contesting threes, but it's also about getting a body on somebody, and not letting them just control the pace of the game.
Is it weird kind of going through like almost new stages of prep in a series like this when their hierarchy is so different suddenly and you don't know, like, is Shannon going to be there? Is Clark going to be in there? You're kind of preparing for different back ends of their rotation?
Yeah, no, it is. And I think you have to, I always say this, presuppose that, Shannon saw the ball go in. I would think he would play more. And so that's a different kind of personnel you're talking about. How does he drive the basketball? His offensive rebounding, not to mention the way the guy guards. So just stuff like that, the nuances of a series are interesting. Not to mention for us, if Aaron doesn't play tomorrow, our spacing is completely different. It's a different kind of defense. If they decide to double Nicole at the nail, whatever it may be, Aaron is very different than Spencer. So that's how these series are for both coaching staffs. And like I said, you presuppose and you prepare the best you can.
Yeah, and by the way, that last point that he brought up, I expect there to be a lot of doubles get thrown at Jokic when he catches at the elbow, at the nail, at that part of the floor to just try and crowd him as much as they possibly can, impact his ability to be able to get those passes quickly, because I think what Jokic showed you in Game 5 was, I want to catch and I want to go. I want to catch and I want to get downhill. Well, they're going to do everything they possibly can to cut off those lanes and make life tough on him. Now, back to the Terrence Shannon part of the equation. Jalen Clark and Terrence Shannon are going to get big minutes tonight. Shannon can be a microwave, dude. That guy can score. Yeah, he's
makes you nervous.
No, that's a legit NBA player who I think, and had a bigger role this year in Minnesota until he went down with the injury. He can be a problem for you tonight, and he can potentially shoot them into a win. But again, it gets back to, can you force 25 turnovers? Can you score 35 points off of those 25 turnovers like you did in Game 5? Probably not exactly at that level, but without their ball handlers, what can you do to then force them into mistakes? That's going to be critical. And then the flip side of it is, don't turn the ball over. Every shot has to end, or every possession has to end with a shot. Every possession has to end with a shot or free throws. Do not give the ball away with stupid turnovers tonight.
Yeah, and please, for the love of whatever, do not let Shannon be the headline tomorrow as you're knocked out of this thing.
Yep.
Please don't let him have a Dosunmu game from Game 4.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
And don't let Dosunmu have a Dosunmu game from Game 4. Spring.
High five.
All right, let's hear from the Wolves, who the Nuggets are undermanned. So is Minnesota tonight. What's the Wolves' mindset being without Ant and Dante? Here is Mike Conley.
Yeah, that's just it. We just need to win one. We know that we're capable of doing it, regardless of who's in the lineup. I thought that last game we showed ourselves that, hey, there's a lot of areas where we beat ourselves in that game. If we cut those out, we give ourselves a really, really good chance of winning. So we're confident. We're going to come out there ready to go and try to get this one.
Glad you're confident. See how that goes. Look, make him look old again.
He's 38.
Make him look old again. Do not let him settle things as Scott Hastings described in Game 4.
Yeah, they're gonna try and hide him as much as they possibly can. If Aaron Gordon is on the floor, they're gonna hide Conley on Aaron Gordon. Otherwise, they're gonna hide him on Christian Brown as much as they possibly can. Find the switches, find ways to get Jamal Murray going at Mike Conley, and then force Chris Finch's hand and make him make a decision. Do I want my most veteran, competent ball handler out there, or is he just killing me right now on the defensive end of the floor? Coaches have to make those decisions. David Adelman made that decision on Julian Straw there in Game 5. He gave him minutes. Julian got beat twice, one of them by Mike Conley, and that was it. Okay, if you can't handle the defensive end of the court, then you can't be on the floor, and that's. You got to do that to them tonight and force them into their depth, which they don't have. Spring.
High five.
Oh, let's do the hockey.
Wild Stars, Game 6 is tonight. Nazem Kadri talking to the media. Is he rooting for the Stars to win and this series to go 7? Here is Nas.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're rooting for a Game 8, maybe a Game 9 too. I think, of course, you want it to go as long as it can. Both great teams. I mean, showcasing their talents, but we'll certainly be, doing a bit of a pre-scout for Game 6, and either way, we're going to be comfortable and excited to play.
Yeah, that game in St. Paul tonight, by the way. So double dip-a-doo tonight in Minnesota with the Nuggets and the Wolves playing in Minneapolis. I mean, Andy, I joked about it the other day, but like the ideal circumstance is this thing goes 7, and then Game 7 is like triple overtime.
Yeah, just tire the heck out.
Exactly, just exhaust those guys and force them to lose a Game 1 by what happens at the end of this series.
Yeah.
No Rope Hintz, by the way, right? Is he
I
still
think
out?
he's been hurt. Didn't he get hurt against Colorado?
He's been out for a
one
while.
Of those,
Yeah, the tangle
right
up
after
with
the Olympic
McKinnon.
break.
Yeah, still not playing. Mm-hmm. There you go.
Bummer.
Stars Wild, Game 6 tonight.
Do Colorado fans...
By the way, the Wild have not advanced in the playoffs in 11 years.
You know what that is? Wild. Made it so easy.
It made me laugh. It was funny.
It
was funny.
I'm not going to get it. Even Mark's laughing. Are you laughing at me or are you laughing at
It was
Nate
good.
laughing? I think you're laughing at Nate laughing.
You get a
at
rim
me.
shot there.
I thought that was good.
Timing's everything.
It
Dude.
was. It was very well timed.
I thought you would have seen that coming.
No.
Yeah.
I didn't. It was great. I thoroughly enjoyed. I was waiting for some salient hockey guy point.
Honestly, I thought you'd have seen that coming like me having Taco Bell for lunch in a segment, mister.
We haven't gotten to 6 o'clock yet. And finally, Spring.
Nathan McKinnon was asked today, is he going to watch Wild Stars tonight?
Yeah, I mean, as humans are curious, but we have no control of anything in that series. Probably will watch the Nuggets, to be honest, tonight. Hopefully they can force a Game 7. So it's kind of, well, I love basketball, so I'm going to be watching probably the Nuggets and check on the other score for sure.
I love that he loves basketball.
That's just
what would he be? Great point guard? Or would he be more Steph Curry? He's going to do all the scoring. He is the Rocket Richard winner, you know.
I'd call him a power guard is what I would call him. Yeah. One of the things Spring and I we had discussed this after Nathan McKinnon was in here. He's all caboose, man. His lower half it's a powerhouse. That thing is just a bubble of strength.
He's a Jalen Pickett.
Yeah. Well put. He'd be playing booty ball out there, just backing you down. You wouldn't be able to get around that thing. He would have like that Andre Miller kind of undersized game down in the post. There'd be nothing you could do with that.
How fast would he get down the court, though? Seriously.
Great question. I don't know.
I think he'd
probably be pretty quick.
Yeah,
he'd probably be pretty quick.
KJ Simpson like.
Yeah, he'd probably be a quick fella. I don't know how his handles are, but he's
got
be dangerous.
silky mitts. What are you talking about?
Silky mitts. See, that's the hockey guy point I was looking for. That's the one. I don't think I've ever heard the term silky mitts before. That was good.
It was like a hockey term.
It really was.
Yeah.
It was very hocky from hockey
You've
guy
not
Andy
heard
Lindahl.
Silky mitts?
Andy,
Mark Rycroft's going to want a word with you. I feel like he drops it once every 5 games. I think I'm more shocked you haven't heard it than you are to have heard it.
They're
all right. Now I got to know 303-504.
I got to be honest with you,
I'm
Andy.
not going to lie. I don't know that much about hockey.
There was a Clippers-Blazers game on at the same time, and so I was distracted.
You turned out to silky mix. Here's the deal. I got to know.
New Mexico and San Diego State were slugging it out for seeding in the Mountain West tournament, and I was all over.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't care.
Yeah. Let's be honest. You could have been distracted by Metro Mesa State. I want to know if anybody has really got
the spring training Padres Mariners game that I was glued to.
Nate came in here yesterday and he was like, "Ooh, New Mexico State baseball. What channel is this on?"
I legit did.
He did. That's a real thing that happened.
And I properly pointed out Rio Grande rivalry.
Nate was like, "There's an old Bobby Fischer chess match on." Hey, there's some London pub darts going down right now.
Oh, dude. Yeah. Don't tempt me.
Hey.
There's a snooker tournament on now, and I'm all over it.
I need 303-504-0925. Has anyone played both hockey and basketball, and do the silky mitts of hockey convert to the handles in basketball?
Spoiler alert, they don't.
How do you know? You don't know.
Like, why do I feel like Nathan McKinnon would dribble like Bob Cousy?
Shut up. With the little thing out back, looking like Stanley in The Office when they played that basketball game? No, that ain't going down. I will stand up for our newfound friend, Nathan McKinnon. The guy's got some hand. He's at minimum white chocolate from the Sacramento days.
He's from Nova Scotia.
So the kid can't dribble a ball. He's been inside a lot.
Have we ever had an NBA player from Nova Scotia? I mean, we've had, obviously, Jamal Murray. We have Canadians in the NBA. Shea's Canadian.
I've not been to Nova Scotia. They don't have a lot of gyms going down.
Bill
I don't know what's going on
Wennington
there.
was Canadian. I don't.
Shea Gilgeous.
I'm curious.
Did you say SGA?
I did. Mm-hmm.
When I was trying to think of what the gyms in Nova Scotia look like, well, Google, Mr. Google.
NBA player from Nova Scotia. Nate Darling and Lindell Wigginton were the primary NBA players from Nova Scotia.
Is it just a town full of Nates? What the hell is going on up there?
Do either of you remember Nate Darling or Lindell Wigginton?
Oh, Lindell Wigginton. You don't remember the silky mitts of Lindell Wigginton when he was on the basketball court?
Lindell Wigginton is currently playing for the Guangzhou Long Lions of the Chinese Basketball Association, but he originally hails from Halifax. Let's see. Nate Darling is currently playing for Elan Chalon of the French LNB Pro A League. But you know what? Both of them made it to the league. Nate Darling, by the way, played his college buckets at UAB, and he was a Delaware Fighting Blue Hen.
The texters are backing you up, saying it's more golf rather than basketball. So now,
again, I didn't need the texters to know I was
the new
right.
Challenge. Someone's got to get Nate to dribble a basketball. Matter of fact, it doesn't even got to be Nate. I just need any of the Avs dribbling a basketball.
Hey, Kevin Shockey, you're listening to this right now. All right, Kevin Shockey, get Nathan McKinnon back down here, and then
we'll promote Chili ones again,
and then go up to him and his representatives and say, "Hey, we have a ball handling challenge for you right now,"
and then we can play some beer pong.
Yeah,
we have some cones for you to dribble through.
Remember, they did play a little Papa Shot.
That is. A lot of people do remember that around the office, Andy. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
I gotta get him dribbling a ball. How do we get him to dribble a ball?
It's altitude. So they're always.
If we walk in the locker room and just roll it, what do you think happens?
The hockey players, they're all really good soccer players.
No, you're right.
They're
That's
big
how
soccer
a lot of them
dudes.
warm up.
Yeah.
So if I roll the ball at them, are they just gonna fire it back? Just a bicycle kick? Yeah.
Well, a bicycle kick would be.
I know it'd have to get up in the air. I'm well aware.
Well, actually.
Yeah. Sorry, soccer nerd.
You know what? There was a Colorado Foxes game I had to catch from years ago.
Spring, by the way, who won that New Mexico State game?
I don't know. It was tied at 5.
I was locked in on it.
It was tied at 5, though, man.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Nikola Jokic is 22 of 54 from the field when defended by Rudy Gobert in this series. 22 of 54. For better or for worse, Andy, Rudy Gobert has won this series. He has won the one-on-one matchup, which is incredible, including Jokic having now gone 8 of 30 against Gobert in the third and fourth quarters of these games. When you look for what must be different to win a Game 6 on the road, we have watched Joker eat Rudy's lunch most of their careers against one another. Rudy Gobert has had an unbelievable series. In fact, however this thing pans out, to me, Rudy is, and I know Jaden McDaniels stole all the highlights, Rudy's the MVP of this series for the Timberwolves, no matter how it ends. But tonight has to be the night, and we did see a different, more aggressive, quickly in the game Nikola Jokic, but it has to be going at him, getting into his body, forcing your way to the front of the rim, and then making them double and finding the kicks and getting your assists that way. But this has got to be a Nikola Jokic, like, take 8 shots in the first quarter, take 6 to 8 shots in the first quarter, and go out and go get them tonight.
Yeah, this is... We can talk about all the particulars on the periphery that we want. And
there are many.
But at the end of the day, Nikola needs to get back to being Nikola. He started to look like Nikola the other day to the point where Rudy Gobert was pretty much sitting out most of that fourth quarter again, right? Get him in foul trouble, however you do it, whether it's Nikola or other guys. But he's got to – it would be really great if he found his 3-ball. It'd be really great if he could go 40, dare I say 50% from three-point land.
Yeah.
But
yeah, what if the first one of those goes down? That'd be really nice tonight.
Yeah. And then maybe the second two.
Right. And
then that changes a lot of spacing.
Because now Rudy can't just drop and just sit under the rim and stare at you, which is that would be a nice adjustment for them to be able to make. Really, really would. David Adelman made the point and kind of argued the point, especially after Game 5 of what was different. We just made shots. And he made the point after Game 4 while arguing with the media. We just missed shots. But, like, they saw basically the same amount of contested shots in Game 5 that they saw in Games 1 through 4. In fact, Games 1 through 4, 41 of their field goal attempts per game were contested. In Game 5, Minnesota, according to Dan Hyatt, contested 41 of their shots. Defensively, it really wasn't all that much different. It's just that on those contested looks, you made 56% of them and 38% of them from 3 versus the way you were shooting in Games 1 through 4. So there is some truth to that. Now it's just, the old question of, can shooting travel? I mean, it can.
But here's the thing. Yes, it can. You're right. But here's the I need the mental toughness to not be intimidated by taking the ball to the hoop. That's how your shooting can travel. You talked about it. Go to the rim. Go get layups. Go get fouled when you get layups. Get them in trouble. Don't live on the perimeter tonight. Just don't do it.
Yeah.
And you did way too much of that in the first couple games of Minnesota.
Yeah.
You cannot do that tonight. Period.
Inside out. And as Vic pointed out earlier, play some outside in as well. The other question is, can defense travel? You did force 25 turnovers in Game 5. Does your defense now travel? This is where you hope that the factor of Minnesota not having their ball handlers, in addition to Ayo Dosunmu being questionable for tonight, that is continuing to be an issue that plagues that team. Can you guard, and can you guard without getting into foul trouble?
Well, but yes, and then you need to get out there and you need to get on them. Don't give them so much space. You played a lot tighter defense where you were just simply in there closer to their stratosphere than what you've done before.
Yeah.
Don't sit back. Get up on them. Make them try to dribble around you like you said. They don't have the ball handlers, so make handling the ball tougher on them. Now, the foul, see, Nate, what's going to be curious is the home team always seems to get, at least at the start, the more favorable whistle.
Sure.
And again, if you go to the hoop, you can change how that whistle's going. But I think you said it best. At some point in this game, and it may be early, you're probably going to be down, right? It would not shock me all at all if you trail by even 10 points. But
in the first quarter,
you need to stick with it. You need to not just, I don't want to say lay down, but man, it was, first off, game 3 was just weird all the way around, but in a way, that's a typical game 3.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, like I said, a million things going on Saturday night. Whatever led to you not scoring for a significant chunk of the fourth quarter as they just added to their lead, don't let that happen again.
It's time for your game day heat check, powered by Dave's Hot Chicken. Shout out to our friends from Dave's Hot Chicken, setting us up with a delightful afternoon lunch here today at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Game day heat check today. All right. Normally we focus on a player. Let's pull out a little bit here and look at the bigger picture and say, what area of the game do you need the Nuggets to win tonight in order for them to have forced a game 6? Is it turnover count? Is it 3-point shooting? Is it getting to the line? What is the key for you for them to get back here?
I'd like to say rebounding, but I don't know that they'll have the size to do that because I don't know if Aaron Gordon's going to play. So I'm going to say this, points in the paint. I'm going to keep up with my theme.
Yeah.
Get to the hoop. Get to the hoop. That way you'll get fouls. Likely those fouls will come against Gobert and Julius Randle. That'll hamstring what they can do in the fourth quarter. It may actually allow you to have a comfortable lead in the fourth quarter. So I think they've got to attack the rim. I'm just going to keep saying what I've said. You know, like you said, Nate, especially with these weird, they had a tough time shooting the 3-ball in particular in Minnesota in those 2 games, which is why, according to Wingy and Scotty, that they went out there a little bit early. Whether he wants to call it a walkthrough like we had in the earlier comment or not, you wanted your guys shooting on that rim. Bottom line is get in there and get you the easy shots, and then the 3-ball maybe won't be so worrisome.
62 points in the paint. They shot 71% in the paint in Game 5 versus 45% in the paint games 1 through 4. That number is beyond unbelievable to me. Regular season, they were at 59%. Games 1 through 4, 45% in the lane.
Now you're making half of them, folks.
The Nikola Jokic floater is one of, if not the best shot in the NBA. Just in terms of, like, when it goes up, it's probably going in. And that is the impact that they had. No, you're absolutely right about that. Paint points, I think, are going to be absolutely massive in this game. I'm gonna go back to the turnover thing. You forced 25 of them in Game 5. You had 35 points off of those turnovers. Games 1 through 4, points off turnovers, you had 17, 10, 4, and 16 respectively, and then 35 in Game 5. All right. I'm aware on the road you're probably not going to be able to replicate that perfectly, but let's split the difference, okay? Let's say you force 18 turnovers tonight against their backcourt that doesn't have their 2 starters. You force 18 turnovers out on the road, and I don't know, you score 25 points off of those turnovers, which gets you into better offensive rhythm, which gets you down the floor with the numbers advantage, gives you a tip-in offensive rebound type of advantage, but it all starts on the defensive end of the court and playing with a defensive, I'm going to call it intent, not even intensity, but just an intent tonight of, all right, we're going to be handsy, we're going to be physical, and it's going to be done without fouling, and we can beat these guys in this way and mess them up when they don't have their point guard and when they don't have Anthony Edwards. But to me, defensive end of the court, that's what I'm looking at. That's my game day heat check.
I like it.
Powered by Dave's Hot Chicken, bringing the heat to Denver. 7 spice levels. 7. From not hot to Reaper.
Got to get a waiver for the Reaper.
You do. Be careful with that stuff. Every piece of hand-breaded chicken, made fresh, spiced to order at exactly your spice level. Get your post-game snack at Dave's Hot Chicken. Have a pregame snack there as well. Open late, multiple locations across the metro area. So you're leaving the watch party tonight at Whiskey Row, hit Dave's Hot Chicken.
Get you a little something on the way home.
Exactly. We're going to talk to Kaz coming up here in just a few minutes. He is going to join us from the Target Center. Jason Kosmiski on the call tonight. He's called a lot of these road elimination games for the Denver Nuggets. By the way, Denver was 10-0 all time in the Jokic-Murray era in Game 5s, now 11-0 after getting that win the other night. 3-4 all time in the Jokic-Murray era in Game 6s on the road. So a chance to get to 500 tonight.
I like that.
For the Nuggets.
Let's do that.
Yes, get to 500,
Please.
fellas. We'll check in with Kaz ahead of tonight's matchup. Coming up next. Hey, I have an idea for tonight. And I got to be honest, I stole this idea from the New York Knicks.
Okay.
End of the first quarter in Atlanta, Game 6 on the road, the Knicks lead the Hawks 40-15.
I like that. If I'm a Knicks fan.
The Knicks shot a very nice 69% in the opening quarter, 4 of 8 from 3, led by OG Anunoby with 14 points. Jalen Brunson has dropped 9. Mikal Bridges a perfect 4 of 4 from the field for 8 points. And now it's early second quarter, and they're up by 28. Yeah, you know what? I'd be all for that. What if the Nuggets just go into Minnesota tonight and blow the doors off the Timberwolves?
Yeah, let's make this one where nobody feels the need to stay up to watch the end. How about that?
Yeah, I'll take that one to the bitter end. I would appreciate that. I think that's quite a good idea. So that is your that's your update of your one playoff game in progress right now. The Knicks are destroying the Hawks on the road in Atlanta. Let's go to Minneapolis right now. We welcome in our pal Jason Kosmiski, voice of the Nuggets. Berto's got pregame at 7, tip-off at 7:42 as Kos joins us from the broadcast position right now. Kos, how you doing, man?
Well, we're doing good here, Kreckman. I mean, it's either we're either going to go home with a win or a loss. You know what I mean? But I love Game 7s, and although I never try and sell tickets on behalf of our company, unless they make me.
Sure.
Game 7s are fantastic.
They are.
So
they are.
You know, I mean, you might want to be Johnny on the spot and go get those right meow.
Sometimes they do make you do it. Sometimes they give you the copy that actually forces you to have to do that. But I don't even think that's necessarily required. I think people get.
I don't think so either. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a sellout one way or the other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think everybody gets the gravity of that whole thing. Kos, that Game 5 performance for Denver, a lot of our conversation on the show today is kind of revolved around, okay, what will now travel to Minnesota that we saw in Game 5 and the solves that Denver came up with. From what you saw in Game 5, what do you now expect tonight?
You know what? Here's what I know, Nate, is that the Denver Nuggets never do anything the easy way. And I don't know why that is. Like the Avalanche make it look so easy.
Sure.
Like we're just going to cruise through this. And the Nuggets aren't like that, man. They do everything the hard way.
They don't live well.
No, and we've seen this before in the bubble. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I guess it's more of a mentality of not unless we have to kind of a thing. And right now they have to.
Yeah.
So, I would expect, and a lot of people are the injuries with Minnesota and so on and so forth, but if you're a Denver Nugget person, you don't want to hear about injuries, right?
No.
I mean, you've already done this for like the last 6 months. So Nuggets are in a position where they have to. And normally when this is the case, they do. And that's the way I feel about it.
All right. Points in the paint were a big difference the other night. They really went after the hoop.
And they have been all series, Andy. Yeah.
You're absolutely right. I guess I remembered it because it went the Nuggets' way finally in Game 5. Was listening to the call that you and Scotty had of most of the third into the fourth quarter as I went to pick my kids up from a concert. What
concert, by the way?
A little band.
What do kids listen to nowadays?
It was. You know where Lost Lake is off Colfax? That's how big this band was. So. Matter of fact, the bass player apparently peeked out behind the curtain and gave my son knuckles because he saw the sweatshirt, but neither here nor there. All right, guys, can they bring the same mental toughness? Because you guys kept talking about the mental toughness, just not being intimidated. Can they not be intimidated by this building tonight?
Well, this is one of those arenas, and I don't care what they say, is they pump the fake noise into this joint. You know what I mean? So it's one of those places. So, and even though the locals tell you that that's not true, I heartily disagree.
Okay.
But you know what? I think Denver's more worried about Denver than they are about the Minnesota Timberwolves at this point. So just take care of yourself. Run the stuff that you know. Your 3 best players, even though one of them probably won't be going tonight, you've been here together for over 10 years. So But run your stuff, be who you are, and that should be good enough to beat just about any team in the NBA as long as you're shooting the ball well.
Yeah, and the shooting part of the equation is what I kind of that's what I wonder about a little bit with this team, because like the percentages in Game 5, they looked more like Denver has looked the entire regular season when they were the best shooting team in the entire NBA. And you know, if you break down some of the really granular stuff, like their shots weren't necessarily more open. They were just going in, which David Adelman pointed out. And honestly, Kaz, like, that's probably smart on the part of David Adelman to kind of make that illustration to his locker room. This isn't about some massive shift or adjustment or anything else like that. Continue to do what you do, trust your game plan, and your shots will go in because you guys are really good offensively. And it seemed like maybe the dam just broke in Game 5.
Yeah, you know, and the thing is, too, is like, you know, Bert and I have this discussion all the time. It's like, is Denver shooting bad because Minnesota's really good defensively, or are the shots not going? And that's always a hard thing to gauge, right? Like, so I think it's kind of a mixture of both. I mean, I obviously Minnesota's a great defensive team, but I also think Denver just missed shots that should have went in. I mean, they're not open. A lot of these shots they're taking in this series have been wide open. So there's no reason for those things not to go in. And, you know, and that's kind of what you focus on here as we move forward to game number 6 is like, are you going to make shots? I mean, crazy, right? Game of basketball.
Right.
Will you make shots? You know, I mean, that's basically how simple it is.
All right, what's your gut tell you? You've been around the team. You felt the vibe. You're clearly dancing and putting out a new album according to the AI cover that I saw. Might be the music in the background right now. I don't know.
That's dumbass Springer that did that. I mean, come on, man.
It's a sweet vest you're rocking.
It is a sweet vest. We like the glasses.
Got the cig hanging out of the mouth. You got it all going on, Kaz.
Is Jason Kosmiski working at Ball Arena Saturday night? That's my question.
I think so. I really do, Andy. I mean, you know, and I'm going to go back to my original statement. I don't know why we do this.
You know what? We just got word, Kaz. This affects your job. According to Shams, Dosunmu is out.
Wow.
That was just tweeted by Shams Charania.
That is insane.
So Io's not going.
He's out.
What'd the line move? I'm just curious. It started
I don't
at
think
4.5
they've heard
this
yet.
morning.
Shams just broke it. Shams Charania. I'm starting to say his name wrong.
It was 6.5 last I checked. Honestly,
it was 4.5 this morning.
I'm willing to. I bet you this IO move. I mean, there could be a bunch of money coming in on Denver, but I don't really think that would move the line all that much. Like, it's this could be the Terrence Shannon game that we talked about.
And Kaz, you and Scotty talked about him the other night. Beware of him, right?
Yeah, no, he's good.
So he had he finished the regular season. Nobody knows about him, but he's really, really good.
Yeah.
I mean, he finished the regular season with 20 or more points and won at 30 more points in their last 3 games of the regular season. And obviously, if Io is out, I mean,
they'll start Bones, but they'll bring Shannon off the bench, and he'll get big minutes tonight.
Isn't Bones kind of hurt too?
He's
Allegedly.
available. He's listed as available.
Knee soreness. You know how that goes.
Yeah.
But guys, my knee's always sore. I get stuff done.
I wake up sore.
Andy makes it happen. Yeah. Okay.
No, you know, I mean, you know, this is what happens in the NBA. You look around teams and, you know, guys get hurt, and a lot of times in the regular season, obviously you kind of bury those, which Denver has like 1.5 million different times this year. But what Denver did really well was they found a way to be somewhat healthy by the time the NBA playoffs started, while other teams, like your Minnesota Timberwolves, were fighting to get back into the postseason and to improve their position. So Denver might be in a little bit better place than most, but you still got to go out and play the basketball game, right? I mean, Denver's got to force a Game 7, and it'll be a blast. And then, hopefully, if all things go well, we move on to San Antonio.
And beware the short-handed, banged-up Minnesota Timberwolves tonight.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I would. I mean, why would you take this thing for granted? Granted, they're missing 3 of their top whatever guys, but
can Rudy Gobert run the point? We're going to find out tonight.
No, he cannot.
Hey, Cosman, have a great call. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you tomorrow ahead of Game 7.
All right, brother. Appreciate you.
All right, Jason Kosmiski joining us from the Target Center. Again, Shams tweeting out 2 minutes ago, major loss to the Minnesota Timberwolves tonight. Ayo Dosunmu is out in Game 6 against the Nuggets due to a calf injury.
Crazy, dude.
So they have lost Dante DiVincenzo, they have lost Anthony Edwards, and Ayo Dosunmu, who went for 43 points in Game 4, will also be on the shelf tonight for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
And we still don't know. I mean, I'm assuming Slow-Mo is trying to play, but Kyle Anderson is dealing with, they're calling it an illness that feels like a stomach bug, meaning it's either going north or south, so we'll see what he